So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was teleported into the Pokemon verse and had the ultimate Pokemon as his slave? Movie 1. Where am I? Why is it so dark, cold, what's that sound? Blue eyes as bright as the morning sky opened up to the view of the night sky with stars small, but bright as anything, and the full moon being blocked by the passing clouds which once parted face light to the small figure in the clearing as his eyes quickly checked his surroundings, finding himself in some kind of small clearing with a large rock not too far away and what looked like fruit in a pile by it. Where am I? Thought the small little boy as he tried to get up, only to hiss in pain as he held his right leg, which he now noticed was wrapped up in what looked like leaves and vines. Suddenly he heard a rustle and his eyes quickly darted into the tree line where the bushes started to move till they parted to reveal a tall bipedal cat with yellow fur, blue whiskers and palms. And as the little boy had a staring contest with it, did he realize that this was a search Pokemon and one he had never seen before in any of the books he had read with his moth. Suddenly memories start to come back to him, some happy, but most that were recently not so good, and in the end he understands not only why he is injured, but where he is. So this is Kanto. It's better than the pictures, said the boy as the mysterious search Pokemon looks up from its sitting position and started to walk towards him as Naruto gave a slight flinch when its face was mere inches from his. It gave a small growl before rolling over an Oran berry which he hesitated in taking before quickly hearing the rumbling in his stomach, and finally gave in, grabbing the berry and chowing down on it as he felt refreshed and somewhat better. Thank you, said the boy as the search Pokemon just gazed at him, before walking to the rock and got on top of it before getting into a sitting position and staring at the night sky. For a child to be out this late is dangerous, said the yellow search Pokemon as the boy stopped eating and stared at it. You can understand me? The boy asked, surprised. And it would seem you could understand me. The yellow Pokemon suddenly stood up straighter and stared straight into the boy's eyes. Now my question is, child, how did you end up on the beach soaked, dehydrated and starved, but also with a broken leg to boot? The voice she talked in was female and sounded very strict as it gave a small glare which made the boy look away in slight fear for both the search Pokemon and the reason he was injured. I was simply boating in. Child, you are young and thus I will not blame you for lying, especially in front of something that would frighten you, said the search Pokemon. But I am not frightened of you. In fact, I am grateful, because you are the first one to actually take the time to care if I was all right, the boy said as he let a few tears stream down his face, and the Pokemon looked on with confusion, sadness and worry. Boy, are you an orphan? It asked, worried for the answer. No, but I might as well be. You see, I was born a triplet. I, the oldest, was always expected to be the best, but when my other siblings showed more progression than me, more talent than I, just because I couldn't unlock my aura faster, I was seen as a waste and put aside, ignored by everyone in my family. So after our 5th birthday I overheard that my heir status would be taken and given to one of my twins to take down the road once one of them become a champion. So I left to start my journey early and learn more than I could from them, but I guess my boat wasn't good enough, huh? The boy looked at the ground, shedding tears at the end. The Pokemon looked on with anger, but also pity, for a boy so young to be unloved by those who were supposed to love him was something it wished on no one. It stepped down its rick and walked to the boy before kneeling down to his level and giving the little one a big hug that made him finally let it all out, and for the next few minutes the clearing was full of sobbing as the boy cried his feelings out. Zora was all the yellow bipedal cat said. What? Asked the boy. Zora, that's my name, and I am known very few around the world as I like to have very little contact with humans, the now named Zora said. But I am a human, so why are you talking to me? Asked the boy. Because you are nothing more than a child, and a young one who was cast aside by foolish parents. Who could not see that your potential is there? It's just waiting to be unlocked, but not by them, but with your heart and those who truly believe in you, Zora said as the boy gave a small smile before snuggling into the search Pokemon. My name is Naruto, the little blonde boy said as the bipedal search Pokemon gave a small smile before letting the boy fall asleep in her arms. Don't worry, Naruto, your parents might not have seen it, but you have it, the aura, and so much more. Just like someone else, and you too will change this world for the better. Zora has a small smile before laying down with the sleeping boy. Next day, Professor Oak's lab. The sun was bright today as the open meadow which housed many Pokémon and the small lakes around the place gave most of the search Pokémon that stayed there a place to roam free as the owner of the large land was walking around with a small chart as he smiled at all the roaming search Pokémon, some of them owned by trainers and others just part of the wildlife. As he was walking through the field he spotted the two of the three Pokémon he was hoping to find. One of them was a blue turtle-like creature with big eyes and small hands coming out of its shell with its tail being treated by the other Pokémon. A small little green creature with lighter green spots around its body and a giant seed being the main feature that gave it away. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, how are you two doing? Oh Squirtle, what did you do? Asked the old man who had gray hair and wrinkles on his face as his lab coat blew in the wind. This man was Professor Samuel Oak, the leading professor in search Pokémon research. The two search Pokémon started to tell him what happened, but both were speaking at the same time that their words, which was really them saying their names, was jumbled. Making the professor gave a small laugh before another sound caught the three's attention as a small orange lizard with a burning tail came running towards them waving its small arms. Charmander, what's wrong? Asked Oak. The Pokémon kept waving its hands before pointing to the forest as the three had confused faces before the fire lizard took Oak's hand and started to drag him into the forest, and for a few minutes the four continued the trick until they came into a clearing where they saw the sun shining down on a duo, one a search Pokémon Oak had never seen before and another a little boy who looked just a few years older than his grandson. So this is what you wanted to show me, Charmander? Oak then saw the injury on the boy and gave a small gasp before covering his mouth as he suddenly saw the search Pokémon open its eyes and stare right at him as it suddenly got up, but also lowered the boy to the ground, not waking him as it moved to intercept him. Wait, I wasn't, but the Pokémon was already on him with a thunder punch, but was pushed back when small fire streams came between the two as the three Kanto starters stood between the professor and the search Pokémon. Move, I do not wish to hurt you, Zora said, but the three didn't budge. Please, I didn't come to hurt you, I am just worried about the boy, his injury seems severe, let me get him to a nurse, asked Oak as Zora was ready to pounce again until a small groan stopped them and all eyes looked at the awaking Naruto, who looked at the occurring situation. Ah, good morning, what's going on? Asked Naruto. Ah, well, you see little boy, my name is Professor Oak and I was walking around checking on all the search Pokémon until I found you and Zora, and I know who you are, I read books about you, so that's why I am here, this is your research field, said Naruto. Yes, and I was hoping I could convince Zora if I could take you to a nurse to check your leg, said Oak. Naruto looked down at his leg and put his hand on it as he expected some kind of pain, but felt nothing, only the weird feeling of the leaf. He suddenly unwrapped the lead and saw his once bloodied leg cleaned and healed. It would seem you healed faster than I expected, said Zora. Zora, please let him go, he is a trustworthy person. I promise, Naruto said as she had to give a slight growl before lowering her stance. So young man, mind explaining how you ended up in the middle of my field? Asked Oak. Long story, but I can tell you after we head back to your research lab, because I am feeling kinda sore, said Naruto. And your friend? Asked Oak as he stared at the mysterious search Pokémon as Naruto gave her a pleading look and after a minute she sighed before nodding her head. Shall follow me, and because she helped me through my time here, he said. Well then, shall we? Said Oak with a small smile. Professor Oak's lab. Professor Oak led them back to his lab where he checked to see if Naruto was fully alright and if he had any other injuries, but he seemed fine, and after some food for him, the three starters and Zora, who just stared at it until Naruto told her to at least try the setting, was finally at ease, but still a little tense. But enough for Naruto to tell Oak about how he ended up in Kanto, and by the end Oak could only feel sadness for the boy as he could not understand why he would be unloved by all those who were supposed to love him. His grandson Gary and his son Blue were the two most important people to him, so he couldn't imagine not loving them anymore. Well, young Naruto, you are welcome to stay here for as long as you need, said Professor Oak. Thanks, Professor, and to be honest, maybe time with all these search Pokémon will make me feel at ease, said Naruto as he rubbed the heads of Charmander and Bulbasaur with Squirtle sitting in his lap, which gave Professor Oak a small smile. Say Naruto, can I ask you a question? Asked Oak. Sure, what is it? Asked Naruto. Do you still plan to be a trainer? That question caused Naruto to close his eyes and look down at the Squirtle at his lap as it gave him a small smile. Honestly, I don't know, After having those you cared about turn their back on you and say that you're not worth the time and effort. To have them basically say I would amount to nothing and not even waste my time being a trainer is kinda sad, but now after nearly dying and meeting a search Pokemon I have never seen, it got me thinking. Why listen to the words of those who never saw my full self? Professor Oak, I don't plan to listen to them if they never listen to me. I am here to say I will be the best that there ever was and prove all of them wrong, Naruto said with the most conviction he had as a fire burned in his eyes that showed Oak and the search Pokemon he was not only serious but passionate about it. Well then, I would like to offer you the chance to learn under me and grow till you are ready, because if you want to be a search Pokemon master you're gonna need the knowledge to do so, said Oak as Zora walked up to him and put her paw on his shoulder. And the Pokemon to show you how to be the best and bond through tough and thin, Zora said as the three starters gave a loud cry and Naruto shed a small tear and gave a wide grin as on this day a journey was born for one of the greatest search Pokemon masters to walk the earth. Pallet Town. 4 years later. The sounds of Pidgey and Spearow could be heard throughout the morning day as they flew above the lush green trees with the small little Rattata running through the tall grass as Caterpie and Weedle sitting atop the trees looking down upon the small little Pokemon and watching as a something quickly ran past them and was using the trees to quickly pass by them. The Rattata of course were spooked, before they continued running as the blur was speeding through the tall grass making sure to jump over any hurdles in the way. Before bursting through some bushes as the cool morning sun lit the figure who was on one knee as he slowly got up, showing that he was wearing a black muscle shirt with a white poke ball design on the front and black joggers that had stripes down the side which matched with his running shoes as he inhaled the cool morning air as his blonde locks blew with it. "You're not tired, are you now, Naruto?" a light female voice said with a little mirth. The now named Naruto opened his ocean blue eyes and looked to his left where a large boulder was as a certain bipedal Pokemon sat atop of it as it stared into his eyes giving a small snarky smile. "Very funny Z, you and me both know I have more energy than that, and besides Gramps' backyard is the easier terrain to do my exercises in," Naruto responded with as he started to jog through the open terrain with the many Pokemon around just walking around as most belonged to trainers that left them with Professor Oak as they continued their journey. "So how are we going to surprise the professor this time?" asked Zora as she ran beside him. "I think I'll give him a break this year," Naruto responded as he jumped over a sleeping Rhyhorn. "Really, and why would that be?" questioned Zora. "Oh, you know him getting old and is always finding ways to make our return grand will probably make him die of a heart attack. Naruto, I have been around you for a very long time and I know when your excuses are utter toros," said Zora. "Okay, you got me. Today is the day I have dreamt for a while now since Grandpa Oak took me in," said Naruto as the two stopped in front of a large building with a windmill beside it as he walked up the steps bearing some noises inside, and once he opened the door with the key he was given. He walked into the lab to see Professor Oak, the leading researcher and most well-known around the Pokemon world, as he was trying to catch a small little Eevee as it jumped around him and was knocking over some stuff in the process as Oak gave a final sigh before laying on the floor as the Eevee gave a small yip, almost laughing at the poor mon's failed attempt to catch it. "Eevee, please leave the professor alone, I think he's had enough fun for one day," Naruto said, finally showing his presence as the two turned around in surprise, before both grew big smiles as Eevee quickly sprinted towards Naruto before jumping into his arms as it showed its love to Naruto. With him giving Eevee small kisses before looking towards Oak, who had a huge smile and walked towards him, before giving him a big hug. "Good to see you again, my boy," Professor Oak said as he patted his shoulder as it had been nearly a year since he had seen him. "Sorry for not calling earlier, Gramps, but the flight home took longer than I thought it would," he said. "But it was all worth it to see you again, Naruto," Oak said as they walked upstairs to where he did his work. "So how have things been since I've been gone?" asked Naruto. "Oh, nothing new, but the new trainers are coming in today to start their journey," said Oak as he grabbed a cart that held 3 poke balls. "Well, what a coincidence that I return the day new trainers start their journey," said Naruto with Oak giving him a small smile. "Ah yes, you're 10 now, aren't you? I would think you would wanna wait a few more years," said Oak. "Well, I would wait till I am 16 since that's what Kalo's trainers usually start at, but since I live in Kanto and I wanna start my journey here, I might as well start it now," said Naruto as he walked to the window and looked out at the open field. "Well, if that's the case, then you might want these," said Oak as he handed Naruto 3 things: a small box, some Pokeballs, and some Pokeballs, and a small little watch with the poke symbol on it. Whoa Gramps, you didn't have to, Naruto said, feeling a slight blush on being given not only his starting things for his journey, but what he could remember as the next gen of Pokédex in which both and Stone Industries have been working on. Ah, but from the day you came into my life, Naruto, not a moment has been dull, and with your help in journeying to other regions and helping other researchers, the world of Pokemon has never looked brighter, especially with the new information you were able to collect, he said. Ah yes, and I was able to stop by Alola to study more on Mega Evolution and the connection with Z crystals, Naruto said as he handed the professor a small bag that had all the info from both Professor Sycamore, Professor Kukui and his cousin Samson, who all helped him in collecting the data. Good my boy, I am sure this will help with the rest of the data you were able to retrieve, said Oak as he paid them down by his computer. Well, learning more about Pokemon was always a great way to pass the time whenever you weren't around, plus with the regions I've traveled to and the things I've seen, my fascination with Pokemon grows every day, and taking this journey as a trainer will further both my mind and bond with those around me. Naruto gave a small smile as he looked up at the rafters where Zora was just laying up there enjoying the relaxation. Ah yes, Zora has been a great help as well for both myself, but mostly for you growing up. And I thank her for watching over you all this time, said Oak. And I am grateful for her, she was the one who saved me, watched over me as if I was her own kin, Naruto said as a glaze-over look appeared in his eyes, before he was taken out of it by Z appearing in front of him with a paw on his head ruffling his hair. Don't go crying on my get, kid. You haven't even had your first official battle, said Z as she gave a sly smirk. Thanks Z. So Gramps, what's in this box and this watch? Asked Naruto after rubbing his eyes. Ah yes, that there is the new Pokédex from, and they got help from Stone in making sure some features such as mapping, time, and transferring of not only mail, but Pokemon as well, Oak said as he pressed a button and two small lights shined before a Pokemon appeared over the watch. That'll come in handy if I need to switch out somebody on my team, Naruto said. It also has the data of every Pokemon in each region you have gone to, but if you manage to find some unknown Pokemon it will immediately register it in. As for the box, well, it was actually a gift from both Ash and my grandson Gary with a little help from me and their moms, said Oak with a little wink as Naruto smiled, knowing those boys are his biggest helpers and fans, as they were always there for him and he for them in tight spots. They were always at each other's throats and trying to impress him, but in the end the two always got along, and whenever he was around he tried to teach them more about Pokemon and allowing them to interact with the few he had, with Z being their favorite as they have never seen one like him. Of course she at first didn't like them, but eventually they grew on her, and whenever they wanted to hang out the two would always be scooped up in her arms faster than they could react. I guess I'll have thank them later, said Naruto, before opening the box, and his eyes widened at what he saw. It was small little necklace with a white rim and a picture of him, Oak, Delia, Ash and Gary all smiling on his first day leaving for Johto to research Ho-Oh. He let out a small tear, before out the necklace on and seeing something else, and removed the cloth to reveal two Pokeballs. One made his eyes go wide as it was a Master Ball, a rare Pokeball that anyone would pay to have, and the other was something akin to an Ultra Ball, only with a lightning bolt going across it. Those two were hard to come by, with one being a rare item for anyone and the other being made specifically for Zora herself, as she looks like someone you might wanna keep safe, said Oak as Naruto gave a small smile, before looking towards Z, who gave a small smile and walked to him. Since the day I saved you I saw something that I have never seen in a human before. Hope for a bright future, Z said as she smiled before tapping the Pokeball and letting it capture him, as 3 seconds later it dinged, signaling a catch as Naruto gave a small cheer before releasing Z. Now are you ready for your journey to start, Naruto? Asked Oak. Not yet, Professor, I just gotta say goodbye to some people, along with getting the rest of my team, said Naruto. Ah yes, I would assume you mean the 3 waiting outside then, said Oak, before Eevee jumped into his arms. And don't forget about Eevee, Gramps, said Naruto as Eevee cried in joy. Ah yes, then you might want this then. Oak then walked over and handed him a small white Pokeball with red lines. I assume the other 3 are at their usual spot, said Naruto, but before Oak could answer the door behind was flung open as Naruto turned around, only to be dog-piled by 3 blurs, a green, blue, and golden blur, as the 3 Kanto starters crises in joy at seeing Naruto again. Well, now it would seem they expected you to come, said Oak with a jolly time. They always know when I am around, said Naruto, rubbing all three Pokemon's heads. So I would assume you're gonna take them with you, asked Oak. I mean, if it's okay with you, Gramps, asked Naruto. Oh, it's mighty fine with me, Naruto. These three have been by your side since you first arrived, and this Charmander here you have helped so much, especially with it standing out from the others, said Oak, as this Charmander, once it hatched from the egg, was always seen as different and thus treated different from other Charmander. Yeah, well, I know how it feels, bud, but don't worry, we'll show them all of us, Naruto said as he looked at all his Pokemon. But do take it easy on trainers, because I know these three are more powerful than the regular starters, said Oak. Don't worry, Gramps, I'll make sure to take it easy with them, and I'll probably try to use Pokemon I catch instead, said Naruto as he stood up. So off to say bye to the others, huh? Well, I wish you could stay more, but I know you would want to get started right away, said Oak. Don't worry, Gramps, I'll make sure to stop by after I collect all 8 badges, Naruto said with a smile as Oak gave a pouch laugh. Well, be safe, my boy, and always treat those around you with the utmost respect, Oak's final words to him as he headed off to say his goodbyes to those in Pallet Town. Few hours later. So what's the plan for this little journey of ours? Asked Z as the two walked down the road to Viridian City through Route 1. Well, I would suggest we go to the Viridian Gym so we can get it out of the way, but from what I have heard, most of the time the gym leader is away. So we will try later down the road, Naruto suggested as they walked past a large tree with some birds flying out of it. So you wanna challenge the Pewter City Gym first, huh? Asked Z. Yeah, besides I know some of my Pokemon would wanna make a good first impression in their first gym battle, said Naruto. So which one is gonna have its first battle? Asked Z. Well, since the Pewter City Gym leader is a rock-type expert, I'll have the advantage with both water and grass, though in which one will go first is a mystery to me, said Naruto. But before Z could respond, the wind started to pick up as a rock was hurled at them, and the two jumped to the side and looked up into the sky as they saw a herd of Spearow chasing and attacking a wandering Pidgey who looked injured, but even with its winged injured it still managed to fight off the dozen of Spearow attacking it. Fearow. The two then had wide eyes as they saw a Fearow come out of nowhere and give the Pidgey a wing attack, knocking it to the ground as the injury grew worse and it cried in pain. Hey, leave her alone. Naruto then grabbed a stray rock and threw it at one of the Spearow as it cried out at him along with the other Spearow and Fearow. I'd back off if I was you, Z said as she growled at them with the Fearow glaring daggers at her. Easy, Z, I think I'll use someone who'll light things up, said Naruto before taking out one of his Pokeballs. Go Blaze. Charmander gave a fierce glare at the Fearow who cried out before flying higher and signaling to the group of Fearow who cried out in confirmation and flew farther away to give the two some space. Fearow gave one final cry before charging at the small fire lizard. Charmander quick dodge it and use Ember, then follow it with Tackle. Naruto called out as Charmander at the last second jumped to the left before spinning around and shooting out small fire sparks that hit the Fearow on its right wing as it cried in pain and was forced to fly low to the ground, giving Charmander an opportunity to charge in and give it a mighty tackle as it crashed to the ground. Fearow. Suddenly the other Spearow started to attack Charmander, who was caught off guard and was hit in the back with a wing attack as it skidded into the ground, but before it could get up, Fearow attacked Charmander with a drill peck, furthering injuring him. Blaze, no, Naruto said as he went to help, but the Spearow got in the way, but they forgot about the other Pokemon there with him. The group of Spearow suddenly got hit by a thunderbolt as they became charred and had swirls in their eyes as they lay knocked out, with the Fearow having wide eyes, but before it could fly away it turned around into the angered eyes of Blaze. Time to end this, Blaze Mega Punch, Naruto said as Charmander's fist lit up before hitting Fearow right in the chest as it was set into the pile of knocked out Spearow. Some Pokemon have too big of an ego sometimes, said Z. Good job, Blaze, return for now, Naruto said as he was happy for his Pokemon's first win, but was still worried for the injured Pidgey as he quickly ran over to check if it was okay and saw that its wing was partly bleeding and was having trouble moving it. She may have broken it and from I can tell isn't able to fly with that type of injury, said Z as Naruto had a somber look. We gotta get her to a Pokemon Center quickly, said Naruto as he wrapped the damaged wing as best as he could before holding the Pidgey close to his chest before running towards Viridian City as Z followed close behind. Don't worry, buddy, we'll get you fixed up before you even know it, he thought as the Pidgey was looking up at him with painful eyes, but felt a warmth from this boy and snuggled closer to him for more comfort. Viridian City, Pokemon Center. Naruto was sitting on a chair patiently waiting for what Nurse Joy would say about the little bird he brought in who had fallen asleep while he ran all the way here and burst through the door asking Nurse Joy to help the poor little fellow who had a pretty damaged right wing as some of it was broken, but from what he was told just over 2 hours ago the bird Pokemon was sent into Ur. Suddenly the light above the sign turned off and out stepped Nurse Joy wiping some sweat off her brow. Nurse Joy, is he gonna be alright? Asked Naruto. Don't worry young man, shall be fine. I was able to heal the cut and the broken bone on her wings I was able to fix for the most part, but she should take it easy for a little while and not fly for at least a week, she said. That's good, he said letting out a sigh. I am glad you were there to help, because if not she might have not made it, Nurse Joy said as she gave him a small smile before walking away as Naruto was given the okay to visit the Pidgey. Lucky we showed up when we did, said Z from within her Pokeball. Yeah, but we should have helped sooner, said Naruto. She still would have been hurt, said Z. I know, but not this hurt, said Naruto as he looked inside the window of where the Pidgey was laying down in a large pillow with its wing wrapped up in a monitor next to it. Looks like she is sleeping soundly, said Z. Yeah I know right, but doesn't this Pidgey look different than the rest? Asked Naruto as he saw the fur on it have a more yellow vibe to it. That's because it's a shiny Pidgey, Naruto, Z said as his eyes widened upon realizing it. He then saw it start to stir, noticing it was waking up, and decided to maybe feed it as he pulled some poke food from his backpack and walked in just as the Pidgey was fully getting up, but winced as it looked at its damaged wing. Hey, you're okay now, said Naruto drawing its attention. Pidge, yeah I know, weird place right, but I brought you here, because you got into a nasty fight with that Firo, but don't worry I dealt with it and got you here to heal you, Naruto said before pouring some food for it in a bowl and sliding it over to her as it looked at it suspiciously and at him, before taking a small bite and crying out in joy and devouring more of it. As Naruto gave a small laugh. You like it, don't you? Pidgey. Nurse Joy says you're gonna need to heal for a bit before you start flying, and I know it sucks but it's to make sure you're better and good to fly, said Naruto as Pidgey gave him a sad face, but cried in understanding. It wants to thank you for being there as apparently those Spearow were bothering other Pokemon, said Z. Yeah well, bullies aren't the best and sometimes you're gotta stand up for others, so good job on you, said Naruto as Pidgey cried out in joy. Naruto has decided to stay the entire time Pidgey was healing as it enjoyed his company and the food he brought her. They grew closer that when it came time to remove the bandages Naruto gained a hit of sadness as the time he spent with Pidgey was something he wished would not end. Well Pidgey, it's been a fun ride, but now that you're all healed up it might be time for our ways to separate, Naruto said as the now bandage-free Pidgey cried out in sadness. You know Naruto, I technically don't count as part of your six unless you make it so, Z said. Are you saying catch her? But I don't know if she wants to, asked Naruto, but as if Pidgey was reading his mind it started to peck at his side and at one of the Pokeballs as it fell off, and before he could grab it the Pidgey tapped its beak to it, causing it to suck him in and the ball to shake 3 times before clicking, signaling a capture. Well, that answers your question, said Z. Nice, I caught my first Pokemon, said Naruto before releasing Pidgey. So Pidgey, since you're part of the team I feel as though I should give you a name. How about Talia? Naruto said as the now named Talia criers are in joy. Well then Talia, let our new journey to be a Pokemon master commence, Naruto said as Talia flew away onto his shoulder and started to walk towards their epic journey. The sun was up and shining as bright as ever, with Naruto walking down the path at a steady pace as the Pokemon around him and in the trees enjoyed the afternoon sun as Naruto looked over the horizon to see Pewter City, the place where the rock-type gym leader Brock was in his first gym challenge. Calm down, you haven't won yet, said Z inside her Pokeball. Yeah I know, but I feel so pumped, said Naruto as he gave a hug smile before sprinting towards the gym. Once he made it into the small city he immediately went to the Pokemon Center to make sure all of his Pokemon were in top shape. Though once they were checked up he rushed on over to the gym, and once he saw it take its rocky-type gym to literally, and as he walked into the gym he saw the rocky terrain and the balcony for any viewers, but stopped once he was close to it, looking around for the gym leader. Hello, is anyone here? Asked Naruto. Who goes there? Suddenly the lights turned on and a man with brown spiky hair, a long-sleeved orange shirt with a green stripe in the middle along with brown pants standing at the other side of the battlefield. A challenger and you must be the gym leader, said Naruto. Precisely, my name is Brock Harrison and I am the Pewter City gym leader. Well Brock, my name is Naruto and I am here to challenge, he said as he decided to use the fake last name knowing his real last name would draw too much attention. Well Naruto, is this your first official gym battle? Brock asked, walking to stand across from his opponent's field. Yes, actually I just started my journey a little over a week ago, he replied. And you think that makes you ready to face off against one of the right gym leaders? Asked Brock, hitting a bit of sarcasm. Well, I might be just starting my journey, but trust me when I say that I am ready, Naruto said as he raised his Pokeball. Well then I guess you'll have to learn the hard way, Brock said as he held a Pokeball as some kids were playing on the balcony and one of them came to the middle. This is a 2-on-2 battle with only the challenger being allowed to substitute. The battle only ends when one side's Pokemon is unable to battle. Well, let's get started then. Go Geodude. Brock threw out his Pokeball as out came a small rock with big eyes and 2 long arms that was floating above the ground. A Geodude, huh? Cool, Naruto then raised his Dexter watch. Geodude, rock, ground, the rock Pokemon, its round body makes it easy to pick up, but it is hard and heavy. It's dangerous to play with them as if they were snowballs. This Geodude is LVL 15 and is registered to Brock. Strong little guy, huh? Alright then Samuel, let's go. Naruto threw his Pokeball as a green bipedal Pokemon with a huge seed on its back gave a cry before having a starting contest with the rock Pokemon. Let the battle begin. Geodude, go tackle, Brock said as his Pokemon charged at the Bulbasaur. Quick Samuel, dodge it and use Razor Leaf, Naruto quickly said as Samuel jumped to the left just as Geodude crashed into the spot he was in and unleashed sharp leaves that soared towards Geodude. Geodude defense curl as quickly as Brock gave the command. Geodude was already glowing in a green glow as its defense raised up and the leaves made contact, doing less damage than it would have. I am glad you're just as strong as I thought you would be, Brock, said Naruto. As a gym leader it's my job to make sure I don't lose to just anyone even when they have an upper hand, said Brock as he showed a small smile enjoying their battle. Well, guess me and Samuel are gonna need more than type to win. Quick leech seed followed by a body slam, Naruto shouted as Samuel fires off small seeds from his green sack. Geodude, dodge quickly, Brock said as he knew if that move hit his Geodude wouldn't survive. Geodude quickly started to dodge the few seeds shot at him, but was not prepared for the body slam when Samuel appeared in front of him, causing it to go crashing into a boulder as it got up, but grunted in pain a little. I see your Bulbasaur is quick as well. Good, then guess we will up our game. Geodude defense curl then follow it up with rock throw, Brock said as Geodude glowed once more, before small shards of rock appeared around it as they flew straight at Samuel with Naruto's eyes widening. Samuel, dodge, Boruto quickly said as Samuel jumped out of the way of the few rocks he was able to see coming, but wasn't able to dodge the next wave that forced him to flinch. Now Geodude, mega punch, Geodude then raises his fist as it glowed with power, before rushing at Samuel as Naruto was deep in thought, quickly trying to find a way to stop him. Samuel, quick use poison powder to block his view, Naruto said as out of the seed spilled a purple gas that Geodude walked straight into as it stopped its movement and started to cough. No, Geodude, quickly use Mega Punch on the ground, Brock said as Geodude's hand glowed once more before he punched the ground, blowing away the gas. Now Samuel, use Vine Whip, 2 vines then wrapped around Geodude as it struggled to break free, but then growled in pain as the poison effect took hold. Oh no, it's poisoned, Brock said with worry. Yup, but don't worry, because we are about to end this. Samuel, go swing him around, then use Razor Leaf, said Naruto. Samuel then used his Vine Whip to swing Geodude around as it got slammed into a blouder, before throwing him into the air as it cried out, before Samuel let loose sharp leaves that Geodude couldn't escape and took the full force, before slamming into the ground as a dust cloud blocked the field, but once settled showed an unconscious Geodude with swirls in its eyes. Geodude is unable to battle, one of the kids said as Brock recalled his Pokemon looking shocked. Surprised you didn't I, said Naruto with a small smirk. Your skills are not unlike other beginners, but still let's see if you're ready for more. Go Onix. Brock then threw out his Pokeball as a giant rock serpent roared onto the field. Well, this might be a challenge, thought thought Naruto as his smirk was still on his face before taking his Pokédex out. Onyx Rock Ground, the rock snake Pokémon. As it grows, the stone portions of its body harden to become similar to a diamond, but colored black. This Onyx is level 18 and is registered to Brock. This is my final Pokémon, so Naruto, if you think you're worthy of the Boulder Badge, then come at me with everything, said Brock. Alright then Samuel, you good to go again? Naruto asked as Samuel looked back with a smirk and a shout of Bluba as Naruto smirked as well. Onyx vs Bulbasaur, now let the battle begin, one of his siblings said. Onyx rock throw. Then get in close and use tackle, Brock said as Onyx had large shards of rock around him before they shot off at Samuel. Samuel use Razor Leaf to block them, Naruto quickly said as Samuel shot off sharp leaves that stopped some of the rocks, but not all of them as they landed around him, blocking his view with the dust, thus he wasn't able to see Onyx coming from behind and smashing into him as Samuel yelled in pain, before being wrapped up by Onyx. End this Onyx, said Brock as Onyx tightened his hold on him, causing him to cry out in pain. Samuel, get out, Naruto said with worry, but before he was able to recall his Pokémon, Onyx slammed him into the ground, causing a gust of wind to blow him back, and as he looked at the crater he saw Samuel laying down with swirls in his eyes. Bulbasaur is unable to battle, one of the kids said as Naruto walked onto the field and grabbed Samuel. You did great, bud, said Naruto as Samuel gave a weak grunt, before he put him back in his Pokeball. So Naruto, you have one more Pokémon, let us see how you fare with my Onyx still at full strength, said Brock as Naruto gave a small smirk. Don't worry Brock, I am far from done, Naruto said as he pulled out a Pokeball. Go Leonardo. Out of the light came a small blue turtle that cried out its war cry. So Naruto, think you can win just because you have type advantage? Then I guess you have a lot to learn, said Brock. Oh trust me, I know that better than anyone, said Naruto as throughout his time traveling he had learned that just because you had the type advantage doesn't always guarantee you'll win. Then let's get this final battle underway. Onyx use rock throw. Onyx then shot of shards of rock from around him. Leonardo use Euro Ball then follow it up with Water Gun, said Naruto as his Pokémon got inside its shell before spinning around with a gray glow as the rocks were blow away, but he didn't stop there as he shot off, smashing into Onyx causing it to cry out, before Leonardo's head popped out and he shot off water hitting Onyx causing even more damage. Onyx Stone Edge and then use Wrap. Onyx smashes his tail into the ground as large pillars of rock blocked the water and headed straight for Leonardo. Leo dodge and stop him with Water Gun, said Naruto as Leo jumped to the right and shot off water once again. Onyx dig, said Brock as Onyx quickly burrowed underground dodging the burst of water. Damn, Leo, keep up your toes, no telling where he might come from, said Naruto as Leo looked around and in guard. But suddenly the ground underneath cracked and before either could do anything Onyx burst out as Leo was sent flying and it caused him to cry out. Onyx Wrap, Brock said as Onyx caught Squirtle and started to squeeze him causing him to yell out in pain. Leo quickly use Water Gun, said Naruto as he tried to free his Pokémon from the rock serpent's grasp. Quick Onyx slam it into the ground and use Body Slam, Brock said as Onyx raised Leo up and smashed him into the ground before he could fire his water. But he wasn't done there as he put his full body weight into Squirtle causing it to go smashing into a boulder. Leo, Naruto said with worry as the dust settled to show Leo still standing as it wobbled a little trying to stay upright. It looks like your Pokémon is on its last legs, said Brock. Leo, Naruto said with worry and a hint of sadness as he saw his Pokémon trying its best to stay in it. You might as well call it quits before your Pokémon gets even more injured, said Brock as Naruto's hands tightened as he felt anger that soon disappeared once he saw his Pokémon all beaten and hurt, before going to grab Leo's Pokeball. Squirtle, he stopped and looked up to his Pokémon as his eyes showed its determination and will to keep on going as in those eyes he saw everything Leo has been through as well as himself. You wanna keep going don't you Leo? Skeer Squirtle. Then let's keep going huh bud, Naruto said as he put the Pokeball back and the two looked at Brock and Onyx each with eyes of determination. So you wanna keep going and put your Pokemon in even more pain, said Brock with a disappointed look. Yes, me and Leo are gonna show you that our will to never give up is stronger than any you will ever see, said Naruto. Your Pokemon is in its last legs. As a gym leader, I could end this match and get your trainer license revoked for not caring for your Pokemon's safety, said Brock. I know, and Leo's safety is my primary concern, but if I recall him now, not only will our bond change, but the trust we both have in each will be broken. I know the safety of my Pokemon is Rule 1, but when I look into his eyes I see its resolve to make sure we win, and that no matter what pain he goes through, he'll use it to strengthen his will. So Brock, tell me, will you stop the battle because of that? Because me and my Pokemon's trust in each other to never give up is something we grew up with, Naruto said as Brock looked at him for a few minutes, before signing and giving a small smile. Your Pokemon really trust you that much? Well then, I guess I can't deny him from this battle's resolution. Let us continue then, said Brock as Onix gave a war cry. Alright Leo, let's do this, Naruto said as Leo gave a smirk and cried out as it suddenly got envelopes in a white light, as both Brock and Naruto had white eyes as the shape of Leo started to grow and change, with light dying down, showing a new Pokemon standing there. Wartortle. Whoa Leo, you evolved, said Naruto as Leo turned towards him and gave a thumbs up and taking out his Pokédex. Wartortle, water, the turtle Pokemon and the evolved form of Squirtle. Often hides in the water to stalk unwary prey. For swimming fast, it moves its ears to maintain balance. I guess both your bonds are greater than I thought, then let's get serious. Onix, use Stone Edge and follow it up with Body Slam, said Brock. Quick Leo, dodge it and use Water Gun, Naruto said as Leo jumped to the right, but instead of firing a small stream of water it shot out a pulse of water that made Onix reel back in pain. Wait, what? Brock said in shock. Leo, you learned Water Pulse, said Naruto in awe, but Leo just held up one of its fingers as it had a smirk on its face before raising its arms up. War. Suddenly the lights began to flicker as a swirl of clouds began to appear circling the field, before drops of water fell onto the field and Onix shook in pain as the water hurt it just a little. And Rain Dance. Well then, why don't we show Brock what we are made of? Use Water Pulse, said Naruto as Leo unleashed the same move, only it got more powerful thanks to the rain. Quick Onix, use Dig to dodge, Brock said as Onix burrowed its way underground. Oh no you don't Leo, quick follow it underground by using Euro Ball, Naruto said as Leo spun around and smashed into the ground, breaking into it as the ground tumbled for a few seconds before our pop, the two with Onix crying out in pain as Leo landed safely. Onix, are you okay? Brock asked. Let's finish this Leo. Water Pulse. Leo then fired off the burst of water. Onix dodge. But Onix was too tired and couldn't move in time to dodge the burst of water as it cried out once more before falling to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Onix is unable to battle and thus the winner of the match goes to Naruto, said the biggest of the kids as the rain disappeared. Yeah Leo, we did it, yelled Naruto as he ran over and gave high newly evolved water Pokemon a hug. Well Naruto, I gotta say you surprised me today with your battling resolve and gave me a heated battle today. Thus I present to you the Boulder Badge, said Brock as he handed Naruto a small brown badge that looked like a rock. Alright, I got the Boulder Badge, Naruto jumped for joy as Leo did as well. So now that you have your first badge, what is next for you? Asked Brock as Naruto put away his new badge inside a small little case. I think we are going to head to Cerulean City to take on the gym leader from there, said Naruto. Well then Naruto, I want to wish you luck on your journey and hopefully our paths may cross again, but for now I wish you luck, said Brock as the two shook hands before Naruto headed off to the Pokemon Center to get his Pokemon healed. Big bro. One of the shorter siblings ran up and hugged him as Brock smiled and knelt down to lift him up. Alright, it's getting late and it's time for all of you to go to sleep, said Brock as he led his siblings back home, all the while thinking of his opponent Naruto. Why did he seem so familiar, were his final thoughts before his attention returned to his siblings. Blaze fire spin now, Naruto said as his fire lizard opened its mouth and shot out a swirling mass of fire that hit his opponent, which happened to be a small purple rat Pokemon that quickly jumped to the side to dodge the oncoming fire. Nice try, but my Rattata is faster than your Charmander, now use Bite, his opponent Rick said as his small rat Pokemon growled before rushing at Blaze. Ha, getting cocky aren't we? Blaze, roll underneath him and use Double Kick, said Naruto as Blaze rushes towards the rushing Pokemon before ducking as Rattata tried to bite him, but went sailing overhead as Blaze gave a smirk before giving the Pokemon one kick and another as it went sailing, landing in a heap as it tried to get up. No Rattata, you got to get up, Rick said in worry. Charmander, get it while it's down. Fire spin. Blaze then fired its flames again as Rattata took the full force, forcing it to screech in pain, before it died down and revealed the Pokémon with swirls in its eyes. Rattata, said Rick as he walked towards his Pokémon and knelt down to help his knocked out Pokémon. Good match, and your Pokémon is really powerful, though I think you should take it to a Pokémon Center right now, said Naruto as he helped Rick up. Thanks, and you're really strong, maybe we can battle again sometime, Rick said. Anytime, Rick, Naruto said as the two departed and Charmander walked beside him smiling at another win, before a blur appeared beside him. It would seem Blaze enjoyed that battle, Z said. Yeah, well, ever since Leo evolved all the others have been training extra hard to get caught up with him, especially Blaze, said Naruto. I mean, Blaze and Leo have been each other's biggest rivals. While poor Samuel has had to be there to break them up all this time, Z said as she laughed at the poor grass type's misfortune. Yeah, ha ha ha, but it helps all three in the end, said Naruto. The three continued to walk until they reached the nearest Pokémon Center, where Z hid by the mountains and waited for Naruto to heal up the rest of his Pokémon. And as she was waiting, she felt as though someone was watching her and looked around to find nothing, but jumped when a thunderbolt hit the spot where she was. Well, 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 it's my lucky day. I go and try to catch more powerful Pokémon and I find a Pokémon my Pokédex doesn't even register. A kid wearing a black shirt underneath a blue vest with black pants that had blue stripes and blue and white sneakers. I thought the area was safe, guess I was wrong, thought Z as she glared at the trainer and his Electabuzz, who gave a sly smirk. Now Electabuzz, use Brick Break, the trainer said as his Pokémon gave a cry before its hands glowed white and he rushed the mythical Pokémon. Z didn't even react as it could tell the Pokémon was strong, but not as strong as her, so when it came charging in she simply moved to the left and tripped the electric Pokémon, causing it to fall flat on its face. As Z laughed, but the Electabuzz just grew angry as roared out in anger as it ran straight for Z once again, but this time Z didn't dodge as her fists caught on fire and in the next instant appeared in front of Electabuzz, shocking him, before pain appeared on its face and it was sent flying into a boulder near its trainer. Electabuzz, no, that's it, I done playing, said the kid as he took out another Pokeball. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto yelled as he ran up to the two, with Z walking up to Naruto and the trainer glaring at him and Z. Listen kid, you better get out of my way, I called that Pokemon, he said as he raised his Pokeball and Electabuzz pulled itself out of the boulder. Well, sorry to break your feelings, but this Pokemon already has a trainer, Naruto said as he glared the trainer. Oh really? Well then how about a match? If I win you give me that Pokemon and if I lose I'll give you this Pokemon, said the trainer. Sorry, but I don't battle with stakes, especially if they are as dumb as those, said Naruto as he turned around, but the Pokeball the trainer had shook before he dropped it and out popped a small purple Pokemon with giant ears that were green and a small horn on its head, but the most noticeable thing about it was the large scar that went down from his forehead to his right eye as it looked around, before looking at its trainer and shaking in fear as it tried to curl up into a ball. Goddamn dumb Pokemon, always coming out when not needed. Why don't you just do me a favor and die for me? The trainer said as he went to kick the Pokemon but jumped back in fright when a small burst of thunder hit his foot and looked at Z, who had a menacing look on her face, but the one that got him to almost piss himself was Naruto, who had a beyond pissed look in his eyes as it looked like they were red and had a demonic presence to it. You know what, I will battle you, and if I win that Pokemon will be coming with me and you will never ever show your face around me or any other trainer, Naruto said as Z gave a cry of anger before jumping in front of him as the trainer quickly shook the fear out of him and gave a small smile. Good, now prepare to lose, go Rhyhorn. He then threw his Pokeball and out came a four-legged gray Pokemon with a large horn as Naruto took out his Pokédex. Rhyhorn, ground, rock, the Spikes Pokemon. Its massive bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. It can easily knock a trailer flying. Z, let's show them what happens to trainers like him, said Naruto with his red eyes still present and Z having her paws spark up. Please, I know your Pokemon is an electric type and mine is a ground type, so you're at a disadvantage, the trainer said with a smile. Z, use close combat, Naruto said as in the next instance Z was in front of Rhyhorn, scaring it before it was bombarded with fast-moving fists that sent it flying into the rock wall. What the? Quick Rhyhorn, get up and use Stone Egg, the trainer said. Z, get in close and use throat chop and end it with slash, Naruto said as the emotion was gone from his voice, and Z appeared in front of the Rhyhorn, who tried to use his move, but got hit in the throat as it cried out in pain. Before in a blur Z appeared behind him with Rhyhorn standing still for a moment before falling over with swirls in its eyes. Rhyhorn, no. The trainer said with panic. Your Pokemon is unable to battle and you lose the bet, so as part of the bet I will take this Pokemon out of your hands, Naruto said as he went to grab the united Pokemon, but it flinched when it went to touch him, making Naruto angry at its trainer, before scooping him into his arms as Z grabbed its Pokeball. No, I am not done. One more time, the trainer said. What's your name? Naruto said. What my name is of. What's your name? Yelled Naruto, glaring his red eyes at the trainer as he backed up. My name is Obito Uchiha. What is your name, kid? The now name's Obito said. Of course it had to be an Uchiha, Naruto thought before turning around and walking away, his destination the Pokemon Center. Hey, we aren't done yet. Don't turn your back on me. Do you know who I am? What my family will do to you? I will, but whatever he was about to say was interrupted by Z grabbing him by his collar and slamming him into the ground. Z, he's not worth it, leave him, Naruto said as he walked away with Z growling before letting him go and following her trainer as Obito started to cough. Hey, what's your name? Obito asked as Naruto stopped and glared at him with his red eyes, giving Obito a frightened look as he backed up. Naruto, and next time I see you, well, you better pray I don't, Naruto warned before walking away as Obito looked on with a scared and thoughtful look. Naruto, where have I heard that name before? Obito thought. Pokemon Center. Naruto sat outside a window looking into the other side of the window where the Nidoran was laying down with a monitor attached to it, watching its vitals as Nurse Joy was inside tending to it, even as it still had its scared look in its eyes. Which made Naruto both mad and sad, as the few Pokemon he has seen in his life, this one looked like it was utterly terrified of humans. Sometimes humans disgust me, Z said as she walked beside him with his other Pokemon also appearing around him, with Talia sitting in his shoulder. If I wasn't human I'd agree, but I just can't stand it. I mean, look at him, he looks no older than Blaze, Naruto said as Blaze walked up to the window and put his hand on the glass with worry on his face, the same as all the other Pokemon, as out of all of them he knew the experience that Nidoran went through. Suddenly Nurse Joy came out as they all went up to her. So how is he doing, Nurse Joy? Asked Naruto. Well, aside from the large wound on his eye, physical he is fine, but mentally Nidoran is suffering from mental trauma at the hands of this trainer. What was his name? Asked Nurse Joy. Obito Uchiha, Naruto said. Well, I am going to need to report this to the officials of the Pokemon League and Officer Jenny, she said. Don't bother, I know the Uchiha, then run a massive company and are known as strong trainer, with one of them being an Elite Four member in Kalos, and from what I've heard a gym leader here in Kanto, Naruto said with a hint of anger. Still, for a trainer to not only hurt, but torture their Pokemon is unforgivable, Nurse Joy said with hate. Nurse Joy, is it okay if we go inside and see him? He asked. Yes, but be wary, it's still scared of any human contact, she said as he walked inside and could tell the Nidoran was already scared from seeing him as he sat down by a chair next to him. It's okay, I am not going to hurt you, I promise, he said. Don't be afraid, little one, Z said as the others also tried to cheer the Pokemon up, as it slowly looked up at the others and looked into each of their eyes, before staring into Naruto's blue eyes as he looked at them for a long time as his head started to raise up. I think he's starting to relax, said Naruto, but watched as the Nidoran quickly lowered its head as he felt his fear and pain. Char. Blaze got up on the bed and walked up next to Nidoran as it looked at him weary, before he sat down beside him and started to talk to him, with Nidoran not looking at him, but still listening if the twitch of the ear is anything to go by. What's he saying, Z? Asked Naruto. He's telling him to not be afraid of you, that he went through the same experience with a trainer that treated him just as wrongly. Till one day his nightmare ended when he met Yo, said Z. Naruto gave a small smile, remembering the day that he met Blaze. It was one of the few times he traveled to Kalos to meet with one of the professors there that had discovered more about Mega Evolution, and at that time he was still a hyperactive kid. But it all changed when he came across a battle and saw two trainers ducking it out, as one opponent had a shiny Charmander and the other a Trico, but in the end the Charmander lost badly as its trainer yelled at it pretty harshly, calling it names and such, before grabbing its Pokeball and destroying it right in front of it as the Charmander was kicked into a river with it almost drowning if it wasn't for his fast thinking in saving it. Of course the Charmander wanted to go back to its trainer, but saw him talking smack about it at the nearest Pokemon Center, breaking its heart, till he helped it and trained him to be strong, where once the two met again he gave a mighty fire spin before running into his arms and the two started a journey that would be legendary. "You know that story, and your big heart is what makes you unique," said Z. "Oh come on, I am just doing what any one of you would do, and that's help a innocent Pokemon when they need it," said Naruto as he saw the Nidoran looking at Blaze with big sad eyes as Blaze petted its back. "It seems Nidoran has trusted Blaze," Z said. "That's good, now only if it can trust us," Naruto said as he went to pet it, but it flinched as he backed his hand away. What is it, Blaze?" Naruto asked. "He's asking if we can take Nidoran with us," Z said. "I don't know, I mean I can tell it doesn't want to be anywhere near humans, and Naruto, in my years with you, has that ever stopped you, and more importantly has the care of one Pokemon driven you to do whatever it takes to care for it?" Z said as Naruto looked down at the scared Pokemon before giving a bright smile. "Yes, I guess you're right. Hey Blaze, ask him if he would like to journey with us," asked Naruto as Blaze cried out in joy before telling the Nidoran, who looked down in worry. "Don't worry little one, this guy here is really special, trust us," Z said as the others also agreed, with Nidoran looking at him with scared eyes. "How about this, I want put you in your Pokeball and you can walk along beside me, what do you say?" Naruto asked the little purple Pokemon, who looked at Blaze, who nodded his head as Nidoran gave a small chirp in response, with Naruto smiling before going to go tell Nurse Joy. After much begging from both him and Blaze, Nurse Joy had let them off to go into with Nidoran, who was walking beside him, and Blaze, who was walking along with him to make things easier for him. They had just entered the mountain, as it was one of the few ways to get to Cerulean City, and right now this was the only option. "So you do know your way through here, right?" asked Z. "Wait, I thought you knew," asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "Naruto, I am a Pokemon, why would I know the route through a cave?" Z asked with a sweat drop as Naruto's foolishness. "Hey, I just thought, okay, and besides it can't be that complicated," said Naruto. A few hours later. "So do you wanna admit that we are lost now?" Z asked. "Shut up Z and let's rest over here," he said as the four sat down by a ledge that overlooked a small clearing below with a bunch more tunnels. "So any plans on how we get out of here?" asked Z. "Don't worry, I'll figure it out, I always do, don't I?" said Naruto with an air of triumph. "Sure you do, Naruto. Sure you do," Z said as she munched on a few berries while Blaze and Nidoran munched on their poke food. Suddenly a loud banging noise could be heard below, and the group looked down to see a group of men in a black outfit with a big red R on their shirts as they moved some equipment in a large cage that held a small batch of Clefairy that cried out for help as one of the men knocked on the bars, silencing them. "Shit, Team Rocket are here, what are they up to?" wondered Naruto as he ducked behind a rock. "Whatever it is, it isn't good," Z said as the other two looked on with either curious or angry looks. "We can't leave them in their hands Z, we gotta do something," said Naruto. "I know, Naruto, but we gotta come up with a plan first," said Z, but didn't have time to elaborate as Blaze gave a war cry before jumping down and firing a batch of embers, scaring the thugs. "Well, there goes that idea," Naruto said as he followed his Pokemon down. "Damn, you and Blaze are too much alike," said Z as she and Nidoran followed suit. "What the hell, a kid, what's he doing down here?" "I don't know, but let's get rid of him. And let's get his Pokemon, look, it looks like he's got some goody ones for us." The three Team Rocket grunts then took out their Pokeballs and each let out of their Pokemon, with one having a Ekans and the other two a Zubat. "Alright Zubat, Supersonic. Ekans Poison Sting." The two Pokemon each fires their own attacks at the four. "Quick Blaze, use Mega Punch on the ground. Then Z, use Thunderbolt," Naruto said as Blaze slammed his enhanced hand into the ground, causing rocks to come up and block the triple attack, with Z jumping over them and firing her own attack, shocking all three Pokemon. "No, damn, this kid is something else. We have to retreat." "Are you kidding? Do you know what the boss will do to us?" "What will I do?" Suddenly the three froze and turned around to see a figure walk in, wearing a black and white coat with boots that clicked on the ground and the letter R on his front shirt as his glasses gave him a menacing look. "Oh no, another one," said Naruto. "And this one doesn't look like no ordinary grunt," said Z softly. You young man are interfering with our plans and must be dealt with accordingly. Suddenly the boss grunt sent out 2 Pokeballs and out came 2 identical Pokemon each with bulging muscles as Machoke cried out its name. Oh shit, was Naruto's only thought as both Pokemon rushed them. Use Karate Chop, was all the boss grunt said as their hands glowed white. Z fight back with your dual chop and Blaze hit him with Fire Spin. Z then charged forward and met one of them halfway blocking his chop with her own while the other rushed past only to meet Blaze's Fire Spin which stopped it in its tracks. Don't let it stop you. Machoke break through and use Seismic Toss, the boss grunt said as Machoke clapped its hands blowing the fire away before rushing at Blaze. Blaze don't let him get close. Mega Punch, Naruto said as Blaze charged in and swung its fist only for Machoke to duck it and grab a hold before jumping up and spinning around before throwing him into the ground. Blaze. Z looked behind to see Blaze get sent crashing into the ground as she continued her fight with Machoke. Don't take your eyes off your opponent. Machoke revenge. Suddenly Z was sent flying back and into a wall as Naruto looked stared in shock. Z no, but was taken back as Machoke sent him into the arms of one of the grunts. Now we got you punk. Not so tough for you. Looks like he has more Pokemon. One of them grabbed his other Pokeballs but got headbutted as Naruto struggled to free himself, but got kicked in the stomach county causing him to cough up before being beaten by the 3 around him. Enough toying with him. Now Machoke finish them off. The boss grunt said as both grunted and went to finish the 2 Pokemon off as Nidoran looked on scared for its life seeing its only friend about to be killed. But looked over to see Naruto struggling to get up and save his Pokemon as he reached out his hand to Blaze and looking into his eyes again he saw the compassion he had for him and care not caring of the pain he was in. The Nidoran grinder its teeth before in a flash it slammed into the Machoke sending him skidding back next to the other one as the 2 looked at the small purple Pokemon. Ha, looks like one of your Pokemon is still fighting. Ha ha ha, said one of the grunts as he held Naruto up. Nidoran run, Naruto said out of pain. Nidoran didn't listen and cried out in anger as the 2 Machoke laughed at it. As the boss grunt gave them a signal with the 2 charging at the small purple Pokemon. But it didn't run away in fear and charged straight in as it ducked under the wild fist before jumping up and running along one of the Machoke's arms and giving it a double kick to its face and using it to propel itself over to the 3 grunts. The 3 were shocked, but couldn't do nothing as it shot poison sting at the 3 causing them to run away and let Naruto go. Nidoran, you saved me, Naruto said shocked as Nidoran gave a happy call before nuzzling him and licking some blood and dirt off him. You're still outclassed, the boss grunt said as one of the Machoke took a step, but the 2 were blown away by a thunderbolt as Z appeared beside Naruto a little wounded. Are you okay Naruto? She asked. I should be asking you that, Naruto said as he stood up. Enough of this, you 3 bring out more of your Pokemon. The 3 scared grunts nodded and were about to bring them out before a burst of fire blew them off their toes as Blaze stood up with a burning look in his eyes as he gave a massive war cry. Charrrrrrr. Suddenly it got enveloped in a bright white light as all those looked on in shock as Blaze started to evolve with its tail growing longer and its body getting a bit taller till it died down and revealed its new appearance. Charmeleon. Whoa Blaze, you evolved, Naruto said in shock before he raised his Pokédex. Charmeleon, fire, the flame Pokemon. When it swings its burning tail it elevates the temperature to unbearably high levels. Guess its will never ceases to amaze me, said Z. Now you guys are in trouble, said Naruto. It matters not. Machokes go deal with them and use Karate Chop, the 2 muscle Pokemon rushed them. Alright Z, get in close and use Throat Chop followed by Fire Punch. Blaze, you block his attempts with Double Kick and follow it up with Ember, Naruto said, but Nidoran shook his leg. You wanna help buddy? Alright then. Nidoran used Poison Sting to help Blaze. Z rushed at the Machoke and ducked under his attack before hitting his throat as the Machoke coughed up a little, before getting punched in the gut by a flaming fist and another roan to the face sending him falling down. Blaze meanwhile blocked the chops with his feet as the 2 were at a standstill until Nidoran came up behind and shot its Poison Sting distracting Machoke and giving Blaze enough time to unleash a torrent of flames, only it was blue as it flinched as a response and Blaze took it as an opportunity and nodded to Nidoran who gave a small smile and rushed behind Machoke before slamming into him as Blaze had fire coming out of his mouth before jumping up and slamming his flaming teeth into Machoke causing it to cry out in fear before fire enveloped him showing he was burned. Awesome. Blaze, you know new moves and good job Nidoran, Naruto said as the two gave small smirks. Damn this kid, everyone retreat, the boss grunt said as he returned his defeated Pokemon and the rest of the team left heading for the exit. Whoa, that was a close call, said Naruto as he sighed out in exhaustion. To close for comfort but we at least got them to retreat, said Z, also feeling a little tired. Yeah, but let's free these Pokemon, Naruto said as Z broke the lock and the Set Moon Pokemon were free and danced around in joy, before one of them came up to Naruto and handed him a small little stone. Huh, for me, but what is it? Asked Naruto, but the Clefairy just smiled and danced around as they started to head into another tunnel and back to where they came from as Naruto was clueless and looked down at the weird rock. It's a moonstone, said Z. A moonstone, but these are rare on its own. Why give me it? Questioned Naruto. I don't know, but keep it for further use later, said Z as the four each got up and started to make their way into a random tunnel, but Naruto quickly noticed something on one of the crates. Huh, what is? It's a map, he yelled in happiness. Well, at least we don't have to keep wandering around aimlessly, Z said. Hey, I would have found us a way out, said Naruto. Sure you would have, Naruto, Z said as she rolled her eyes. Yeah, anyway let's get out of here, shall we? Naruto said as the four started their trek out of. 30 minutes later. Ah, we are finally out of there, said Naruto as he cried out in joy with his other Pokemon also happy. And here I thought we would never get out even with a map, Z said. Nidoran then walked up to Naruto and shook his leg as he looked down at the purple Pokemon as it started to nuzzle his leg, showing it's not afraid of him anymore, and that put a smile on his face as he lifted Nidoran into his arms. So what do you say now, buddy, wanna join us? He asked as he raised a Pokeball, and his only response was for Nidoran to push the small button as he was sucked to the Pokeball and it clicked, signaling it was caught, with Naruto, Blaze and Z giving their own smiles as another companion to join the road. Welcome aboard on this crazy adventure, King. Naruto blinked open his eyes as the beating rays of the sun shined down on him, and he stood up as he stretched his muscles, hearing a couple of pops, and yawned as he looked down into the river where his Pokemon were all gladly lofting around, and Z sitting up on a tree relaxing as Samuel and Talia were doing some light training ahead of their gym battle, as Naruto had decided that Samuel was the best bet since he was the only one besides Z who could handle the water-type gym. It also didn't help that Z did not want to participate in any gyms unless it got real serious. Also, Talia had basically insisted that she battle, saying she was ready, so Naruto, believing in her, said he would bring her to her first gym battle. He looked to the side where he saw Blaze, Leonardo, and King all having a talk about something he couldn't make out, but he thought it was something personal. So Naruto, mind telling me why we are heading away from the gym? Questioned Z. Well, I promised Gramps I'd visit Bill and see how he's been since he hasn't called him in a while, and that guy still owes me for getting him that evolution info, Naruto said as he started to pack some of his things. Ah, but you did get gift from him. I mean, Eevee has been a wild one since the day Bill gave him to us, Z said as he remembered the PC creator from the days of old. True, I wonder how Eevee has been, said Naruto. I still don't understand why you left him with Oak. We could have taken him with us, said Z. I did really, but Gramps said Eevee was still trying to improve a move she was working even more and wanted to do great in her first battle, Naruto said. So you wanna head out now, said Z. Yeah, if we hope to get there before it's too late to challenge the gym leader, Naruto said as he told his other Pokemon it would be time to leave as they rushed over to him. As he returned everyone to their Pokeballs, expect Z, he started his trek through the trees and through the city as he made his way over a bridge as the only way to make it to Bill's place of work. But as he neared the end of the bridge, he saw what looked like a battle taking place as it was nearing its end, and the younger of the two was sweating as his Oddish was on its last legs trying to fight back the Ekans as it hissed at the small grass Pokemon. Nice try, kid, but now would be a good time to give up, the older man said as he wore a big hat with overalls that covered most of his appearance. Never, yelled the kid as Oddish also gave a war cry before charging in. Ha ha ha, hopeless Ekans poison sting. The snake Pokemon unleashed a barrage of white arrows that hit the Oddish and made it fly towards its trainer as the two fell down with the Pokemon having swirls in its eyes. Oddish, are you okay? Oddish, the kid asked as the larger man laughed. Next time don't mess with someone far superior, said the man as he went to grab his Oddish, but was stopped as another hand stopped him. I don't know what you're gonna do, but I'ma have to stop you, Naruto said. Kid, you have no idea who you're dealing with, the guy said as he yanked his hand away. Well, why don't we get acquainted? My name is Naruto and this here is Samuel, yelled Naruto as he threw out his Pokeball and his Bulbasaur came out screaming and ready for battle. If that's what you want, kid, then let's get to it. Suddenly he removed his get-up, revealing a black shirt with the letter R on the front of it. Team Rocket, Naruto said in shock. Aw, so you heard of us. Good, then this will make it all the worthwhile, the grunt said. Oh no, it will make it worthwhile for me. Samuel, go Razor Leaf, Naruto said. Ekans used Dig to dodge. The grunt's Pokemon quickly burrowed underground as sharp leaves cams flying where it once stood. Shit, Samuel, keep you guard up, Naruto said as he looked around waiting for Ekans to pop up. Now Ekans use Wrap and follow it up with Bite, the grunt said as suddenly Ekans burst from underneath and wrapped itself around Samuel, squeezing him as he cried in pain, before Ekans bit down on his seed, causing him to cry out in even more pain. Smauel, yelled Naruto in worry. Now you'll regret messing with Team Rocket, the grunt said. We ain't done yet, Samuel bide, Naruto said as Samuel closed its eyes, concentrating in gathering the damage it was taking. That won't help you, Ekans' poison sting, the grunt said as Ekans unleashed a barrage of its attack. Hang in there, Samuel, Naruto said as Bulbasaur kept in it with as the attacks continued. Enough of this, Ekans, end this with Bite, the grunt said as Ekans hissed at Samuel, who gave a small grin which Naruto noticed and gave one as well. Samuel now, Naruto yelled as Samuel unleashed all its stored power, hitting Ekans point blank and releasing him from its grasp as it went sailing to the grunt as the two fell flat on the ground. Damn kid and their damn Pokemon, the grunt said. Good job, Samuel, now let's Naruto said as he noticed the big seed atop its head glow as small little white energy started to pour into it. Aw, we ain't done with you yet, Kiwa, the grunt said before having a confused face as he saw the Bulbasaur gathering energy under the bright sun. Bulbasaur. Samuel suddenly unleashed a powerful beam of green energy that hit the grunt and his Pokemon, before they were sent flying far away, screaming as Naruto looked on in shock, before smiling and yelling in joy before going over to hug the seed Pokemon, before stopping realizing his Pokemon was still injured. Good job, Samuel, you won and learned a new move, Naruto said as Samuel cried in joy. It seems like Team Rocket's actions are getting more wild and crazy, Z said as she talked to him through the Pokeball. Yeah, I wonder what they are doing out in the light. Usually they be doing stuff like this in the dark to not get caught, thought Naruto. Hey, thanks man, if you didn't show up he would have taken my Pokemon or worse, the kid said as he bowed to Naruto, who had massive sweat drop. No worries, kid, anything to help a fellow trainer. Now why don't you get that Oddish to the Pokemon Center, Naruto said as the kid does his head before running off to heal his Pokemon. That battle kinda sidetracked us, you know, Z said. Yeah, but helping out someone with a burning determination like that is all the more fun, Naruto said before returning Samuel and walking back towards the path to Bill's home. Bill's house. Hello, Bill, you here? Naruto said as he walked inside the small little house, noticing all the papers around along with boxes that hadn't been moved in a while, if the dust is anything to go by. What, Naruto, is that you? Suddenly out of the back came a middle-aged man with a tall physique as his brown shaggy hair waved as he walked in and looked at the blonde-haired man. Hey Bill, it's been a while, Naruto said as the two shook hands. So how you've been and why are you here? Asked Bill. Well, Gramps has been trying to connect you for about a week and you haven't answered, so he's sent me a message to come and check on you, said Naruto as he sat down in one of his chairs. Oh sorry, but I've been busy with the studying of evolutions. I am sure you've dealt with mega evolutions before, said Bill. Yeah, actually Kalos was my last visit before I came to become a trainer, said Naruto. Oh really, and what did you learn? Asked Bill, excited. Well, not as much as I wanted since I was only there for a limited amount of time. But maybe Gramps learned something with the data I was able to bring back, Naruto said. Well, let's give him a call, Bill said as he moved to his computer and started to push a few buttons as suddenly a ringing was heard for a few seconds as the screen then showed Professor Oak looking at some papers before looking up at the screen with a smile. Why Bill, my boy, where have you been? I have been trying to reach you all week, Oak said. Sorry Professor, but I have been trying to figure out this evolution theory, you know, the new Megan, said Bill. Well, I wished you had contacted me earlier, as I was able to figure some things out with the data Naruto brought me, Oak said as suddenly a small yip was heard, before Eevee popped on the screen and tried to go through the screen. Hey Eevee, how have you been? Bill asked as he gave a small smile, with Eevee crying out in joy. Hey Eevee, still driving the old man crazy, Naruto said as he appeared behind Bill as Eevee cried in joy, trying to go through the screen and jump into his arms. Well Naruto, my old boy, Eevee has been less wild as of late, though it has been getting quiet while waiting for your call, Oak said. Oh really? Naruto asked. Yup, it would seem Eevee is finally ready to join your little team, Oak said. Well, it'll be. What do you say, Eevee, you ready to join the team? Naruto asked as Eevee jumped for joy. Yes, I guess that answers that, though from what your info says you already have a full team, Oak said. Don't worry Gramps, I'll just send Z's Pokeball to you, but she'll be with me, Naruto said as Oak nodded his head, before Naruto started to press buttons on his Pokewatch before grabbing Z's Pokeball with her outside of it before he sent it to Oak, and out of the transfer came another Pokeball which he grabbed and released as Eevee came out and cried in happiness before smashing into Naruto and snuggling into him. It seems like the old Eevee that was shy of you is no more, Bill said. Yeah, I mean a few years with me and anyone would be as wild, ha ha ha. Naruto laughed as petted Eevee before it jumped off and started to wander around the place. So what new information were you able to find, Naruto? Bill asked as Naruto sat down so the three could discuss. As they were having a convo between researchers, Eevee was busy playing around with all the boxes as she jumped up on a stack of papers before accidentally losing his footing as he tried to stay on top, shooting papers everywhere before slipping and falling into a couple of boxes, causing them to fall as 3 stones fell in front of Eevee, who looked up from the mess he made as it sniffed each stone, with one being red with a small fire symbol in the middle. The other one was blue with a small tear in the middle, and the last one was yellow with a bolt of thunder in the middle. Eevee looked at all 3, sniffing each one until her eyes widened and a smirk appeared on his mouth before touching one of the stones, causing it Eevee to shine in a bright white light. I think I heard Eevee over here, said Bill as he and Naruto walked past a group of boxes to witness the white light, as both had wide eyes as the light died down to show a new Pokemon. Well, I guess this changes some things, Naruto said as he gave a smile at his newest evolution. Cerulean Gym. Hello. Misty jumped out of the water, finishing her routine exercises for the day, before looking to the entrance where a young boy maybe a few years younger than herself was with wild untamed blonde hair was as he looked around before spotting her and blushing a little at seeing her wet and in a swimsuit, which made her laugh a little. Yes, how can I help you today, young man? Misty said. Young man, I am pretty sure you're not any older than me, ha. As for why I am here, well, to be quite frank, I am here to challenge the Cerulean Gym leader for a battle, Naruto said. Also, you're a trainer? Well then you're just in luck that I am done with my daily exercises for the day, so I am pretty pumped up for more, Misty said as she raised a Pokeball. So you're the gym leader then? Naruto said. Yeah, and I am to show you that you're still just a kid when facing on of the Kanto gym leaders, she said as she walked to the other side of the pool. Oh, trust me, I am more than you know, Naruto said as he walked to the opposite side of the pool. Misty pushed a button on her side as the pool suddenly shifted and they were lifted up as the pool grew bigger and platforms came up with a screen being shown of underwater. Alright, since you seem so cocky, then you should know that only 2 Pokemon are allowed, and that once one side Pokemon are unable to battle, the other shall be named the victor. And of course you are the only one allowed to switch Pokemon, she said. Alright then, let's get started, shall we? Naruto said. We shall go, Staryu. Misty then threw out her Pokeball as Arfame, a brown star-shaped Pokemon with a red ruby in the middle, as it gave off a cry of battle. A Staryu, huh? Naruto said as he lifted his Pokewatch. Staryu, water, the star-shaped Pokemon. Large number of these Pokemon make their home at the seaside. At night a strange red glow radiates from the center of their bodies. Now let's see what you've got. Oh, I forgot to ask for your name, Misty asked with a sweat drop. Well, my name is Naruto and you better be prepared. Go Talia. Naruto's shiny bird Pokemon came out and gave a war cry as it flew around the area looking down at the star Pokemon. Alright then, let's get this battle underway. Staryu, use Bubble Beam, Misty called out as Staryu fires a jet stream of bubbles at Talia. Quick Talia, dodge it and use Quick Attack. Naruto called out with Talia flying around dodging each bubble before she dived down and in burst of speed slammed into Staryu sending her flying into a wall as it sunk into the water. Your Pokemon is quiet fast, but can it keep up with my underwater Pokemon? Misty said as out of the water came Staryu as it slammed into Talia as the two came crashing down into the water. Talia! Yelled Naruto in shock as she came bursting out of the water struggling to fly out. Staryu rapid spin, Misty said as Talia could do nothing as it was sent flying from a spinning Staryu as she landed on one of the floating platforms. Talia, are you okay? Can you continue? Naruto asked with worry in his voice as Talia got up and shook off the water as she cried out an okay. Huh, seems your Pokemon is stronger than it looks. Well, if that's the case, Staryu Water Pulse, Misty called out as Staryu came out of the water and shot off a burst of water. Talia fly up and dodge then use double team. Talia quickly flew up and started to create copies of itself as Staryu looked around not knowing where to shoot. Well, if you think that will stop us, you got another thing coming. Staryu, get rid of them with Swift, Misty called out as Staryu unleashed a number of golden stars that were hitting all the Pidgey clones. Talia, get in close with quick attack and use Peck. Called out Naruto as Talia gave a battle cry before swooping down as the swift attack followed after it from behind, but as it came speeding towards the Staryu, a white light covered its wings as in a burst of speed it passed by Staryu before it could react as it stood still before the swift attack collided with it and an explosion occurred as smoke covered everyone's vision and as it disappeared it showed a panting Talia with a knocked out Staryu. Staryu, no, Misty said as she saw her Pokemon was knocked out. It would seem this round goes to me, Naruto said with a smile as Misty returned her Pokemon. I gotta admit you surprised me with that last move, but don't think it will be this easy, Misty said as she took out her next Pokeball. Well, to be honest, I didn't expect that either. In fact, Talia didn't know wing attack before coming here, Naruto said as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Huh, you don't say. Well, it better get used to it, because here comes more. Go Starmie. Misty's next Pokemon was just like Staryu, only bigger and was purple as it spinner around the field before landing on one of the platforms. A Starmie, huh? Naruto then raises his Poke Watch. Starmie, Water, Psychic, the mysterious Pokemon. Its center's core glows in several different colors just like a rainbow. Some value the core like a gem. A strong one, huh? Alright then Talia, you good to keep on going? Naruto asked his flying bird, who nodded in response. Alright then, let's get this battle started. Starmie, use Water Pulse, Misty called out as Starmie fires a pulse of water. Talia, double team then get in close and use Peck, Naruto said as his bird quickly multiples before the Starmie's attack could hit it and the copies circled around the Starmie, who looked around trying to find the real one, before from behind one of the Pidgey came in close and started to peck the purple star. Don't let him continue. Starmie, use Rapid Spin to get rid of the copies and follow it up with Psyshock, Misty said as Starmie quickly jumped into the water and came out a ways away before hitting each clone, before finding the real one and knocking her onto one of the platforms, but as she was trying to get up, the Starmie fired a bolt of purple and pink energy that struck Talia directly. Talia, no, Naruto said as Talia landed on its back with swirls in its eyes. Seems like now we are both down to our last Pokemon, said Misty with a smirk. Oh, don't worry, I got someone just for this job, Naruto said as he pulled out a Pokeball before he threw his Pokemon onto the field, and out of it came a yellow four-legged Pokemon that had its fur spiked and a white collar as it gave a mighty cry. A Jolteon, Misty said with worry. I was gonna use my Bulbasaur, but Bill told me that you had something for him, so I was gonna use my Eevee, but after going through his stuff he stumbles upon a couple of his stones, with one of them being a Thunderstone, and of course he touched it, allowing him to evolve into my new companion Bolt, Naruto said as his new friend Bolt cried out in happiness before staring at his opponent. Doesn't matter if your Pokemon has the type advantage, because we can win this now. Starmie, use Rapid Spin, Misty called out as Starmie started to spin towards Bolt. Alright Bolt, hold your ground and catch it with Bite, Naruto called out as the Starmie came sailing, but Bolt held its ground before opening its mouth and biting down just as he was about to be struck. Starmie, no, yelled Misty. Now Bolt, let's end this with Discharge, Naruto said as Bolt gave a small smirk as electricity started to pour out of him before bursting out and shocking Starmie, who cried out in pain, then stopped as Starmie fell on the platform with a swirl in its ruby. Starmie, no, Misty said as she jumped towards her Pokemon before getting it into her arms as she held it close. That was a good battle, and to be honest, if I didn't have Bolt it wouldn't have turned out the way I wanted, Naruto said with a sweat drop. Yeah, well, you weren't so bad yourself, Misty said as she walked up to him, before grabbing something from a bag in the corner and walking over to him. This here is the Cascade badge and signifies that you have beaten me, so congratulations Naruto, Misty said as Naruto gladly took it with a smile. Alright, I got the Cascade badge, Naruto said as he struck a pose with Bolt shouting in joy. So what gym do you plan on challenging after this? Misty questioned. Well, I haven't thought of that yet, as there are 3 gyms I could go after. I think I'll let the wind guide me, Naruto said. Well, hopefully it will lead you to a worthy challenge, Misty said as she shook his hand and he set off to the Pokemon Center, where he took his 2 Pokemon to get healed and for some rest and relaxation. Hey, did you hear that some Team Rocket goon has been breaking into some houses around here? Really, what did they steal? I don't know, but apparently one of the houses belonged to an employee and the police think some of his work was stolen. Really, what kind of work? I don't know, but let's hope Team Rocket doesn't steal from us. As Naruto was eating his food, he was listening to the conversation behind him as he had a raised eyebrow as he wondered what Team Rocket was doing robbing from the employee, though he guessed it might be something to do with them developing a new type of Pokeball that, from what he heard, can catch any Pokemon with a 100% catch success rate. So are we going to go investigate or what? Asked Z from her Pokeball. Yeah, I guess we can, though I don't know if the police will allow us on the crime scene, thought Naruto. Oh come on, you have helped Officer Jenny's in the past, maybe this one will allow it, Z said. Yeah, I guess we can see, Naruto thought before finishing up and walking up to the counter where his Pokemon were waiting as he thanked Nurse Joy, before walking out into the full moon and continued his trek to where he heard the crime happen. Though as he arrived at the house he heard a crash from behind the house as he narrowed his eyes and Z came out of her Pokeball and the two went around to the back. Damn, old man hiding these files in the yard, a Team Rocket grunt said as he grabbed a box from the dirt, but then it was yanked out of his hands as he grew confused, then wide-eyed and turned around only to meet a knee to the face as he was knocked down. Don't try and get up, Naruto said as he had a shovel near the man's face as the man grew scared. Hey kid, calm down, let's talk this out, the grunt said. Then mind telling me why you were doing here? Naruto asked as Z appeared by him and the grunt looked at the Pokemon before his eyes widened. Hey, I know you and that Pokemon, you're the kid that's been causing Team Rocket trouble lately, the grunt said. Well, at least I know now that an evil organization has their eyes on me, thought Naruto with a sweat drop. Our boss has also taken a great interest in you and has told all of us to bring you to him, the grunt said as he went to grab one of his Pokeballs, but Z growled at him, causing him to cower in fear. Wouldn't try that, unleash, you wanna be fired to a crisp, Naruto said with a smile. Now you wanna tell me what these papers are for? He asked with a little bit of force. And what makes you think I am going to tell you? Asked the grunt before the shovel was stabbed just too close to his lower area. I am thinking you're gonna need this, so before I get rid of it you might wanna start talking, Naruto said as he stabbed even closer to it. Alright, alright. Listen, I don't know much, because I am just a grunt. But the boss wanted these plans so that we could learn more about the new Pokeball is designing, he said. What new Pokeball? Naruto asked. I don't know, some kind of XM ball said to be able to catch a Pokemon of unimaginable power, the grunt said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. So what does your boss plan to do with this? Naruto asked. I don't know, I was just sent here to get some papers from this guy's house, the grunt said. What the hell could he be planning? Do you know where your boss is right now? Asked Naruto. No, all I was told was to meet in Lavender Town, but even if I did know I wouldn't tell a kid Lee, but he was knocked out by a thunderbolt as Naruto threw the shovel away. So Z, what do you think? Naruto asked. It seems like Team Rocket plans on going after more than just regular Pokemon, she said. Yeah, and if my data is correct, most of the legendary birds along with legendary Pokemon around the world have made a home almost close to civilization, Naruto said. Huh, why can't we ever just have a normal journey without running into evil organizations? Z said. I mean, that's part of the fun, right? Ha 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 ha. So what exactly are we doing here again? How should I know? We were all told the same thing, come here and meet one of the bosses here for an important mission. Still, the least they could do is tell us. I mean, this town gives me the creeps, but this place scares me half to death. Oh, shut up and help me with this, and shut up, there is no such things as ghost. Two Team Rocket grunts were moving a large machine as it was a small power cell to an even bigger machine as other Team Rocket grunts were somewhere else in the building, probably up on the top floor, making sure everything was set for what this machine would do. As they were walking away from it, a small shadow appeared behind the two as they continued talking, not at once noticing the shadow coming closer until they felt someone was staring at them, and as they turned around all they saw were the gravestones of the dead Pokemon. Weird, I could have sworn I. Thunderbolt. The two grunts were suddenly hit with a big bolt of electricity as they shook from it and fell down unconscious as the shadow appeared in front of their down bodies as a blur appeared next to him. Before they looked to stared when a light was flashed to them, and the two turned around to an old man with white hair and a plain brown t-shirt. You didn't have to go overboard, Naruto. Yeah, well, when it comes to Team Rocket things are different with me, Mr. Fuji, Naruto said as his red eyes stared at the daycare man. That anger won't help you down the long road, Naruto, Mr. Fuji said. Yeah, well, it'll be calm when Team Rocket is out of here. I mean, what could they need with all this equipment? Naruto questioned. I don't know, my boy, but feeling angry won't solve anything. Trust me when I say I've seen young trainers like yourself become angry, and that anger can lead to rash decisions, most of them bad, Fuji said as he walked past the two and continued upstairs. He's right, you know. You can't let your feelings get out of control, Z said. So now you're against me on this, Naruto said as he walked past Z. Naruto, I know how you're feeling and you can't let your anger control you, Z said. So why aren't you with me, Zora? After all they've done to the Pokemon, why can't they suffer just as much? Naruto said. Because I've let my anger take hold of me once and it cost me a lot, Z said as she looked down, remembering a time where things were always dark for her as Naruto looked on, slowly calming down as his red eyes remained, but he felt less angry as he looked down, feeling regret. Sorry Z, I just don't want more Pokemon to feel the same as Vulpix does, Naruto said as he shed a few tears. Then let's make sure no other Pokemon is injured and stop Team Rocket, Z said as the two had a smirk as they continued their way upstairs. Now you might wondering what was happening and why the three are inside the Pokemon Tower. Well, to know that we gotta go back just a little bit. 2 hours ago, Naruto was walking through the rock tunnel as he found it to be the quickest way to Lavender Town. Though he did have to face a few trainers on the way, it did help improve his Pokemon as they were stronger than they were before. Z jumped up into a tree as she stretched, feeling sore from all the walking, though she stopped and pointed ahead as the town was just over the hill, and the two smiled as they reached the town, quickly noticing the different feel in the atmosphere along with the town's nature. Though Naruto understood why, as this place was most notable for having the Pokemon Tower where people could go and say their prayers for their Pokemon that are no longer with them. Stop. Naruto suddenly stopped as he saw a little girl with red hair running out of an alley as she came running towards him, not noticing till the last moment as she crashed into him. Though he managed to stay upright, she fell down on her butt as Naruto looked at her in confusion. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked as he tried to help her up. There she is. Naruto looked up and glared his eyes as he saw 4 Team Rocket grunts come rushing around the corner. Team Rocket. What are you doing here and what do you want with the girl? Naruto said. Who's the kid? One grunt said. Who cares, our mission is that girl. Go Zubat. Another grunt said as he threw his Pokeball, releasing his Zubat along with the others throwing their Pokemon out as another Zubat came out along with a coughing and a Rattata. You're gonna have to get past me to get to the girl. Blaze. King, let's get them. Naruto then threw his 2 Pokeballs out as his Charmeleon and Nidoran came out, both roaring and ready for battle. You won't stop Team Rocket. Zubat bite. Zubat use you Supersonic. Coughing Smog. Rattata get in close and use Hyper Fang. Quick King, go underneath by using Dig, and Blaze meet those two head on with Metal Claw, Naruto said as his 2 Pokemon quickly went into action, with King burrowing into the ground as Blaze charged forward, claws taking on a silver color as he used to block the Zubat and Rattata attack. Shit, where did his Pokemon go? One of the grunts said as both Coughing and Zubat looked around, not noticing the ground crack underneath them. Now King double kick. Suddenly King popped out from underneath the two and jumped up to them before kicking them both in the face as they fell to the ground. Zubat, no. Damn kid. Rattata finished the Charmeleon with an iron tail. The Rattata then jumped back as its tail turned silver before charging at the fire lizard. Blaze, catch it. Suddenly Blaze turned around and caught the sliver tail. What? The grunt said, shocked along with his Pokemon. Now Fire Fang followed by Mega Punch. Naruto called out as Blaze gave a small smirk before his mouth caught ablaze and Rattata screamed in pain as it caught on fire, before Blaze reared his glowing fist before punching the normal Pokemon who went sailing crashing into Zubat as the two collapsed knocked out. Coughing, get up and take it out with body slam, the rocket grunt said as his coughing charged at the purple Pokemon. Zubat help him out and use wing attack, the two Pokemon quickly converged on the poison Pokemon. Quick Nidoran used coughing as leverage and horn attack the Zubat. Naruto then watched as Nidoran springboard off of coughing and slammed his glowing horn into Zubat causing it to cry out in pain before fainting. Damn, this kid is going through us like butter, one of the grunts said. RRRRH, coughing use smog, the last grunt with a Pokemon said as coughing blew purple smoke covering the grunts and as it disappeared they were gone. Well, that settles that then, Naruto said before turning around towards the scared girl. Thank you Naruto, and you are Sarah. I am one of the caregivers at the Pokemon Care House, Sarah said as she shook his hand. Why were those guys after you? Asked Naruto. I don't know, but it probably has something to do with this. She then revealed a small little black orb. Wonder what this thing is? Naruto asked. I don't know, Mr. Fuji gave it to me as they were arriving into town and it seems Team Rocket really wanted to get their hands on it, she said as she gave it to Naruto who looked at it with a raised eyebrow. Wait, is back in town? I heard he went on a trip somewhere far away, Naruto asked. Yeah, but he returned just yesterday and that orb is one of the gifts he brought back with him, Sarah said. Where is right now? Asked Naruto. Right now he is at the care house helping the Pokemon Team Rocket hurt when they arrived, Sarah said. Take me to him. Pokemon Tower. Sorry sir, but we were unable to get the girl and the orb she was carrying, one of the grunts who had gone after Sarah said. And why, pray tell, did four of you fail to get one little girl, a man of average build with dark brown hair, a gray overcoat with the letter R on it, white cameo pants and a gray mask covering the lower part of his face? We're sorry boss, it's just that we had her cornered, but this kid with blonde hair came and took us out. Yeah, his Pokemon were too strong and enough. Failure is not an option with me. I want you four to return back to base and send me 4 more capable soldiers. But boss, now, the man said as the 4 cowered back before running off. You know, if your standards weren't so high for some of the grunts they send our way, you would have more of them around and Giovanni wouldn't be on your ass every second. A tall girl with dark brown hair tied into a bun wearing a green and white long sleeve with body armor over it that had the letter R on the front as well as black pants. Haku, already back from your mission, the man said. Well, it wasn't even that hard, Zabuza, as all you had me do was take over the tower and everyone there is just there to mourn their Pokemon, Haku said to the now identified Zabuza. Still, you're more trustworthy to get your mission done than most of these fools, Zabuza said as he walked towards a small machine. What does this thing even do? Asked Haku. From what the scientist back at base said, it's supposed to locate the specific target signatures of Pokemon with a high output of aura, Zabuza said. Aura? Haku asked. Yes, well, from what I was able to understand, aura is basically the power output of Pokemon, or more specifically, legendary Pokemon. Yes, and this place holds aura from the death of all the Pokemon, thus it was the perfect place for this machine, Zabuza said. Still feels kinda wrong to take this place by force when all the people of this town want to do is send prayers to their dead Pokemon, Haku said. Getting all settlement on me, Haku, please. If we want to tell our Pokemon how much we miss them, we can tell them once we ourselves have passed on, Zabuza said as he walked away with Haku sighing and following after him. Pokemon Care House. Sarah, my girl, oh, I am glad you're safe. A kind old man with white hairs and a simple overall walked over and hugged her. It's fine, I was saved by this man Naruto, Sarah said as Naruto walked inside. Hey, long time no see, Naruto said with a big smile. Ah, Naruto, my boy, it's been ages, he said as he walked over and gave the blonde a big hug. How have you been? Naruto asked. Oh, my boy, things have never been as lively. I've traveled some great distance, though I would think when I returned home Team Rocket wouldn't be here causing trouble, he said. Why do they want this? Naruto asked as he pulled out the black orb. Ah, my boy, that right there is the key that Team Rocket needs to locating and finding the aura signatures of the most powerful Pokemon in the world, he said. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confusion written on his face. You have traveled far as well, haven't you, Naruto? You have met countless Pokemon, some I believe others barely get to see, says as Naruto gave a small smirk. What can I say, I attract trouble, he laughed with a sweat drop. That you do, my boy. And you must always sense that they are different from regular Pokemon, even mythical ones, he said as they walked into his study. Yeah, even Z's power doesn't compare to some of them, Naruto said as he thought of all the legendary Pokemon he has met throughout his travels. That's because this power is a part of them, and if Team Rocket figure out how to work that machine, they can find all of them and take them by surprise without them putting up much of a fight, said with worry evident in his voice. We can't let them, then we gotta stop them, Naruto said. Unfortunately I can't, as in my age I would only slow you down, he said. Oh come on, if Professor Oak can still go out and about with Pokemon, then you can come with me and stop them from taking all the legendary, Naruto said with determination in his voice. Ah my boy, your young spirit is sometimes too much, but it can't be helped, he said before he got up. Wait, are you actually gonna go? Sarah asked. Yes my dear, so I am going to need you to stay and take care of the Pokemon with the others, Fuji said. But what if Team Rocket comes back? She asked. Oh, don't worry about that, Naruto said as he let out both Samuel and Leo. I need you two to watch over this place till I get back, okay? The two Pokemon nodded in agreement as Naruto went out the door and into the playroom where all the Pokemon who were either injured or hurt in the wild were. Though as Naruto was walking through them he stopped as he felt like he was being watched and turned around as his eyes laid on a single pair of teal-color eyes which belonged to a red-furred six-tailed fox-like Pokemon, one he recognized as a Vulpix, but this one was different as he saw the eyes have a glint of red. Hey Sarah, what's up with that Vulpix? He asked as Sarah looked at where he was pointing with a sad look. That Vulpix was just a baby when it was brought here, it looked like it barely hatched from its egg, she said as the Vulpix glared at one of the Pokemon trying to get near her. So it was born in the wild. Then where is its mother? Questioned Naruto as Sarah looked away on the brink of crying. That's, my boy, is something you do not want to know, said as he walked over and put a hand on Sarah's shoulder. What do you mean? Naruto, still confused, asked. When I was traveling through the Kanto I came across a pack of Ninetales, each just as beautiful as the next. The scene was soothing, but Team Rocket showed up going after each Ninetales in sight. Some ran while others fought, but it looked hopeless until this one Ninetales, different from the rest with it being so quick, it freed all those captured and defeated most of Team Rocket's men. But one man stood in its way and the two had a battle that allowed for the others to escape, but at the cost of a serve injury that left it weakened with little time. I helped it escape, but it had an egg with it, and by the time we got here it was on its last legs with the egg ready to hatch. In its last moments it watched its baby come into life, and I saw in its final moments true happiness before it passed on. That Vulpix has been with me since, and I promised I would watch after him, making sure not to fail a dying Pokemon's last wish. As finished telling his story, Naruto was looking at the ground as he tightened his fists in anger, with his eyes turning a shade of red just as the lights started to flicker. What's going on? Sarah asked. I don't know, but I am sure it has something to do with Team Rocket. Come on, we gotta go, Naruto said with the anger evident in his eyes as he headed out the door, with both Sarah and Fuji looking on with worried eyes as Fuji started to follow him out the door. Be careful, the two of you, Sarah said as Vulpix looked at where the two headed out with a curious gaze before its eyes gained a determined look and it looked up at a partially opened window. Present time. Is it almost ready? Zabuza asked one of the scientists as he was typing on the machine which was beeping with random colors. Almost, I just have to wait for the full power to be restored. Though it would have been a lot faster had we gotten the orb, the man said. Yeah, well, if our help were more useful then we wouldn't have resorted to taking the town's power, Haku said as she leaned on one of the machines. Suddenly a body was flung from the stairs as it collided with the three grunts, causing them to fall onto the ground before a bolt of thunder came and shocked them, knocking all of them out as Zabuza and Haku turned around to see Naruto and come running up the steps as they looked at the machine that was placed in the center of an altar. What are you doing? This is a place of peace and prayers for the Pokemon who have passed on, Fuji said. And a place for Team Rocket's goals. Now be so clear and just walk away before things get personal, Zabuza said as he moved his cloak over to show one of three Pokeballs. Things have already gotten personal, Z Thunderbolt, Suddenly a blur came out of the shadows as Z shot off a bolt of thunder that flew through the air and shocked the machine, causing it to stop and certain parts of it to blow up. No, he fired the circuits, the scientist said. Can you fix them? Zabuza said. Yeah, but the power core is fired, we are gonna need another power source, he said. Well, lucky for us this young man seems to be the one who stopped our men from getting the orb, Haku said as she stood upright ready for a battle. Also, this is the best who's been messing with Team Rocket. Alright then, you best give back what doesn't belong to you, Zabuza said. If you're wanting this orb you're gonna have to come get it. Blaze, heat things up. Naruto threw out his trusty fire Pokemon who roared onto the field. Also, that's how it's gonna be. Then so be it, Zabuza said before throwing out one of his Pokeballs as came a giant of a Pokemon as it roared onto the field with Charmeleon glaring at the huge Pokemon with Naruto raising his Poke Watch. Aggron, Steel, Rock, the Iron Armor Pokemon. Aggron claims an entire mountain as its own territory. It mercilessly beats up anything that violates its environment. This Pokemon vigilantly patrols its territory at all times. Be careful of this one Charmeleon, Naruto said as Z appeared alongside him. I'll handle his little lizard, you take care of his other one, Zabuza said raising an eyebrow at the mysterious Pokemon. Understood, sir, Haku said before throwing out her Pokeball as a floating rock of white with a face on it floated beside Aggron. Blaze, go use Dragon Rage. Blaze unleashed a blue stream of fire as Aggron didn't move and took it full force, with Naruto having a confused face before it became shocked upon seeing Aggron without damage. Ha ha ha, gonna have to do better than that, kid. Aggron used Dark Pulse. His Pokemon then focused in its palms as dark energy gathered in them before he shot it towards Blaze, who couldn't react in time as was blown back into one of the stone tablets. Blaze! Naruto shouted in worry, but he was stopped in his tracks by Z, who held him back as Blaze shot an ice beam in front of him. Nah, your fight is with me, Haku said. Z, you think you can handle her by yourself, Naruto said mentally. Yes, you deal with the big guy, the first can handle her, Z said before her fist lit up with electricity. Glalie, use Ice Beam. Her Pokemon sent a beam of ice that Z jumped to avoid before hitting the Pokemon with her Thunder Punch as the ice Pokemon cried out in pain. You still got me to deal with, kid. Now Aggron, use Brick Break, Zabuza called out as his Pokemon ran straight at Blaze, who was slowly getting up. Blaze, quickly get up and use Mega Punch, Naruto said with anger as Blaze slowly got feeling dizzy. Thus when he went to charge up his attack and swing it at Aggron, attack, it wasn't strong enough and he was blown into the ceiling as it cried out in pain before falling slowly to the ground. How disappointing. Aggron, Flash Cannon and end this, Zabuza said as his Pokemon fired off a silver beam that sent Blaze sailing and landing in front of Naruto, who got down to one knee as he held his near-fainted Pokemon. Blaze, no, are you okay? Naruto said as his red eyes grew brighter. Ha, I don't see how my men were defeated by you. You're barely a good trainer if you're not able to see that your Pokemon would not be able to take my attack, Zabuza said as Naruto gritted his teeth and stood up with Blaze in his arms grabbing King's Pokeball, but a hand stopped him as he looked into the eyes of. Don't let your anger take hold of you, my boy. Control it and use it to give you strength, to give your Pokemon strength, Fuji said as Naruto looked at him with his red eyes. Seeing into Fuji's eyes he saw everything. His past, present, and future, and along the way he saw himself in his shoes running away from a past he didn't want to go back to, but knew he had to. His eyes then turned back into their sky blue as he put King's Pokeball away and looked down at Blaze, who was starting to feel better as he looked into his trainer's eyes with the same determination he had seen the first day he found him. I am sorry, Blaze, I let my anger get the better of me, but what do you say we finish this? Naruto said as Blaze smirked and jumped off as he roared at Aggron. This is getting fun. Aggron, go and use Heavy Slam, Zabuza called out as his Pokemon rushed towards Blaze. Quick, Blaze charged in, Naruto said as Blaze had a confused face, but followed its trainer's command as it charged at the oncoming Pokemon. Gone crazy now, haven't you? Zabuza said. No, just using strategy. Blaze used Double Kick to jump over him and cover him with Fire Spin, Naruto said as Blaze slammed his feet into the ground, jumping over the charging Pokemon as he unleashed a burst of fire that circled around the steel Pokemon, who stopped in its advance, becoming caught in the fire. Aggron, blow those flames back with Rock Slide. Don't let him use Double Kick, Naruto said as Blaze charged in and as the rocks appeared around Aggron, taking some of the fire, Blaze slammed each of them into Aggron, hurting it twice as bad. Damn kid, Aggron hit it away with Brick Break, Zabuza yelled. Blaze, catch him with Fire Fang, Naruto called out quickly as Blaze jumped and bit into Aggron's hand as fire spread until it engulfed him, causing him to be burned. Aggron, yelled Zabuza. Blaze, end this, and use Mega Punch, Naruto called out as Blaze closed its fist, which instead of the white light was red as it got slammed into the ground, but held onto Aggron's hand before unleashing its attack right into his gut, causing Aggron to cry out in pain before it went sailing, falling unconscious in front of Zabuza, who had a slight glare before returning his Pokemon. Good job, Blaze, and you learned a new move. Naruto hugged his Pokemon as his Poke Watch told him the new move was Focus Punch. Damn kids these days, Zabuza said just as Glalie was thrown in front of him and Haku appeared by his side with Z jumping beside Naruto, looking just slightly winded while Glalie had swirls in its eyes. Sorry Zabuza sir, but his Pokemon was more than I expected, Haku said, not expecting this mysterious Pokemon to be as tough as it was. Damn, I didn't think I'd have to bring this one out for someone like you. Zabuza raised one of his Pokeballs, but he then heard multiple footsteps before out of the stairwell came a dozen Team Rocket grunts as they surrounded both Naruto and. Damn, they woke up, Naruto said as he stood in front of Fuji with both of his Pokemon growling at the grunts. Don't think you get out of here without some payback, one of the grunts said as a couple pulled out long sticks and others electric whips. I'll hold them off while you escape, Naruto said as he went to grab another of his Pokeballs. I won't leave you, my boy, I knew what I came here for, so this was unavoidable, Fuji said as he prepared for the end. Suddenly a blur jumped up and fired a stream of a fire that hit a couple of the grunts as they dropped their weapons, as the rest looked on in shock at seeing Vulpix standing in front of them protectively. The hell, don't let that little shit stop you. Get them, Zabuza said as the others got out of their daze and went in only for Vulpix to roar out and fire a massive blast of fire that took the shape of AX as it slammed into the grunts, knocking them back and out as Zabuza had wide eyes along with Haku. Such power, especially from such a Pokemon of that age, Haku said nothing how the fur wasn't as firm, telling her that it wasn't even that old. Damn useless grunts, everyone retreat, Zabuza said as he threw down a smoke bomb that blinded everyone as once it subsided Team Rocket was gone. Damn, they got away, Naruto said. Yes, but luckily we made it, and it's all thanks to little old Vulpix, Fuji said as he got down and petted the Fire Fox Pokemon who purred starts his touch. Yeah, you're right, thanks little guy, Naruto said as he gave the Fox Pokemon a smile, with the red one looking at him with a curious gaze before walking up to him and nuzzling against his leg. Seems like Vulpix has taken a liking to you, Fuji said. Really now, ha ha ha. Guess we should get everyone and get help with this mess, Naruto said as he pointed at the machines. By the time the police arrived and took away the equipment, the Pokemon Tower was once again free of any Team Rocket mess, with the people of Lavender Town once again being allowed to go and pay their respects for their lost Pokemon. Naruto had of course given his report since he had gone head first into the tower and gotten rid of Team Rocket, though afterwards he was rewarded by some of the town folks with things such as fruit, medicine, and an old rod, which he of course had to accept as to not be rude. So I assume you're off now, my boy, Fuji asked as he walked up to Naruto, who was packing up some of the items he was given. Yeah, and of course I'd like to stay and chat with you some more, but a trainer's journey is never over, Naruto said. Well then, my boy, as a token of helping us, take this, then handed him a small box in which Naruto tried to refuse, but Fuji insisted as he took in with grace and looked inside to find two different types of stones, ones in which made Naruto's eyes widen at what they were. One was green while the other a black, larger one. I can't take these there too much, Naruto said. No, my boy, listen, this is something I was gonna give to you eventually, and you never know when one might need a mega stone, Fuji said. Thank you. Naruto gave the old man a hug before they were interrupted by Vulpix, who got into the table and looked at Naruto with the same red eyes as when they first met. You know, Naruto, Vulpix has been a dear to watch over, and I want always be here to watch over him. Naruto, would you do this old man one favor and watch over Vulpix for me? Fuji said as he petted the small fox Pokemon, with Naruto looking down at him and the fox Pokemon staring into his eyes as the two at each other, seeing into the other's soul, before Naruto smiled and pulled out a blue-colored ball with red streaks, a great ball. What do you say, Vulpix wanna join the team? Naruto held the great ball in front of it as Vulpix gave a cheer before tapping the button as the red light covered it and it was sucked into the Pokeball as 3 shakes and the ball clicked, signaling the capture as Naruto smiled, before releasing the fire Pokemon, who cheered in joy. Are you gonna give him a name? Fuji asked as Naruto looked down at the red-eyed fox Pokemon. How about Kurama? Naruto sighed as he sat down on a cliff looking over at the ocean view and the crashing waves with all the bird Pokemon flying over him, enjoying the sunny day as Z was leaning on a tree watching in amusement as Naruto, who was rubbing his legs knowing that their journey had taken them quite far and that Route 12 was the closest thing they had to getting to the next gym he wanted to get to. I still don't understand why you wanted to take this route when Saffron City was a lot closer, plus it gave us more options in terms of gym leaders, with one being accustomed there and 2 others not far from there, Z said as she jumped down next to Naruto. Well, I just thought the journey would prove beneficial. I mean, it kinda would suck if our journey was quick and we couldn't enjoy the scenery that is the Kanto region, Naruto said as he laid down in the soft grass. So this has nothing to do with avoiding Sabrina after what happened last time you visited her, Z said with amusement as Naruto gave a weary smile. That might also have something to do with it, he said as he got up and looked down and saw a path that led farther down the cliff and gained a small smile, before heading down. And where do you think you're going, mister? Z said as she looked down from her perch. Well, we were given an old rod and I thought I might as well put it to use. You never know if later on we are too busy to use it, Naruto said, before walking down the small cliff side and stepping down, being closer to the water now. What do you plan to get with it? I mean, all you will possibly get is a Magikarp, and you already have a water type with Leo, Z said as she jumped down to join him as he sat cross-legged on a huge rock, before pulling out the old rod. Don't underestimate all Pokemon, Z, you should know that better than anyone, Naruto smirked as Z huffed and looked away. I told you to never talk about that moment, Z said. Ha ha ha. Maybe next time you won't go so easy on another Pokemon you deem weak, Naruto said before casting his rod out and setting it in between some rocks as he leaned back and waited for a bite. So when do you plan to call the professor? It has been a while since you two last spoke, Z said. I think I'll call him when we get to Vermilion City and tell him about our little adventure with at Lavender Town, he spoke. So you plan on telling him about the Mega Stone? Z asked. No, at least not yet. I don't even know which Pokemon this stone goes to or if it even goes to any of them, Naruto said as he pulled out the same stone gave him. At least it can help you in your research with Mega Evolution, Z said. Yeah, but I don't know. Suddenly he felt a pull on his pole and quickly got up and took hold of it as he pulled back on whatever he had caught. He pulled back with all his strength, trying to fight back whatever was at the end as he got pulled. Before putting his foot on a rock and keeping his hold as he used all of his strength as the 2 sides fought for dominance, with Naruto about to give up and looked over at Z for help, who was lazily looking on as he grew a tick mark, and with his strength and wits he let it pull him. Before using the moment to pull back as the water broke open and a large shadow covered the sun as both Z and Naruto's eyes widen upon seeing a giant Magikarp come sailing towards him, but he ducked as Magikarp landed behind him in a heap, splashing around trying to get back to the water. No wonder that felt like I was pulling on a boulder, because this thing is gigantic, Naruto said as the Magikarp was at least as big if not bigger than himself. That or you're getting lax, Z said as she snickered, and Naruto glared at her, but saw the Magikarp jumping around even more. Hey, easy there, Naruto said as he went to grab it and took it towards the ocean and put it back as the Magikarp looked up at him and smiled as it splashed in happiness. You're not gonna catch it? Z asked, confused. No. I think this one was just confused and it doesn't look like it's really a part of this area, maybe a lost one, Naruto said before packing up his stuff, but a splash of water drew his attention as he looked at the ocean to see the Magikarp looking at him with curious look. It seems this one is different, Z said with a smirk. Huh, what's up, big guy? Naruto said as Magikarp flipped its flippers and tried to say something. It's asking you for a battle, Z said. What, but why? Naruto asked, confused. You see it for how young this one is and it wants to prove it's more, Z said as Magikarp splashed around, agreeing with what Z was saying. Well, if that's the case then how about it, Magikarp, a battle, and if I win I get to catch you and if you win you get this. Naruto then showed a pack of homemade Pokemon food as Magikarp jumped around, agreeing with him as Naruto smiled, liking its attitude. Seems like he agrees, Z said. Alright then. Go Talia, Naruto said as he trusty bird Pokemon came out and flew around before landing in front of him as Magikarp called out ready for battle. Talia peck attack. Magikarp quickly went underneath as Talia tried to hit it, but it couldn't underwear and as it sailed around it wasn't prepared for it to come up and tackle it as Talia fell down, but Magikarp came up and started to hit her with his tail as Talia was sent flying onto shore where it got up glared at the fish. Whoa, that Magikarp is trickier than I thought. Talia circled around it and used double team, his Pokemon flew above and multiplied as Magikarp looked at each clone in thought, before diving down and for a few minutes nothing happened then it came soaring up and hit one of the clones which happened to be the real one as Naruto grew wide-eyed. Don't underestimate it Naruto, she said also shocked that it was able to tell the difference. Right, Talia go in quick and use wing attack, Naruto called out as Talia shook its head and twisted in the air before flying down and smashing into Magikarp before it could enter the water as it cried out in pain being sent flying into shore. Great job now use peck. Talia flew in close and tried to hit the fish with its beak, but the Magikarp kept jumping out of the way surprising Naruto at how fast it was even when it was this big. Sand attack. Talia quickly stopped and skidded its feet on the ground as sand was thrown at Magikarp blinding it. Now end this with wing attack. Talia then flew straight at the Magikarp wings aglow, but the Magikarp stopped moving as it looked like it was concentrating, before snapping its eyes open as it became covered in a bright white light blinding Talia as she stopped moving with Naruto and Z having wide eyes at what was happening. This ain't good, you don't say, ROOAAATRR. Now in the Magikarp's place stood a massive blue serpent-like Pokemon with a massive jaw that looked like it could tear him in half as it flared at his Pokemon who flinched backing up slightly at the massive intimidating Pokemon as Naruto raised his poke watch. Gyarados water, flying, the atrocious Pokemon. Rarely seen in the wild. Huge and viscous, it is capable of destroying entire cities in its rage. Don't be afraid Talia we got this. Now go and use double team. His bird Pokemon called out in agreement as it flew up and multiple of her appeared as they circled around Gyarados. The massive Gyarados let out a massive roar before firing a blue flame that took out a majority of the cloned birds as it then swung its tail which had water around it, before destroying more of the birds until it hit the real one sending it crashing onto the ground. Talia, Naruto said worried for his Pokemon as he looked up at the serpent that roared into the sky as the clouds suddenly grew dark and more appeared, before rain started to pour down. Rain dance. Z questioned. Why use rain dan Talia move? Naruto yelled realizing what was about to happen as Gyarados roared into the sky as thunder appeared and one came quick going right for Talia who quickly moved out of the way almost being hit, but feeling the heat from it. Naruto this might be a good time to switch out, she said as she got up prepared to switch in. But a call from Talia stopped them as she looked behind and gave them a determined look one they have never seen before as Naruto looked at her with a small smile. Alright Talia if you think you got this, then I won't stop you, Naruto said putting away her Pokeball. ROAAARR. Gyarados then unleashed a torrent of water with Talia flying up avoiding it before flying around the giant serpent as it unleashed even more torrents of water. Alright Talia get in close with quick attack and use wing attack. Naruto watched as his bird Pokemon caught and glow white before speeding past another torrent of water and hitting Gyarados on its side with one of its wings as it bowled in pain. Naruto look, yelled Z upon seeing the rage Pokemon roar out before swinging its tail hitting Talia as she crashed into the ground hard. Talia. Suddenly the clouds boomer again as thunder was about to strike and with Talia barely getting up Naruto knew she wouldn't be able to dodge and so he pulled out her Pokeball. But it was knocked out of his hand as Talia looked at him with eyes he hadn't seen since the first day they met and that was the determination to win. Talia, Naruto said softly as suddenly the sound of thunder drew his attention up as he saw the attack heading for her and in that split moment he hesitated and the next a large explosion occurred with Naruto dropping her Pokeball as he thought of what he had done with Gyarados roaring in victory until a bright light caught everyone's attention as inside the cloud of smoke a bright light was seen as a shape was forming and out of the smoke came a new Pokemon one almost like his Pidgey only bigger as he held up his watch. Pidgeotto, normal, flying, the bird Pokemon and the evolved form of Pidgey. Very protective of its sprawling territorial area, this Pokemon will fiercely peck at any intruder. Talia you evolved, Naruto said surprised and happy. Talia didn't respond as it sped towards Gyarados, who roared at her as it tried to hit her with a torrent of water, but she dodged as her wings took on a sleek gray look and she hit the giant serpent as it roared in pain. Seems she learned some new moves, Z said, proud of her fellow Pokemon, as Naruto grew a smirk and checked to see if that was the only moves and smiled upon seeing 2 other ones. Talia now used Quick Attack and Get in Close before using Steel Wing once more. Naruto called out as Talia dived under and sped towards the serpent with the same wings, before hitting Gyarados, causing it to become more angry as the clouds boomed once more. Detect now. The thunder struck, but Talia had a look in her eyes before flying to the side and dodging the thunder attack. Now time for some payback. Use Mirror move. Talia smiled as she spread her wings and the clouds boomed before thunder flew down and struck Gyarados, who roared in pain as she was on the verge of collapse. Now go Great Ball. Naruto then threw the Pokeball as it hit the big serpent and was sucked in as the ball landed and started to shake as the 3 looked on in patience till the ball stopped and clicked, signaling a capture. Alright, we caught a Gyarados. Naruto cheered with his newly evolved Pokemon cheering with him. It would seem that Magikarp was stronger than it looked and was just looking for a worthy trainer, Z said. Ha, and I was worthy, please. But as for you, Talia, I am proud of you. Well, get you to a Pokemon Center to heal you up, Naruto said as he returned her to her Pokeball. It would seem you attract some interesting Pokemon, Z said with amusement. Yeah, but for now I'll let Gyarados relax before we get reacquainted, Naruto said as he looked at her Pokeball. What do you plan on naming her? Z asked, knowing the Gyarados was a girl. You know, back then I would have been afraid of Gyarados, but times change and the past is just that, the past, Naruto said. So you're naming her that? Yeah, I think Uza is just right. Your Pokemon are all healed now, Naruto. We hope to see you again and good luck with your gym battle, Nurse Joy said as she handed Naruto his Pokemon. Thanks, Nurse Joy, and I'll try my best, Naruto said with a big smile as he grabbed his Pokemon before walking out of the Pokemon Center and making his way through the city to the gym for his 3rd battle. As he was making his way through Viridian City, did he notice a huge crowd of people standing around a large mall. As he, ever so curious, made his way past them all and looked at what they were staring at to find a man with red hair tied in a ponytail as he was wearing a red button-up shirt with brown shorts as his sandals made loud clanking sounds as the man waved people over with his holding a microphone. Come one, come all and participant in my little game of guess. If you can complete it, then you'll win a very special prize, the man said. What is this little game? Asked one of the onlookers. Oh, that's easy. You see, inside this city lies a special Pokemon of mine. All you have to do is find it and you win the prize, the man said. What is this Pokemon of yours? And what is this prize? Well, young folk, you'll just have to find out when you see the Pokemon. As for what it is, well, you'll know when you see it. That was the last thing he heard. Before Naruto decided to walk away with his curiosity full, he decided to get going to his gym, not noticing a pair of eyes watching him. Thunder Gym. So another challenger arrives to my gym, a tall man with muscles that pulsed with each flex as he wore a military-style uniform, with his presence basically showing how strong he was. Naruto had finally arrived at the gym and his first expression of it was that it was a little too much, especially with the lackeys outside as they tried to intimidate him into giving up before he had entered, but he knew better. But the moment he entered and heard Surge's words, he could feel the power from him and how big he was, as his muscles could even crush him, which excited him to a great challenge as smirked at the gym leader. Yes, my name is Naruto and I am here to challenge for your badge, Naruto said as he walked to stand on his side of the battlefield. Is that so, kid, and how many badges do you have? He asked, curious. 3. Ha. And you think you can challenge me now? Well, I guess they only learn with actions rather than words, Surge said as he pulled out one of his Pokeballs as someone walked into the middle ref's box. This will be a 3-on-3 battle with only the challenger having the choice to switch. The battle will only end when all of one side's Pokemon is unable to battle. Now that the rules are out of the way, let's get down to business. Go Voltorb. Surge then threw his Pokeball as out came a Pokemon that looked just like a Pokeball, only it was bigger and had eyes as it cried out, ready for battle. A Voltorb, huh? Naruto said as he raised his Poke Watch. Voltorb, electric, the ball Pokemon. Usually found in power plants. It is easily mistaken for a Pokeball, thus they have zapped many people. Alright then, let's get to it. Go King. Naruto then selected his trusty Poison Pin Pokemon as King had been training for his first gym battle for a while now, with him making leaps and bounds in order to be prepared for this moment as he roared ready for battle. Alright then, if both trainers are ready, then let the gym battle commence. Voltorb use Sonic Boom, Surge called out as his Pokemon sent out white arrowheads that sped towards King. King dodge it and use Poison Sting, Naruto called out as King quickly jumped out of the way of each attack till it was at an angle where he fired white needles at Voltorb. Gyro Ball Surge quickly said as Voltorb started to spin, deflecting each of the needles. King get in close and use Double Kick. Stop him with Screech. Voltorb then stopped as it released a violent sound that stopped King in his tracks as he held his ears. King use Dig. Voltorb charge. King quickly dig underneath as Voltorb stopped its screeching and started to gather power as electricity came off him and his eyes showed his concentration. Naruto stop him before he's able to fully charge up, Z said from inside her Pokeball. Yeah, I know. King go in now. Naruto yelled as underneath the Voltorb King popped out and hit it with its horn as it cried out in pain. That won't stop us. Voltorb Spark. Surge called out as Voltorb shook off his attack and surrounded itself in electricity before charging and slamming into King as he cried in pain. King, are you okay? Naruto asked as King quickly got up and nodded before he cried out in pain with electricity flowing around him. Ha, it looks like your Pokemon is paralyzed. Sucks for you now. Voltorb Sonic Boom. This time when Voltorb shot off its attack, King couldn't dodge as it cried out in pain, being sent back towards Naruto. King, no. Are you okay? Naruto asked as King shakily stood up and nodded its head. Ha, your Pokemon should just give up while it's still able to stand. Voltorb now Sonic Boom. Dodge it with Dig. King quickly dug below, dodging the beams as Voltorb looked around searching for King. You can't hide forever, Surge said, waiting for his opponent's Pokemon to surface. Damn, his Voltorb is stronger than I thought, Naruto thought. Remember Naruto, you can't always go straight ahead. You have to be tricky, Z said as Naruto got an idea and smiled. Tricky, huh? King now go in and use Horn Attack, Naruto called out as from behind King popped out and hit Voltorb, sending him flying. You think that'll stop us? Voltorb use Sonic Boom. King stopped them with Poison Sting and then use Focus Energy, Naruto called out as King unleashed his needles, countering the Sonic Boom as King cried out with blue energy surrounding him. You think that will stop us? Voltorb used the fall's momentum and hit him with Spark, Surge said as Voltorb started to fall towards King, sparking with electricity. Now King meet him head on with Horn Attack, Naruto said as King cried out with its horn glowing before it grew bigger and it turned silver, confusing Naruto before his poke watch dinged. New move learned. Smart Strike. This shocked Naruto before the two collided as an explosion occurred with smoke covering the field as the two looked onto the field with the smoke subsiding and revealed King still standing, though barely, as Voltorb was turned over with swirls in its eyes. Voltorb is unable to battle. King wins this round. Good job, King. Naruto cheered as King smirked back as he breathed heavily. Well, it's hard to take out one of my Pokemon, so you have my attention, Surge said with a smirk as he sensed something different with this kid. Why, thank you, and I hope you'll stop taking it easy on me, Naruto said. Oh, trust me, I think me taking it easy on you if over. Because now you'll feel my full force. Magnemite, let's go. Surge then sent out his next Pokemon, which was a floating magnet, as it floated around the field. A Magnemite, huh? Naruto raises his poke watch. Magnemite, Electric, Steel, the magnet Pokemon. It is born with the ability to defy gravity. It floats in the air on powerful electric magnetic waves. King, thanks for your hard-fought battle, but right now get some rest, Naruto said as he returned King to his Pokeball, knowing that a poison type wouldn't do much against a steel type. Kurama, heat things up. Naruto then sent out his next and newest Pokemon. So you've decided to go at me with type. Well then, let's see how that fares, Surge says, excitement in his voice. Alright Kurama, this is your first gym battle, so don't be too nervous, Naruto said, but Vulpix just cried out in excitement, with Naruto smiling, knowing he had to beg Blaze to let Kurama have this battle, though he had to let Blaze train him to be prepared. Magnemite, go use Thunder Shock, Surge called out as his Pokemon sparked up before firing a burst of thunder. Kurama, dodge it with Quick Attack and use Flamethrower. His Pokemon quickly jumped away as he glowed white as he jumped around, dodging each Thunder Shock. before getting in close and unleashing a burst of fire from his mouth. "Block it with Euro Ball," Surge quickly said as his Pokémon spun around deflecting the torrent of fire. "Alright, if that's not gonna work then use Dark Pulse." Kurama stopped shooting flames before gathering dark energy and unleashing it. Double Team Magnemite. Suddenly multiple Magnemite appeared as the Dark Pulse went through one of them. "Oh, this ain't good," Naruto said. "Now dodge this Thunder Shock." All the Magnemite then unleashed a wave of thunder that Vulpix could not dodge as it cried out in pain from being electrocuted. Kurama. Naruto quickly tried to think of a strategy before seeing a shadow on the ground and realized where Magnemite was and smirked. "You should give up while you can, kid. Not likely Kurama use Flamethrower on that Magnemite," Naruto said as he pointed at the one with the only shadow, with Kurama quickly unleashing a torrent of fire with the Magnemite having wide eyes before being engulfed in the fire. Magnemite. Surge watched as his steel type landed in the ground with swirl in its eyes. "Magnemite is unable to battle. Vulpix wins this round." "Huh, kid, you're full of surprises," Surge said. "What can I say, I am the unpredictable knucklehead," Naruto said with a smirk. "Well, let's see if you unpredictably can handle my ace Pokémon." Surge then threw out his last Pokémon as a loud spark and chew was heard with a big brown mouse standing proudly with its arms crossed. "A Raichu." Naruto held up his Poke Watch. "Raichu, Electric, the mouse Pokémon. Its long tail serves as a ground to protect itself from its own high-voltage power." "Well then, this might be difficult, but what do you say, Kurama? Think you can handle him?" Naruto asked his fox Pokémon, who nodded his head as he smirked. "Well then, let's get this started. Raichu, Quick Attack." "Kurama, meet him head-on with your own Quick Attack." The two Pokémon heard their trainers call and each took off, with Kurama having the faster speed, but once the collided Raichu's size gave it an edge as Vulpix was thrown back. "Now Raichu Thunderbolt." Kurama counter with Flamethrower. The two attacks collided as smoke rose up, blocking each other's view of each other, but once it cleared, Raichu was nowhere to be found. "What the hell?" Naruto said as he searched around for the electric mouse. Now Raichu surfaced and hit him with a dynamic punch. Suddenly the ground behind Kurama broke apart as Raichu came up with a glowing red fist, and before Kurama could react it was hit in the face, sending it flying and colliding with the wall as Kurama gave a small whine before falling to the ground with swirls in its eyes. "Vulpix is unable to battle. Raichu is the winner." "Ha, told you this wouldn't be an easy battle for you," Surge said as Naruto returned Kurama to his Pokeball. "Good job, buddy, you did amazing. Don't think this is over yet, Surge, I still got 2 more Pokémon to go," Naruto said as he pulled out another of his Pokeballs. "I hoped so, because I am getting amped up," Surge said as he tightened his fists. "Samuel, let's go." Naruto then sent out his trusty grass Pokémon, who cried out onto the field as he and Raichu glared at each other. "Let's get this second match underway, shall we?" Raichu Thunderbolt. His Pokémon then shot off a bolt of electricity. Samuel, quick dodge it and use Razor Leaf. Samuel quickly jumped to the side before unleashing waves of sharp leaves. "Deflect them all with Iron Tail and get in close with Quick Attack," Surge called out as his Raichu's tail took a silver hue, becoming sharp before using it to smack away the oncoming leaves, before rushing towards the seed Pokémon, who continued to shoot the leaves, but jumped back when Raichu jumped in front of him. Now Thunderbolt. Samuel, quick bide. Raichu unleashed a massive bolt of thunder as Samuel took on an aura of red and taking on the full force of the thunderbolt as Samuel was still standing even though it was damaged. "Ha, nice thinking, but your Pokémon still took quite some damage," Surge said with a smirk. "Yeah, but worth it for this, go Samuel, unleash it." Naruto then watched as his Pokémon screamed out before firing the stored energy. Raichu Double Team. Suddenly multiple Raichu appeared as the attack went right through one. "What?" Naruto yelled, shocked. "Don't think I didn't prepare for all these types of situations. Now go Raichu and use Iron Tail." All the Raichu rushed in on a very tired Samuel. "Quick Samuel, use Poison Powder," Naruto called out as Samuel with its last strength unleashed from its seed a purple gas as the Raichu flew in and one of them hit him, sending him tumbling as he tried to get up only to fall down with swirls in his eyes. Samuel is unable to battle. Raichu wins. "Ha, maybe next time you should come with a bit more power," Surge said as he and Raichu laughed, but then Raichu got down on one knee as purple sparks appeared around it, with Surge becoming shocked. "Samuel may not have been able to beat your Raichu, but he was able to hurt your Raichu another way, Naruto said with a smirk. Ha, so now both of our last Pokemon are on their last legs, he said. Yeah, but the difference between our Pokemon is mine will never give in. King, let's end this. Naruto sent out his last Pokemon as it roared onto the field with him still damaged, but better than before as both him and Raichu looked at each other with determined faces. Then let us see if that will hold. Raichu, go quick attack, Surge called out as Raichu quickly rushed towards King. Meet him head on with Horn attack. The two Pokemon charged at each other as the two attacks collided as they fought for dominance with each growling at the other. Raichu smack him away with Iron Tail. Don't let him use double kick. Raichu's tail turned silver as he jumped up and went for a strike, but King quickly turned around and used his back feet to fend off the sharp tail as the two were having a small fight as the poison coursed through Raichu making him flinch as Naruto gave a small smile. Now King smart strike. Suddenly King ducked under a swing as his horn grew and turned silver before thrusting it at Raichu, who could do nothing as he was sent flying back, landing on his legs shakily. Raichu, don't give up yet, go in and use Thunderbolt. King, quick dig underground. Naruto responded as King dug underground, dodging the bolt of thunder that hit the spot he was in before. You think you'll use the same tactics, then you're wrong. Raichu, use Thunder. Surge yelled as he and his Pokemon both screamed as Raichu unleashed a powerful burst of thunder that tore the field up as King was taken out of his hiding spot as he landed in front of Naruto, beaten and on the verge of collapse. King, are you okay? Naruto asked as he knew King had pushed past his limits and was on the verge of collapsing. Ha ha ha, it seems the end of the match is right around the corner. This will be the final attack, Surge said as he was shocked that King was still up even after that full-powered thunder, though it did take a lot out of Raichu, who was still feeling the effects of the poison. That is why he was hoping to finish it off with that last move. Yeah, you're right, it is the end for you, Naruto said as he looked at his Pokemon who was at his limits. Ha, really, your Pokemon is barely able to stand up. Why don't you give up and save it some humiliating defeat? Besides, it never stood a chance against Raichu. Surge laughed along with his Raichu, with King growing angry at the insult. Surge, they're just something you'll never understand, and that's the determination of not only my Pokemon, but myself. Our bonds are stronger because of it, and through each other we strive to achieve a strength far beyond what we are capable of, and King has my full heart, so. King, let's do this, Naruto said as King smiled at his trainer's compliments as the memories of its previous trainer and his harsh treatment forced a block on his mind, but now throughout this journey with Naruto he has grown not only physically, but mentally, and not by himself, but with the one standing behind him cheering him on and trusting in his power. Suddenly, with a loud cry, King was enveloped in a bright light as both everyone had wide eyes upon what they were seeing, with Raichu himself as he took a step back as the size of King grew and his horn grew more, with the glow dying down, revealing the next stage of Nidoran. Nidorino, Poison, the Poison Pin Pokemon. An aggressive Pokemon that is quick to attack. The horn in its head secretes a powerful venom. King, why you evolved? Naruto said with shock before giving a huge smile as his new Pokemon turned towards him with a smile, before his poke watch dinged and he looked down to see some new info as he smirked. This is far from over, Surge, and now you'll feel our full might, Naruto said as he and King shouted in ready. Then come and fell our full might. Raichu, give them everything you have, Volt Tackle. Surge yelled as his Raichu gave a war cry, before running full sprint towards King as it was covered in yellow electricity. King, show him what our bonds are like and go in with Drill Run. Naruto yelled as King roared while its horn grew and he charged at Raichu before jumping and spinning, looking like a massive spinning top. The two Pokemon rushed towards each other as their trainers gave a loud cry, before colliding in the middle as a massive explosion occurred, blowing away the windows and shaking the entire gym as a huge dust cloud blinded everyone, with Naruto getting blown off his feet as Surge was blown back a few feet. The two quickly looked into the cloud of smoke as it started to settle, and the two were able to view what had happened as both King and Raichu were still standing as the two looked at each other in the eyes for a few seconds, before Raichu gave a small smirk and collapsed to the ground with swirls in his eyes as King held on with a small flinch. Raichu is unable to battle and the winner is King. Which means the winner of this gym battle goes to Naruto, the ref said as Naruto stood still for a few seconds before gaining a huge smile and running over to King as he gave him a big hug, with the purple Pokemon whining about his trainer's affection. We won, King. We did it, I can't believe we did it. Naruto was so happy as Surge really pushed him past his limits, but his bonds remained strong as King looked into his eyes and smiled before licking his face as he laughed at his Pokemon's antics. "Well kid, you sure surprised me, and your Pokemon are really strong, I'll give you that," Surge said as someone came up to him with a small box, before he pulled something out of it. "As the gym leader here and as proof that you have defeated me, I now present you with the Thunder Badge. Congrats kid." Surge then handed him a Sun-style badge. "Wow, yeah, I got the Thunder Badge." Naruto cheered as his Pokemon cheered with him. "May we battle again kid, because that was a lot of fun." Surge then shook his hand. "Yeah, I'd be down for that," Naruto said as he shook his hand. Pokemon Center. Naruto was now at the Pokemon Center where all three of his Pokemon who had participated in today's gym battle were getting some nice rest and relaxation. Though Blaze was a little mad Kurama had lost, he forgives him on account that it was his first time battling, but was congratulated on winning one match. As he was waiting for his Pokemon, he felt as though he was being watched by someone and looked around the place, seeing that everyone, trainer and resident of the town, were minding their own business or talking with others. But he couldn't find any pair of eyes on him. He was about to just get up and walk it off, but then he heard some rustling and turned towards a pottery plant. As he stared at it for a few seconds till the leaves moved, and he smiled before reaching his hand out and feeling something that defiantly wasn't a plant, as all of a sudden a slight shimmer and a green lizard-type Pokemon was what he was petting. Well, a Kecleon, what are you doing here? Is your trainer anywhere?" Naruto asked the green Pokemon. Suddenly the Kecleon walked towards him and grabbed something from behind it, as it was a letter, confusing him a little until his mind thought back to an earlier stop he made, before going to the gym. "So you're the Pokemon that man wanted others to find, huh?" Naruto asked as Kecleon nodded its head and handed him the letter as he took it. "So what's this supposed to be?" Naruto opened the letter and found two things. One was a ticket to board the S. And the other was a letter with a very important notice, as he noticed the symbol immediately and glared a little, before opening it up slowly and reading what it had to say. "To the one who found my Kecleon and received this letter, I congratulate you. Now, as you may have noticed, you have received a ticket to go aboard the S. But that's not all, as this letter invites you to participate in the Uzumaki tourney, where random participants chosen by my family are invited to come and battle not only other chosen, but those of the Uzumaki who will be in the tournament as well. Of course you are given the option to deny it, but just know you will be missing out on the grand prize, which will be of course money, free boat riding on any Uzumaki cruise ride, and a Pokemon egg. If you choose to deny this invite, please hand this letter and ticket back to Kecleon so that another participant will have a choice. Though if you accept, just let the Pokemon know and he will inform his Uzumaki trainer so that a barrack can be made. Rules will also be spoken of on the boat, and info you have will be answered when in the boat. Sincerely, Shin Uzumaki." Naruto kept on staring at the letter for the longest time, as his thoughts were all jumbled with what he learned and if he should answer the challenge. With memories of his past coming back to him, some good, but most of them bad. "You know you can't run from your past forever," Z said from inside his Pokeball, feeling his trainer's thought. "But what if the past is too much for me to handle?" Naruto responded. "Naruto, I have seen you do some crazy things, and all through it you have come out stronger. So Naruto, it is your choice if you plan on living in fear of the past or taking it head on," Z said. Naruto just looked at the letter once more, thinking on his past life and his travels as what it lead him through to this point right here. It was at that moment his eyes widened as he realized she was right, and he would never become the best if the past would always hold him back. So with a heavy heart and a big sigh, he turned towards the Kecleon with a big smile. "Go and tell your trainer that, so accept, and we'll see him on the cruise in a few days," Naruto said as Kecleon nodded before heading out, with Naruto wondering if he was going to regret this. Naruto woke up with the light creeping through the small porthole as he wiped the sleepiness from his face, before getting up off the small twin-sized bed as he looked around his rather spacious room, as all his Pokemon he had for his team were laying around enjoying the comfortable space. Well for Bolt, who was just a tad bit seasick, but was feeling better after being on the sea for a while. "Had a nice nap, Naruto," Z said as she was laying down on a sofa in the corner of the room, as Naruto looked out onto the ocean waves and the water Pokemon jumping up to breathe the morning air. "I guess you could say so. I mean, sleeping on boats is not the best experience," he said, before heading towards the bathroom. After telling the Kecleon his decision, the Pokémon went ahead to its trainer, where once he was told sent a message to him that he would be the final participant, as the boat would leave tomorrow afternoon with the rest of the competition, as Naruto used that time to resupply items he may need, along with getting in some training for some of his Pokémon who wanted to participate. Though once the time came for him to go on board, did he change things up with wearing a hat and some more summer clothes, as he knew the weather would be perfect for a time on the sea. Once on board though, he found himself around many other trainers, with very few on board being just passengers, as he assumed this was the case whenever the Uzumaki had this type of things, with most on board being trainers, and thanks to the Uzumaki's long history they had enough money for each contestant. The rules were then told to everyone by the same man he saw in Vermilion City, Shin he think was his name. With him telling all that the first round matchups would be one-on-one battles, with those winning moving on to the next round, which would consist of 2-on-2 battles, with the third round being the quarter-finals being 3-on-3 until the finals, where if able both finalists would use 6 Pokémon and the winner would of course win the prize. The other rules were of course simple and like any other battle, with the only difference being that no switches could happen into the battle. Naruto of course was okay with it, as he knew all of his Pokémon would be able to stand up to most on board, and from what he could see of most of the trainers they looked like beginners, but when it came to the Uzumaki trainers he could tell most of them were no slouch, with 2 catching his eyes immediately as he let out a sigh, seeing 2 faces he hoped he didn't see on this boat. Those being his cousins Ren and Sydney Uzumaki, the children of his mother's sister, and 2 people he would like to not talk to again. With him hoping they wouldn't recognize him. But if his luck was anything to go by, then any one of the Uzumaki would notice him if he took off the hat, as he was different from the rest of his Uzumaki lineage. All contestants please report to the dining area for breakfast and a quick discussion before today's first round matches, a voice in the speaker said as Naruto exited the bathroom fully dressed along with his hat firmly placed in his head, before returning all his Pokémon and heading to the dining hall. I would like to thank all of you for coming and participating in today's events, as we hope that this will strengthen the bonds you have with your Pokémon just as we the Uzumaki have with ours, Shin said as he talked on a microphone, with Naruto staying in the back by himself enjoying his meal quietly, before a couple of footsteps approached him and he met eyes with the people he didn't wanna yawl to. You know, out of everyone here you're the one who's been the most quiet around here, Ren said as he was average height, shorter than Naruto, with red hair spiked up in all directions, wearing a light blue shirt with white shorts and brown sandals. That's because I am not trying to show off to people with weak intentions, Naruto said with a hint of anger as the two looked at him with raised eyebrows. Broody much. I mean, why not crack a smile, Sydney said as her ponytail bounced, with her ocean blue eyes curious of who this strange trainer was. I only smile when victory is mine, and trust me when I say I will win, Naruto said before standing up and walking away from the duo as a third person came up to them. So find anything out about the guy, another Uzumaki, judging by his red hair. No, he just brushed us off, Sydney said. What are your thoughts on him though, the same Uzumaki asked. He's strong if he's this confident, especially when facing Uzumaki. But who knows, he may just be acting tough. What about you, Tanner, any thoughts on him? Ren asked his best friend. Well, from what I was able to learn from the adults, Shin's Kecleon personally picked him, the now named Tanner said. Wait, what do you mean Kecleon picked him? I thought he found him, Sydney asked, confused. No, you know, Shin and his Kecleon are different than the others, and they only look for trainers they find interesting, though most of the time they don't even pick someone, and the ones they pick are just ones we are forced to give the last spot to in order to fill the brackets. But this one Shin specifically told Kecleon to go to and watch, which means he found him worthy of receiving this honor, Tanner said. Oh please Tanner, what could make him so special? Sydney said as Shin walked onto the stage once more. Alright folks, if you please look up onto the screen to view the match bracket who you will be facing, Shin said as the huge screen above him lit up with a huge bracket showing all the contestants, with the 3 Uzumaki looking for themselves as Ren and Sydney nodded, seeing who they would be facing, while Tanner grew wise, before letting a smirk come to his face. I guess you'll see soon enough, he said as the two looked up at who his opponent will be, and as he had wide eyes seeing he was facing Naruto. Ah, don't worry Tanner, I am sure it'll be a piece of cake, Ren said as he patted his friend's back. Yeah, that's what you would think, but something is different with this one. I might need to go all out, Tanner said as he stared at Naruto, who was busy looking at the bracket and all the matches. Oh please Tanner, you were the one of the best to come out of the academy and your grandpa sees you to become one of the best standouts of the new generation of trainers for the Uzumaki, Sydney said as Tanner and Ren has sweat drops with Sydney going another one of her rants. Yeah, but even then I will never be as great as the leader kids, Tanner said. Well yeah, but you have a bigger chance than most of us, she said. Well if you can beat me that is, Ren said with a smirk. Oh trust me I'll beat you just like the other times, Tanner said as the two gave each other a challenging smirk with the two having been friends and rivals since the academy days. Alright, will the first people from bracket 1 go up to the battlefields to start the matches, while the others can either watch or prepare for your matches later, Shin said as some got up and headed upstairs for their first match with Naruto following them seeing as his match was basically the first one up. Well you better go get them Tanner and I'll see you in the finals, Ren said with a smirk. Still sucks most of these things end with Uzumaki making it to the finals and not an outsider, Sydney said with a sigh. Easy there Sydney, I haven't won yet, but wish me luck, Tanner said before heading up as well with the two following along with a large group of people. The top deck of the ship had been fitted to hold a large battlefield as it took a massive part of the front deck with the spectators having a good look from the upper floor balcony and the ref which happened to be Nurse Joy who would be able to get in and help the Pokemon who were severely injured as a large board was on the side that showed multiple colors with different symbols. One of fire, one of water, one of rock, and one of grass. The first two to step onto the battlefield was Naruto and Tanner as the two stared at each other with a determined look. Alright, you both know the rules. Only one Pokemon are allowed and once one's side Pokemon faints will the other one be declared the winner, Nurse Joy said as she announced the rules. Don't think it'll go easy on you just because you're not Uzumaki, Tanner said as Naruto laughed in the inside just thinking on what his reaction would be if he knew his real identity. I would expect nothing less from an Uzumaki, Naruto said as he pulled out one of his Pokeballs. Alright Scizor, stand by for battle. King, let's rock it. Naruto sent out his purple poison Pokemon as he roared out onto the field with Tanner sending out a fast-moving red blur as it landed in front of its trainer showing off its sharp claws, large wings and men's look it was giving King who only glared back. So his Scyther evolved after all, Naruto thought before raising his Pokewatch surprising some at the weird device. Scizor, Bug, Steel, the pincer Pokemon. It swings its eye-patterned pincers up to scare its foes. This makes it look like it has 3 heads. Alright, Scizor vs Nidorino will have the battle on a rock field. And if both trainers are ready you may start the battle, Nurse Joy said as both Pokemon smirked ready for battle. Weird how he would use a poison type against a steel type, Sydney said as she and Ren watched from the balcony above. Sydney, you and me both know type doesn't always determine the outcome in a battle. How do you think I lost in the Kalos League, Ren said. Yeah I know, but to be honest you were a lot more cocky back then, she said. Ha, true, but times change and so does my opinion of battles. So for now let us see how this thing turns out, Ren said as the two focused back on the match. Alright Scizor, go in and hit him with Bullet Punch. King, dodge it, Naruto called out, but before King could even move Scizor was already upon him hitting him with fast punches that forced King to yell in pain as he was sent skidding back. Sorry, but your search Pokemon gonna need to be faster than that. Now Scizor, go in once more with Bullet Punch, Tanner called out as Scizor once more sped forward to strike King. King, hold your ground and counter him with double kick, Naruto said as King got up and spun around matching each punch Scizor was throwing out with his own kick as the two were having a fast-paced combat battle. Quick Scizor, pull back and use focus energy. King, you do the same and use focus energy. The two Pokemon quickly jumped back from their closed-in fight as they started to focus their energies with blur aura flowing around them, before the two opened their eyes ready once more for a fight. Scizor x Scissor. King, dodge it with Dig, Naruto yelled as King quickly dig underground as Scizor flew above him and started to fly around trying to look out for King. Don't think you can hide from me Scizor, swords dance, Tanner said as his Pokemon quickly cried out with blue aura appearing around it and swords twirled around him before tapping against him as his attack rose. I don't think so King, go drill run. Suddenly the ground below Scizor broke open as King was spinning up towards Scizor. I don't think so Scizor, Iron Head, Tanner then watched as his Pokemon charged towards the spinning Pokemon with its head take on a sleek color as the two collided, creating an explosion as they were sent flying to the opposite sides. King, quickly focus energy, Naruto called out as King flipped up and emitted a white aura. That won't help you. Scizor, get in close with agility and then use bullet punch. Suddenly in a blur, Scizor appeared in front of King, making him jump back before being hit in the face as it was sent flying, landing in front of Naruto as King slowly got up, still ready for battlefield. Wow, your Pokemon is stronger than I thought, Tanner said, still shocked that King was still standing even after all the damage it has taken. Trust me when I say my Pokemon are stronger than they look and won't be taken down with mere punches, Naruto said as he gave a small smirk, enjoying the battle. Well then, let's see how it deals with this. Scizor, use agility. King, dig. I don't think so. Scizor, stop him with Metal Claw. Suddenly in a blur, Scizor was in front of King with Silver Claws ready to stop King from going underground, but King just smirked along with Naruto as Tanner became confused. Block them, King, with double kick and haught him with Smart Strike. Suddenly King used its legs to spin around and block both claws with its, causing Scizor to lose its balance as King smirked before jumping up and hitting Scizor in the head, causing it slam into the ground, crying out in pain. Scizor, no. Don't let it go and trap it with Super Fang, Naruto called out as King was on him the next moment, teeth wide open as they grew a few inches bigger. Quick dodge it with a guilty, Tanner called out, desperate not to be hit with the dangerous move. But it was for naught as Scizor moved just a little too late as King chopped on his arm as Scizor cried out in pain. Hold on right, King, Naruto said as Scizor flew up, trying to shake the Pokemon off of him. Scizor, use Bullet Punch to get him off. I don't think so, King bide. Naruto watched as a red aura appeared around King as the punches hit him rapidly. I won't let you. Scizor, use Iron Head. Tanner's search Pokemon reared its head back before slamming it into King as it was forced to let go and was sent falling, landing on the ground, creating a cloud of smoke which once gone showed King still with the red aura. We don't give up easy and we won't lose to you, Uzumaki, Naruto said as his feelings were taking over and his smile showed with King smirking as well. Then you better be prepared for this, because I am ending this. Scizor, go use Giga Impact. Suddenly his Pokemon charge become engulfed in a silver fire like a falling meteor. It doesn't end till one of us is unconscious. Now King, unleash it. King roared as it fired the stored power as it collided with the charging Scizor, causing a power struggle. Don't give up, Scizor. Give him everything you got, King. The two yelled with everything they got, feeling the raw power from the two attacks which gave the energy to become a part of the battle as the Pokemon struggled for dominance. But it soon looked like Scizor was getting the upper hand as he started to push through the bite attack till it had almost no struggle as it went charged straight for King, with Naruto gaining a small smirk. Alright, King, stop your attack and use focus energy. Everyone grew confused on why he would use that last move instead of something like dig to dodge the attack, but didn't question it as King had the same aura as before with Scizor upon him. It's over, Naruto. Now Scizor, Giga Impact. Tanner had to smile on the inside as he showed why he was looked at with such praise and a little disappointment, hoping Naruto was somehow different from the rest. As Scizor collided with King, sending him spinning in the air, with many including himself thinking it was over. King counter. Tanner's eyes widened as King spun around and slammed its horn into Scizor's face as it cried out in pain, feeling not only the full force of its attack, but much more as it was sent flying, smashing into a rock and towards the deck as it landed in a heap, with everyone having wide eyes, not realizing King knew counter and not knowing that was what Naruto was going for as Scizor tried to stand up only to fall back down with swirls in its eyes as King was breathing heavily and roared in victory, breaking Nurse Joy from her shock. The winner of the first round goes to Naruto and King. She then ran towards Scizor to make sure he was okay as Tanner looked at Naruto with a shocked look in his eyes, as was every trainer in Uzumaki, with the latter being even more shocked as Tanner was one of their best, being predicated to either win the whole thing or make it to the finals. But no one was more shocked than his friends, who had wide eyes as the whole match was a spectacle, with each move drawing their eyes, getting them pumped for the closing moments. Both Ren and Sydney had thought, just like everyone, that King would lose with that last move, but were proven wrong with that final counter. Good job, King, you did great, now get some rest, Naruto said as he returned his purple Pokemon, who smiled at winning the first battle. You know that final move shocked damn near everyone, Shin said as he walked up to Naruto. Yeah, well, me and my Pokemon are said to pull off last-minute miracles, Naruto said as he stood up and looked towards the grown man. In any case, I congratulate you on not only beating an Uzumaki, but one of our best, Shin said. Well, I do enjoy having exciting battles, so if your other Uzumaki are just like him, then I just might enjoy this tournament, Naruto said as he walked past Shin, who looked at his back with sadness, before wiping the look away and turning towards Tanner, who was tending to his Pokemon with Nurse Joy. You did well today, Tanner, and your parents would be proud, Shin said as Tanner gave the older Uzumaki a smile. Thanks, Gramps, but that Naruto, he was something else, Tanner said looking at the retreating figure's back. Yes, he was, Shin said looking at Naruto's back as a faraway look appeared in his eyes as if he was remembering something, before shaking his head and quickly telling everyone that the next match would start soon. Naruto's cabin. Naruto was laying down on his bed having finished today's first round match. He had tuckered himself out today along with King, who was laying down next to the others having taken a lot of damage, but Nurse Joy has made sure he was good and healthy, with her telling him that he should take it easy for a while and it wouldn't be a good idea to allow him to battle the next round. Which reminded him of his next opponent, another Uzumaki, only this one he knew as well. In fact, most of the Uzumaki on board this ship he remembered from long ago, with his opponent being well known as a psychic trainer. His fists tightened as faint memories surfaced up in his mind, but a palm to his shoulder forced him to open his eyes and clam down as Z looked at him worried along with the rest of his Pokemon. Before he took a deep breath and gave a bright smile to at least make them calm down. I know how you feel, Naruto, but becoming angered won't help you, Z said. I feel it every time, Z. The rage, and sometimes I am able to stop it, but other times it becomes too much even for me, Naruto said looking down at his hands which slightly trembled, but Z put her hand on his, calming him down, before Kurama jumped up into his lap. Talia flew up to the headboard, King laid by his side with Samuel jumping in his shoulder and Blaze and Leo putting their hands on his as well. We are all here for you, Naruto, even the Pokemon that aren't here wish you luck and love, Z said as Naruto smiled at all of them and wiped a few tears from his eyes, before giving a bright smile. Then let's give it our all. Shin's quarters. Shin was sitting at his desk typing away at a computer as his Kecleon was walking around moving some things with Shin to focused on his computer as his Pokemon looked over at him with a curious face, before walking over and peeking over his shoulder to find him writing a message to someone as he stopped typing and looked at his Pokemon with a small smile. Well, now aren't you a literal curios? Shin asked as Kecleon nodded with him giving his Pokemon a pat on the head. I am just sending a message to someone important. I am pretty sure they would want to know that he is on our boat. As he was turned back to his message, a knock at his door caused him to close his computer as he opened it to reveal someone he was not expecting. Isaac, what can I do for you? Shin asked, curious as to why one of his students is doing in front of him. Well, Sensei, I was wondering if you can give me some advice on tomorrow's battle, Isaac asked. Tomorrow battle? Oh right, you are facing young Naruto, Shin said as he leaned against the door. Yes, and I was hoping you could give me some pointers or some tips on how to beat him, Isaac asked. Now why would you need me for something like this? I thought I was done being your teacher the day you became the Unova Junior League champ, Shin said with a hint of amusement. Yes, and I appreciate all of your teachings, but I was just wondering if there is anything I could use to beat him. I mean, he beat Tanner and he was the one chosen to win this tournament, Isaac said. You know, just because one was said to do something doesn't mean they will do it. Sometimes things don't always turn out as they should, Shin said. You always were so critical with things such as that, Isaac said as he sighed. But if it worries you so much, then I guess I can give you a couple of pointers. Come on in and we can discuss this, but first I have to go to the bathroom. Shin then let his old student in as he walked towards the bathroom while Isaac walked around and sat on the chair by the computer waiting patiently for his old sensei till a ding caught his attention and he looked behind him to the computer, and with a curious mind like him he opened it up with the email and message appearing as he read what it said, even if he knew it was wrong. But by the time he was finished reading the message did his eyes widen as a smirk appeared on his face. So Isaac, now that I am good, let us Isaac. Shin looked around not seeing his student, but his eyes landed on his computer which was opened as they widened, before they narrowed as he looked out towards the door. Isaac, don't do anything dumb, Shin thought as he made his way out the door. Naruto's cabin. Naruto stepped out of the shower as he had just finished getting ready for bed with his blue shorts and no shirt, before walking towards his computer and checking for any emails he may have gotten, with two of them being from Kalos and another from Professor Oak. Though he just wanted to make sure he was doing okay, so he just responded with his current journey along with who was in the tournament. Though the message from Kalos got his attention as it came from the gym leader Olympia asking him to come to Kalos to discuss an issue with one of her visions that made Naruto narrow as the last vision wasn't so pretty. Though a knock at his door stopped him from responding as he got up and went to it, opening it just a bit to see who it was, and had wide eyes at seeing his opponent for tomorrow, Isaac Uzumaki. "How can I help you, Uzumaki?" Naruto asked, not really in the mood to talk to him. "Oh, nothing much, Naruto, just wanting to see my opponent for tomorrow," Isaac said as he gave an all-too-creepy smile. "Okay, well, if that is all, then I would like to get back to my own doings as it is getting quite late," Naruto said as he went to close the door, only for a foot to stop it as Naruto stared into the eyes of Isaac, who had a certain gleam to them that didn't sit right with him. "Oh, there is one more thing I came here for," Isaac said as his bangs covered his eyes. "Listen, it's getting late, so if you don't mind I would like to." "So you're just gonna run again, huh? Like back then when we were kids, always afraid of those far superior to you, Naruto Namikaze." In that instant Naruto stooped, all movement looking at Isaac with wide eyes, before lowering his head covering his eyes. "How did you find out?" he asked in a low tone of voice, hiding how he felt. "Master Shin may be an amazing trainer, but he is very clumsy in leaving stuff no one is supposed to know out. But you're dodging the real question, Namikaze, and that is, where have you been for these past few years?" Isaac asked as he pushed open the door some more, almost having it open for him to enter, but he decided not to. "What do you want, Isaac?" Naruto asked. "Nothing much, just an explanation on where you have been, why you ran away, and of course what you have been doing for most of that time away," he said. "Can't say," was all Naruto said. "Can't say my ass, Namikaze. Do you know what your little disappearing stunt did to your family, to all of us? How long we spent searching for you," Isaac said. "I am surprised you guys looked for me," Naruto responded, still with the bland voice. "Of course we looked. We are your family, and family doesn't abandon one another. That is the rule we are told to follow. All Uzumaki are, but you know what all of you did? You abandoned me, forgot me, and tossed me aside for siblings you all praised," Naruto said as his fists clenched. "Is this what this is about? Your stupid child jealousy of your siblings? Naruto, why don't you grow up and—" But he was interrupted by a punch to the face as he was sent down and out into the hallway, with Isaac having a shocked look on his face, before getting angry and was about to retort at Naruto, but his words got caught in his throat when he looked into Naruto's eyes, no longer the blue they once were, but a red burning color of anger. It was never of jealousy. It was about being seen as an equal, being loved equal as all family should be, but you along with everyone didn't see it that way and turned on me the moment I didn't show enough promise. So go ahead, tell my parents, tell my siblings, tell everyone in my family, because at the end of the day my feelings will never change for them nor for you," Naruto said with anger and conviction clearly evident in his eyes as Isaac listened to every word, before grinding his teeth and standing up while holding his injured cheek. "Listen, Naruto, I am going to bring you back to us whether the easy way or the hard way," Isaac said. "Then I guess you'll go back a failure, because I am never going back," Naruto said with clear conviction. "Then how about this? At tomorrow's battle we have a little bet. If I win, then you come back with me to Kalos. To your family," Isaac said as he extended his hand. "And if I win, you never speak of this to no one, not your mom, dad, siblings, or anyone in our family. You keep this silent until the day you die," Naruto said. "Well, then you better be ready to apologize to your parents, because your ass is mine tomorrow," Isaac said before turning on his heels and walking away as Naruto closed his door, not with a bang, but with a soft thud, showing how angry he was, with Shin standing around the corner hearing everything as a grim and regretful look appeared on his face as he walked back to his room. "I should have been there for you, Naruto, I should have been there." The morning sun once again rose, spreading its light over the vast ocean, and as it did it sets its glow upon the moving ship that was slowing, traversing the ocean's waves as light peered into a room which was already shining with the lights overhead. Isaac has woken up early with his stuff already prepped as he had planned on which two Pokemon to use, though with Naruto's Pokemon all being a mystery he had chosen the two he had worked with the most and had journeyed far more than the others. "I'll bring you back, Naruto, to us and to Miss Kushina," Isaac thought as he remembered back in the old days when him and his fellow Uzumaki cousins would all be excited to be amazing trainers or coordinators just like Kushina. But things changed a few years ago when the youngest child of both Kushina and Minato disappeared on a day that was to be of celebrating for all Uzumaki. Then the news that Naruto could not be found spread fast and rapid, with everyone on the search for him, with his parents being the main ones who turned every rock and cranny looking for him, only for their searching to turn up nothing. On that day everything for them turned sour as things changed, with Uzumaki fighting happening and of course the loss of one of their own. Knock knock. Isik raised an eyebrow at who could be answering his door, but most notably who was up at this time, as all the competitors would be asleep, and so with his curiosity he got up and went to open the door, only to come face to face with his former master Shin, whose face for the first time he has seen it had a solemn look on it. "Sensei, what are you doing here?" Isik asked. "I am here to talk to you about Naruto," he said as Isik narrowed his eyes, realizing that Shin did in fact know about Naruto and did not tell him or anyone that was on board immediately. "Why did you not tell anyone?" Isik asked as his eyes were more focused on his shoes than at his sensei's eyes. "Because I felt it wasn't necessary to inform any of you, including his parents," Shin said as he continued to look at his student. "Why? This news would bring them. Don't you know the pain this has caused us, his family?" Isik with tightened fists and anger all over his face as he stared into his master's saddened eyes, which took him back a bit. "Because I was the one who let him get away. I saw him that night down by the docks fiddling with some of the smaller boats, and of course I had a little too much to drink, thought it was him being interested in the boats, so if anyone should be ashamed by this it's me," Shin said. "You saw him that night?" Isik said as he had wide eyes. "So when I heard that he was missing I grew worried and checked to make sure he was still at the docks, and he was, though the boat he picked wasn't one I had seen. He apparently has planned to leave for a while," Shin said. "But wait, why? And why didn't you stop him?" Isik asked. "That's something you will have to find out on your own," Shin said as he turned to walk away. "Was that all you came to tell me?" Isik asked. "No, I came to tell you that when your battle is over, ask him about his life growing up, because you'll learn some things you'll be hard-pressed to believe," Shin said as he walked away, with Isik confused on what he meant, before closing his door and getting the rest of his things ready, not seeing a shadowy figure down the hall walking away. Main deck. Everyone had woken up and was in the food court having been served breakfast, as most of the trainers that were battling today were not taking about their matches, but about the first match of the day, as Naruto had earned a bit of cred for defeating Tanner, who was well known on this cruise even by the trainers, thanks to most of them seeing him during his Kalos League battle. Though he was a top contender to win this cruise battle, others were also a part of it, with all of them being Uzumaki. Though Ren knew better, as his journey had taught him much, and that you can't always predict the outcome until the moment has come. Though Sydney was being a bit too much, as she had told him that when she faces Naruto she'll beat him and rub it in Tanner's face, who just grumbled as she kept poking fun at him till Ren butt in and told her to stop, before he looked up and saw Isik walking away from the buffet, as his eyes narrowed a little, with Tanner taking notice and looking to what he was seeing before smirking a little. "You know, Ren, if you and Isik still have beef over your little battle, y'all should really get over it. I mean, it's been a year already," Tanner said. "That not why I am staring, and you know that our match was a draw," Ren said. "Oh please, you had a clear advantage and you could have beaten him anytime, but you went too easy on him," Sydney said as Ren poured at her. Yeah, and I learned my lesson, but I am just wondering how hell fare with Naruto," Ren said. "Oh please, Naruto might have showed some impress moves yesterday. He is no match for Isik. I mean, did you hear about his journey through Hoenn?" Sydney said as the other two got raised eyebrows. "What do you mean? I thought he just went there to start his journey, unlike our other family members who started in Kalos," Tanner said. "That was the main story, but apparently one of our ancestors who is a watcher of some place of origin was his grandpa, so after completing his journey he received something special from him," Sydney said. "What did he receive?" Ren asked with a raised eyebrow. "Something you don't need to concern yourself with," Isik said as he appeared behind them, making them jump a little. "Don't do that, would you, Isik?" Tanner said. "And what did your gramps give you, Isik?" Ren asked. "Well, after my loss in the Hoenn League and to you, I traveled to Grandpa, where he showed me the history of Hoenn and its formation from its legendaries, but most of all he tested me to see if I was worthy of receiving something special from him," Isik said. "And what would this item be?" Tanner asked, before a beep was heard. "All trainer please report to the deck for today's battles," somebody spoke through the speakers. "Guess you'll have to wait and see," Isaac said as the three immediately noticed his serious expression, wondering if Naruto got under his skin. All the trainers quickly put away their dishes and started to walk up to the main deck, with the three coming to the front as they passed many trainer, each talking about which Pokemon to use, as the three just laughed at some of them looked fearful, well, the ones who weren't Uzumaki, and questioning how they made it this far. Suddenly as the three got on top, they noticed one figure already there, as they had wide eyes at seeing Naruto already there sitting down on top of the bars looking over the vast ocean, as he looked as though he was sleeping. But to the older Uzumaki who had arrived before them, they knew he was meditating, with Shin noticing he didn't have his hat on as his blonde locks flowed with the wind. Isaac stepped through everyone as he walked to be opposite of his opponent, as his face showed nothing but determination. "Are you ready to lose?" Isaac said as he pulled out a special Pokeball that was blue with some kind of jet around it. Naruto didn't look like he heard as he continued to just sit there, ignoring Isaac, who grinded his teeth, with the others going up to watch the battle as the older Uzumaki sat down near the battlefield to view it better as Shin walked to the middle to referee it. With Naruto still sitting down meditating. "So you just gonna sit there sleeping, or you gonna face me? Go Seismitoad. Isaac then sent out a large toad Pokemon that was big blue, had some kind of large pads on his arms and head. "Whoa, when did he have that?" Sydney asked as she pulled out her Pokédex. Seismitoad, water, ground, the vibration Pokemon. They shoot paralyzing liquid from their head bumps. They use vibration to hurt their opponents. "It must have been when he went to Unova on his vacation trip," Tanner said as he stared at Naruto, who hadn't moved since they all arrived. "That's so cool," Sydney spoke with sparkle in her eyes. "Now the real question. When will Naruto participate in the battle?" Ren wondered. "So Naruto, what Pokemon will you send out?" Shin asked as Naruto continued to sit, not acknowledging Shin, as everyone soon grew restless and a few were calling him to get up already. But they audited down when he moved his head up as a strong gust of wind blew his hair back, before jumping off the railing, standing up straight, as everyone had wide eyes at seeing that he was wearing his button-up shirt open, showing off that just because he was young didn't mean he wasn't fit, as seen by his abs that some of the girls blushed at. Naruto walked to his box, with others wondering why it took him so long to get ready, while others, mainly the Uzumaki, had curious gazes as they wondered why he looked so familiar. "Isaac, you said last night you would throw everything at me to make sure I would come home. Of course I was upset. If you knew the things I knew, you would be the same. In fact, when this is over, I'll tell you everything, but for now let us get this battle started, shall we?" Naruto said as he smiled, showing off that same spirit he had yesterday, confusing Isaac, who smirked. "All right, if you say so. Then bring out your Pokemon, because you won't be able to take down my Pokemon," Isaac said as he knew his Seismitoad could handle anything. "Actually, my Pokemon is already out. She just wanted to go for a swim. I mean, it has been a while since she's gotten to swim in the vast ocean," Naruto said as everyone had a confused look, with Isaac wondering what his Pokemon was. "Roaarrrr." Suddenly a beastly cry was heard, and out of the vast ocean a large shadow looked over them, as everyone had shocked or fearful looks, before a sudden weight shook the ship as Isaac looked up at the large blue serpent Pokemon Gyarados, who roared at Seismitoad as he flinched and took a step back. "That's a big-ass Gyarados," Sydney said as she was shakily taking steps back from the massive Gyarados, who easily towered over them and was just as big as the ship even if it wasn't in the water. "Real question, how is he able to handle that big of a Pokemon, especially a Gyarados of all things?" Tanner said, with Ren looking on with an amazing gaze. "Huh, makes me want to face him even more," Ren said with excitement as Isaac below was a little worried, but didn't show it. "Just because your Pokemon is bigger doesn't win you the battle. So let's get to it," Isaac said as Seismitoad cried out in agreement, with Naruto giving a small smirk. "If both are ready, then let this battle commence," Shin said, signaling the beginning of the match. "Seismitoad, go use Hydro Pump." Seismitoad then jumped up, before firing off a large torrent of fire from its mouth. "Gyarados, go forward and use Aqua Jet." Gyarados roared out, before being covered in water and flying through the air, taking the full force of the Hydro Pump, feeling nothing as Seismitoad and Isaac had wide eyes before he was hit, sending him flying and crashing into the wall below the stands as everyone took a step back in shock. "Seismitoad is unable to battle. The winner of this round goes to Gyarados," Shin announced upon seeing the swirls in its eyes, with everyone including Isaac becoming shocked. "You said you wanted me to give it my all, so here it is," Naruto spoke as Isaac grinded his teeth at how calm he looked. I won't lose. Isaac then sent out his last Pokemon as out of it came a large turtle as it cried out its battle cry. A Blastoise huh, interesting. Naruto then raised his Poke Watch. Blastoise Water, the shellfish Pokemon. A brutal Pokemon with pressurized water jets on its shell. They are used for high-speed tackles. I did tell you to bring everything, so I am thankful for that. So here is my gift to you. Isaac then pulled some necklace from inside his shirt as everyone grew curious before he held up a small gem with some type of DNA swirl inside as Sydney grew wide-eyed. A Megastone. All Uzumaki and trainers had wide eyes at seeing one since having one was really rare. Yes, my grandpa entrusted me with this after showing him me and Blastoise's bond with each other that we were more than Pokemon and trainer. Isaac held onto the Mega Stone tightly as Blastoise showed another gem near its neck, only this one was green. Suddenly the two started to shine brightly with lines of light coming out and connecting with one another. Both me and Blastoise have been with each other since the beginning. He was there from the start of my journey helping me go forward and evolve to be where I am right now, so feel our strength. Now Blastoise led us Mega EVOVLE. The white lines shined much brighter as Blastoise was enveloped in it and began to change as when the light died down it now had a massive cannon on its back sticking out and two smaller ones on his arms as it roared out its challenge to Gyarados, who had a smirk at its challenge. I see. Well then, shall we see if you're all as good enough, Naruto said as the two gave each other challenging smirks. Now Blastoise used Hydro Pump. Blastoise then pointed its massive cannon to shoot a blast of water. Gyarados, counter it with your own Hydro Pump. Gyarados then fires its own torrent of water as the two collided, though after a bit Blastoise's attack won out as Gyarados roared in pain though shook it off. Now you'll see that our bond is greater than yours. Blastoise hit him one more time with Hydro Pump, then go in with Skull Bash. Blastoise then fired from its cannon once again. Gyarados dodged it and meet him head on with Aqua Jet. His large Pokemon then ducked under the water, before flying towards Blastoise covered in water as the two collided, creating a cloud of smoke as the two backed up. Blastoise Rapid Spin. The big turtle Pokemon tucked inside its shell, before spinning towards Gyarados and slamming into him as she roared in pain. Stop it with Bite. Suddenly before Blastoise could run away, Gyarados chopped down on it with its massive teeth. No, Blastoise escaped by using Hydro Pump. Isaac quickly called out as Blastoise fires from its two small guns with Gyarados letting go as Blastoise was able to land in its feet. Now use Surf. Break through it with Aqua Tail, Naruto quickly said as water swirled around Naruto's tail, before using it to break up the fast-moving wave of water as Blastoise fell from it. Quick, Blastoise used the moment to hit her with Skull Bash. Isaac called out as his Pokemon glowed, before slamming into Gyarados as she was sent sailing overboard. Guess you weren't kidding when you said you were going all out. Uza-Uoka, Naruto called out as his Gyarados roared back onto the deck. I guess your Pokemon is a lot stronger than I gave it credit for, Isaac said. I mean, me and Gyarados haven't really been together long, but when I first met her as a Magikarp I could tell it was different. Unlike other Magikarp, this one was ready for a battle and showed it to me twice-fold, so when I decided to use her for this battle I knew that we would do just fine, Naruto said as he stared at his Pokemon with a prideful smile. That's all good and all, but I don't think that will be able to stop me and Blastoise's bond, Isaac said. Maybe, but we have been told to surprise people, Naruto said as he pulled something out of his pocket, tying it around his wrist as he stared at Isaac with something he hadn't seen before. A fire of heart and soul, one which he has only seen once before, and that was when his grandpa was a young trainer. Then how do you plan to surprise me? Isaac asked. Well, you said I am giving it my all. But the truth is I was only giving you just half of it as I wanted to see your full power, before I give you my all, Naruto said as he finished putting whatever was on his wrist. Wait, if this wasn't your full power, then? Isaac asked, a little worried. Naruto didn't say anything as a click was heard and he raised his wrist, showing off a yellow and black metal bracelet with some type of blue crystal in the center as everyone including Shin and the adults grew wide eyes at seeing what was only ever seen in Alola. AZ crystal, everyone shouted. Just like you, I wasn't given, but worked for everything I have today. I am who I am, because the road I picked was one I knew would be one where I could do great and not one chosen for me, because they thought it was good for me, Naruto said looking down at the Waterium Z crystal. Just because you have a Z crystal doesn't guarantee you have won. Blastoise, let's give him everything we got, now use rain dance. Suddenly Blastoise raises its arms up as dark clouds started to appear with rain pouring down onto the deck. Actually, you've guaranteed my win, Isaac. Uza, are you ready to show him? Naruto asked his giant serpent Pokemon, who nodded his head back at him. You won't win, Naruto, because our bond will not be broken, so Blastoise, show him. Go Hydro Cannon. Blastoise gave a cry of power, before firing from all three cannons as a torrent of water flew straight at Gyarados. Uza, let's do this, show him the path I walked. The path I choose that lead me to all of my Pokemon. Suddenly the crystal shined brightly with power flowing out and surrounding Uza, who gave a loud roar with Naruto moving his body according to the power of the crystal. Hydro Vortex. A swirling tide of water surrounded Uza as she gave one final loud roar and shot it at Blastoise's Hydro Cannon, with the two attacks colliding as the power struggle could be felt from everyone on board as the two trainers held on, with the whole crowd having to hold on to something in order to not be blown back from the sheer force that it was hard to stay standing. Don't give up, Blastoise. Uza Goo. Suddenly, with one final cry from both Pokemon, the two attacks exploded as everything was blown back and both trainers covered their eyes as a plume of smoke covered the battlefield, with all spectators waiting with anticipated breath for the smoke to clear as slowly it started to vanish, with the field finally being cleared and showing both Pokemon still standing, only with wounds all over their bodies, as the two continued to glare at one another until Blastoise gave a proud smirk, before collapsing onto the ground with it changing back to its original form. Blastoise is unable to battle and the winner is Naruto. Those words caused everyone to become silenced as they were all shocked that Isaac, a contender for champion, to not only busted out a Mega Evolution, but lost. You wanted me to Roiden. You wanted me to return to the family that tossed me aside for others who showed more promise, who wanted to prove to their parents that they were ready. When I wanted to remain a child and be loved, but sometimes you can't get either, and I was forced to change. I am no longer Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. For now I am just Naruto and I will carve my own path. With those final words Naruto returned his Gyarados, before walking away and back to his cabin, as everyone was still in shock that by the time they got out of it the first thing someone said to them back into shock. Wait, that's Naruto. Naruto's cabin. That was a big dramatic, and here I thought you would toy with him, Z said as she was walking around the room putting a few stuff away. Yeah, well, after our talk last night I thought it would be appropriate to finish him quickly, before we depart, Naruto said as he finished packing the last of his stuff. Are you sure you should be running? Asked Z. You know, an Uzumaki hold family above all else, and though my parents might be different with that saying, I for one know the rest follow it to a code, Naruto said before putting all of his Pokeballs on his waist. Still, sooner or later running won't be an option and you'll have to face your past one day, Z said as Naruto stopped in his tracks. I know, and maybe one day, but you and me both know that if that day comes I need to be stronger, and as I am some of the adults could take me, Naruto said. Only if we allow them to, Z said with a smirk. Ha, always the optimistic, he said, before returning her to her Pokeball and walking to the door, where once he opened it did he stop in his tracks once he saw the face of Shin, who was mid-knock. Though he wasn't alone, as he looked behind him and saw Tanner, Ren, Sydney, and Isaac all standing there looking away at his questioning eyes. Good to see you again, Naruto, Shin said. Likewise, Shin, though why you're here is my question, Naruto said. You know why I am here, Naruto, and why I don't have the other Uzumaki expect these three with me, Shin said. Yes, Isaac, Ren, and Sydney Uzumaki, all former students of yours, and Tanner here was trained by my father's student Kakashi, who happens to be your father. Though it does makes you part Uzumaki, as he did marry into the family. So me beating two of the four here kinda makes me think they are here to ask the same question that you are, Naruto said. Why did you leave? Sydney finally spoke, though with a meek voice. And why didn't you come back? Asked Tanner. Where were you most of this time? Isaac was the one who answered. Enough, kids, that's not we are here. Naruto, the older Uzumaki have seemed it appropriate that we cancel this whole tournament and take you back to your parents in Konoha, back in the Kalos region, Shin said. You know, if they really wanted to they would come here and force me to, because you and I both know I am not going back willing, Naruto said as his hand hovered over one of his Pokeballs. That's what I assumed, so instead I gave them another option, one in which most of them agreed, Shin said. And what would this other option be? Questioned Naruto. Something I don't particularly agree with, Ren said as Naruto gave him a raised eyebrow. If they want to let you leave this ship, then you must face off and beat the remaining competitors who have made it into the second round, Shin said, shocking the four behind him as Naruto still had his passive look. So if I lose they take me back to Kalos, Naruto said, showing that he wasn't shocked nor afraid. Yes, though they said that you can come up with your own terms. If in their words, if his thinks he can beat all of these trainers, well then I guess he can ask for anything, Shin said. Isn't that a bit unfair? I mean, why doesn't he just face one of the elder Uzumaki? Asked Ren. Or how about some of us Uzumaki? I mean, aren't they putting too much on him? Sydney said. No, unfortunately this is his only option, otherwise he can spare himself some trouble and allow us to take him back, Shin said as he gave Naruto a saddened look. I want to leave, Naruto said as the four were silenced at what he said. What? Asked Shin. When I win I want the Uzumaki to drop me off back in Vermilion City. I also want them to keep quiet about me until I am in the Indigo League, but not only that, they will give me the prizes that would have been won for the winner of this tournament, Naruto said. Would that be all? Asked Shin. No, but I'll think of more later on when I win, Naruto said as he started to walk away before Ren stood in his way. Are you crazy? What makes you think you can take on all these trainers? Do you think yourself a god? Ren asked with anger in his voice. No, I know I am no god, in fact I am just like you human. But unlike you I have faith in my skills and my Pokemon, so when I go onto that battlefield it's not just my Pokemon, but me side by side battling the opponent, Naruto said with conviction as Ren and the other kids looked at him with wide eyes, thinking over his words as Naruto started to walk away. The elders want your first matches done today before facing the rest tomorrow. You'll be given breaks in between, Shin said as Naruto just gave a back wave acknowledging the response. You think he can win, Master Shin? Isaac asked. Kids, in all my years of Pokemon battling there are few who show promise to be an amazing trainer, and that boy over there, well, he not only has it, but embraces it like it's been a part of him forever, Shin said as the four looked to where Naruto went, all with curious eyes. Top of the deck, Naruto was leaning over the railing looking down into the water, thinking about the predicament he was in, but knowing it could have been a lot worse, and thanking Arceus he wasn't getting tied up and dragged back. Though the Uzumaki pride was another factor he took into account, with most of the elders never having faith in him back when he was younger, and even now when he defeated two of their top favorites they still saw him as just a kid with no experience. Easy there, Naruto, don't wanna explode on them now do you? Z said. Ha. You wish. Besides I think it'll be better if I show them how wrong they were, Naruto mentally responded. Ah, Namikaze-san, the contenders are ready for you, Nurse Joy said as she walked up to him. Just call me Naruto, Nurse Joy, and thank you, we'll go there in a minute, he said as Nurse Joy nodded before walking away. You ready, Naruto? Z asked. Yeah, let's show them, Z, Naruto said before walking up to the battlefield where in the stands all the contenders who weren't battling were going to watch, while on the bottom floor stands were placed up as the older Uzumaki either sat or stood up watching the battle about to unfold, while the contenders battling today sat on chairs waiting for their turn, with most being Uzumaki. Welcome, Naruto, I want you to know that your request should you win has been accepted by all elders and adult Uzumaki. Though if you lose your return to Konoha shall be quick, Shin said as Naruto stood on the opposite side of the field from his opponent, who he recognized immediately as one of the Uzumaki who looked down on him as a kid. So you're my first opponent, Zack, and here I thought I'd be an Uzumaki with more I guess promise, but hey, throw out the filler first, huh? Naruto said as he saw the anger appear in Zack's eyes. Oh, I am gonna enjoy beating you and taking the cred for bringing you back, Zack said, bringing out one of his Pokeballs. The matches for today will be a 3-on-3 battles, with the rules being the same, though if Naruto wins a round his Pokemon will be healed, and if he so chooses can switch them out when he so chooses, Shin spoke as the onlookers, specifically Sydney and Ren, looked worried while Tanner and Isaac looked on with curious gazes. Let's get this started, go Pinsir, Zack then threw out his two-horned bug Pokemon as it screeched ready for battle. Huh, so eager to lose, let's show them not to take us lightly, go Kurama. Naruto then threw out his trusty fox Pokemon, who cried out ready for battle. If both competitors are ready, let this battle begin, Shin said, signaling the start of the match. Pinsir, go in and use Fire Blast. Suddenly before Pinsir could do anything or Zack could order his Pokémon to do something, a massive blast of fire in the shape of an angel was fired from Vulpix's mouth, blasting into him and sending the bug Pokémon screaming in pain, before falling over with swirls in its eyes. Hatha, Zack was speechless as one of his ace Pokémon was taken out in one move. Like I said, they should have started strong if they wanted to beat me, Naruto said with a mocking smirk. Why you? I won't be made a fool, yelled Zack before throwing his next Pokémon out as a giant rock serpent roared onto the field. Kurama, you still want to go? Naruto asked his fox Pokémon, who nodded, ready for another battle. Really, you're going to use a fire type against my rock type? Ha, just as dumb as you were when you were a kid, Zack said. I wasn't dumb, Zack, you were just arrogant, thinking you were better than everyone, and as for my Pokémon, no matter if it doesn't have the type advantage, it's still gonna beat you, Naruto said. Yeah, keep telling yourself while my Onix uses Iron Tail, Zack said as his giant rock Pokémon raised its tail, which became sleek metal. Vulpix, go in with quick attack and hit him with a close-up fire blast, Naruto spoke as his fox Pokémon ran at a fast pace, jumping over Onix's tail before running up the rock Pokémon, who tried to shake him off, but just watched as it came up close to its face and unleashed a massive blast of fire that caused Onix to roar in pain. Onix, just shake it off and use bite. Onix quickly shook its head and went to bite at Vulpix. Dodge and hit it with a confused ray. Vulpix quickly jumped up on Onix's head when it came in for a bite, before letting out small orbs of light that circled around Onix's face as it stared at them almost in a trance. Onix, stop staring at them and get that Vulpix off your head, Zack called out, only for his Onix to go crashing into the ground as Vulpix skipped off of the rock Pokémon. Let's end this, shall we? Vulpix, to further stop its trainer from humiliating himself. Now go and use Iron Tail, Naruto said as Kurama ran forward at the still confused Onix. Onix, snap out of it and hit him with your own Iron Tail, Zack quickly said, worried only for his Pokémon to hit itself in the head as it went crashing down again, just in time for Vulpix to jump up and slam its metal tail into its head as Onix roared in pain before falling over, knocked out. You'll never beat me like that, Zack, so come on, is that the best you got? Naruto smirked as Zack grew even more angry. You want make fun of me? Zack then sent out his last Pokémon as a big bear roared onto the battlefield, ready for battle. So you're sending out your ace, Naruto said. Ursaring will get me this win even if I have to beat your Pokémon to its last breath, Zack said as Ursaring was taken aback from its trainer's words, with Naruto narrowing his eyes at them. If that's what you believe you are gonna do, then I guess me and Kurama will get serious, Naruto said as Kurama nodded its head, getting a serious expression, one it hasn't had yet. You wanna get serious? Then eat this hammer arm. Ursaring then had its arms glow a white color before running at Kurama. Use quick attack to go around him. Suddenly Kurama sprinted forward and ran around Ursaring, who tried to hit the fast-moving Pokémon. Don't let up, Ursaring, hammer arm again and again, Zack said as he had a crazed look in his eyes, one which Naruto was seeing full force before sighing. Kurama, fire blast. Vulpix came from behind and fired a full-force flame that hit Ursaring and made it kneel down as it was slightly injured, but then fire appeared around it as it had become burned, with Zack smirking at it. Now Ursaring, hammer arm once again, with Naruto raising an eyebrow, wondering why he would push his already injured Pokémon so far. Unleash. Kurama used quick attack once again to dodge it. Kurama then started to run circles around the big bear Pokémon, thus it wasn't prepared for Ursaring to appear in front of him and be hit with the attack, sending it flying back. You see it now, don't you? Zack said. Yeah, your Ursaring's ability Quick Feet makes it faster. I see burning your Pokémon was a mistake, but it doesn't mean it can't be turned against you in some way. Kurama, flame charge. Suddenly Kurama was enveloped in a burst of flames as it flew through the air, heading straight towards the big Pokémon. Ursaring, take it head on and use bulk up. Suddenly Ursaring had its muscles bugle as the attack hit, sending it skidding back. Nice thinking, I guess even when angered you can still think quick in your feet. Kurama, keep using flame charge, Naruto said as Kurama kept up its fire's body and trying to hit the big bear. Ursaring, keep up with the bulk up, Zack said as his Pokémon kept taking the hits even though it was flinching each time it got hit. You know you can keep up your defense, but I don't know if your Pokémon can keep it up, Naruto said as he saw the pain look over Ursaring's face. Don't y'all, you know my Pokémon Ursaring can handle it now, keep using bulk up, Zack said, not noticing that Kurama was getting faster. True, I don't KO your Pokemon, but I know when a Pokemon has had enough, Naruto said. Why don't you care about your own Pokemon? Zack said as he glared at Naruto, not noticing his Ursaring's worried look as it kept taking the hits. Kurama stopped. Kurama stopped its attack as it went back to its spot, looking at his trainer and seeing the worry look in his eye as he stared at his opponent, who was on his knee having burnt marks all over his body. Ha, give up already, Ursaring, hurry up and use Shadow Claw, Zack said, ignoring his Pokemon's injured state, a thing everyone took notice as the elders glared at Zack. How you became an Uzumaki, but more importantly a trainer, is beyond me, Naruto said. What are you talking about now? I am an Uzumaki, one who stayed home and followed the rules while you ran away like the scared you were, Zack said. I ran away because of those same rules, but if there was one thing I always took to heart from the Uzumaki, it was to always watch over your Pokemon as if they were family, as if they were your children, and right now you don't show any of those, Naruto said as he glared at Zack. Yeah, but to me that has always been bull. My Pokemon have always been my strength to show off what I can do, and right now that strength is all I need, Zack said as he basically spitted on the Uzumaki rules, with the elders and all Uzumaki looking at him with disgust or anger. You know I would end this match, but I don't want your Ursaring to suffer any more than it already has, so I am giving you the option to switch, Naruto spoke. No, Ursaring is all I need, Zack said, making the others think he was crazy. Listen Zack, I am giving you this warning that if you don't stop this I will, Naruto said as his fists tightened. Then do it then, Zack challenged, with Naruto finally seeing him gone crazy and putting his Pokemon in danger as Naruto sighed, having to make a rough call. Vulpix, get in close with quick attack and end this with a close range fire blast. Vulpix looked at its trainer in worry before the two nodded, knowing to end this they had to knock out Ursaring. Ursaring, get up now and use Focus Punch, Zack said, not seeing his Pokemon's damage as it tried to stand only to fall back on one knee and couldn't counter Kurama as he appeared in front of him and fired a full blast of fire in front of him as it cried out in pain before falling down to the ground, knocked out. Ursaring is unable to battle and thus the winner of the match is Naruto, Shin said before telling Nurse Joy to hurry and check on Ursaring, only for her to stop midway as Zack approached his down Pokemon. You were my last hope and my strongest Pokemon. When I caught you as a baby Teddiursa, I saw you as a little weakling and caught you out of pity, thinking you could become strong. But in the end you'll always be that weak little bear. Zack then took its Pokeball and dropped it in front of it as Ursaring tried to get up, only to fall back down as Zack walked away, with everyone shocked at his words and Naruto becoming even more pissed and was about to chase after him. But Ursaring's cry of pain drew his attention as he quickly ran over to check if he was alright with Nurse Joy. Will he be fine? Asked Naruto. I don't know, we have to get him downstairs to the medic bay, she said as she went to grab Ursaring, only for it to flinch in pain. Hey, it's okay, we are going to take you to get healed as long as I am allowed to leave, Naruto said as he looked at Shin, who didn't even need to ask the elders as he already knew their answer. Yes, go and take Ursaring to get healed, but remember that your matches for today aren't done, he said as Naruto nodded, helping Nurse Joy carry Ursaring, with Kurama going to follow, but saw the Pokeball that Ursaring was in and grabbed it before following them with the atmosphere one of anger and sadness for the injured Pokemon. But one thing was certain, this event was far from done. Beep, beep, beep. The sounds of a heart monitor was all that could be heard in the small medical room as Ursaring was laying on the huge bed with some machines hooked up to it, making sure it wasn't too injured and that it was physically fine. Naruto put his hand on its hand to make sure it didn't think it was alone, as all his Pokemon were around the bear Pokemon, except for Gyarados, as they looked on in worry, with some of the smarter Pokemon knowing what happened becoming mad at the trainer in treating his Pokemon this way. Though Kurama was the most upset at hurting the huge bear and tried to redeem itself by cuddling with it as Naruto saw him doing that and gave a small smirk, knowing his Pokemon all cared deeply, not just for each other, but others, especially ones who have had it rough. Naruto looked towards the clock, knowing that it was getting late and most of his Pokemon were tired from the multiple battles they had today, with both Kurama and Blaze putting more effort into their battles since they had basically fought more than the others, though both showed improvement in their own experience. The two right now were tuckered out and both were laying down next to each other on the couch nearby as Talia and King laid on the ground with pillows being their comfort, as Samuel and Leo were having a convo with Z about something he couldn't hear, but he could ask later. Right now all he worried about was Ursaring. Don't worry bud, you'll feel better soon, Naruto said just as the door opened and in walked Nurse Joy and Shin. I see you've made yourself at home with Ursaring, Shin said with a small smile. Yeah, I mean his trainer isn't here after making it suffer so much, so I thought me being here would bring it comfort, Naruto spoke with disdain at Zack. Well, you don't have to worry about him for long, as after the meeting he had with the elders things might be changing for him, Shin said. Really, they are punishing him? Naruto questioned almost mockingly. Not just the Uzumaki elders, but the Pokemon Commission was informed of this, and as of today Zack is no longer a Pokemon trainer, Nurse Joy responded after checking something's on her sheet. Well, at least something came good out of his defeat, Naruto said, finding the info more annoying than anything. Were you expecting something else in your battle from him? Shin asked. Actually, I was expecting him to see that his Pokemon were all in some way hurting from his battling, Naruto said. How so? Questioned Shin. Even though they were giving their all, in some ways I could see that they were hurting from deeper wounds, ones that I could see in their eyes, Naruto spoke with his fists clenching just thinking of the pain they were in. Well, if you want you could go see them, Nurse Joy spoke. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. All of his Pokemon were taken from him and he will be taken back to Kalos to await further trial, but the Uzumaki clan, Shin said as Naruto gave a small smirk. At least they won't suffer any more harm, Naruto said as he patted Ursaring's hand as it gave a small gruff of happiness. It would seem most of Ursaring's major wounds will be healed in time and it should be up and walking in no time, Nurse Joy said as Naruto smiled at the good news. That's good, at least I know he won't be kept in this bed for too long, Naruto said, glad he was going to be fine. Naruto, would you like me to help the rest of your Pokemon with their injuries? Nurse Joy said. No, let them rest, they deserved it after a long day of battling, Naruto said as he picked up Talia and King before setting them down on the spare bed. You know you're gonna need them in top shape for tomorrow. The people you're battling tomorrow are no joke, Shin said. Yeah, but I know that right now they all need rest more than anything, Naruto spoke before sitting down in the chair next to Ursaring. I could check on them in the morning, before the battle, so it won't be problem, Shin-san, Nurse Joy said. Thank you, Nurse Joy, for helping my Pokemon and Ursaring, Naruto said. It is my job and Pokemon are my passion, she said, before walking out of the room to check on the others on board. So Shin, how many am I facing tomorrow and how many Pokemon is I allowed to use? Naruto asked him. Well, tomorrow your challenges won't be as hard as today since you'll only be facing 3 opponents, Shin said with Naruto raising an eyebrow at that information. And pray tell, why am I facing only 3 opponents? Naruto asked, confused on the numbers. Well, the elders and adults felt it best that what you said to Zack was right and that we should have given you easy pickings. Instead they are sending their 3 best to face you for this, with the 3 having been winners in the Junior Kalos League and one of them a former student of Tsunade, Shin spoke as Naruto sighed at that little info. So they are putting me up against former champions and a healer. I suppose this means I have to take his seriously this go around, Naruto said as he stared at his special Pokeball which held Z. Also forgot to mention that Z quickly returned to her Pokeball before they entered. Same number of Pokemon are to be used as well, so you have that to help you, Shin said. 3-on-3 battles have never been my strong suit, but I guess nothing really has, wouldn't you say, Shin? Naruto said. Yes, you did surprise most of the elders with your dominance of today's competitors, though I believe some of your Pokemon could be appalled as well, Shin said. Well, me and my Pokemon's bond has always been great even by other standards, and even when we lose we will continue to grow even more, Naruto spoke as he stared at each of his Pokemon, pride in his eyes for each of them. And that's what makes you special, Naruto, Shin said as he walked out of the room, giving the young boy some needed rest. Next day, top deck. Welcome all participates to the second day of the tournament, as the contenders who have not been beaten will have another try at facing the challenge, as he beat a large number of trainers yesterday to the shock of all. But today we will have only 3 compete today, with the rest having another chance tomorrow. But for now let us welcome them, challenger Naruto and his first opponent, Shin spoke as Naruto walked out onto the battlefield, standing in his side of the field as his opponent walked out of the crowd of trainers, showing off his red and black flowing hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a long-sleeve shirt with black sweatpants as his Pokeballs were inside his small pouch. So Astra, you became a Kalos League Junior champ? Naruto asked with a small smirk. Well, Naruto, I did say I would, and not only did I do it, but I swept the competition, Astra said as he gave a confident smirk. You know that confidence will be your downfall, Naruto said as he gave his own confident smirk. You won't be talking big after I beat you, Astra said taking out one of his Pokeballs. We shall see, won't we? Kurama, let's go. Naruto's trusty fox Pokemon came out with a loud cry as it readied itself for battle. I knew you'd pick him. Marowak, let's do this. Astra sent out his own Pokemon as it cried out while twirling a large bone club. A Marowak, this ain't good, Naruto said as he raised his poke watch. Marowak grounds the Bone Keeper Pokemon. The bone it holds is its key weapon. It throws the bone skillfully like a boomerang to targets. You know, just because you have the type advantage doesn't guarantee your victory, Naruto said. Yeah, your battles from yesterday showed that, but let's just say me and Marowak have prepared for this, Astra said as he and Marowak got into battle stances as Naruto smiled at the two. Alright, if you two are ready, then let the battle begin, Shin said, signaling the beginning of the battle to start. Now Marowak, go in and use Bone Club. Astra's Pokemon then rushed towards Kurama twirling its bone. Quick, Kurama, stop his advance with Flamethrower. His fox Pokemon then fired a torrent of flames from its mouth at the oncoming ground type. Marowak, quick, use your bone to stop the flames, Astra said as Marowak stopped its charge and spun its bone so fast it became a blur and the flames collided, blowing the flames away from it. So that's how you wanna play? Fine then, Kurama, quick fire blast, Naruto said as Kurama stopped its wave of flames before charging up and unleashing a huge burst that flew straight for Marowak. Marowak, Stone Edge. His Pokemon then slammed its bone into the ground as large stones came out and clashed with the fire blast, creating a massive cloud of dust to appear. Flame charge now, Kurama. Out of the smoke then came Kurama covered in flames as it charged right into Marowak, sending it flying back. Marowak, steady yourself and use Boomerang. Suddenly it flipped itself into a standing position, throwing its bone as it landed with it flying straight at Kurama. Quick, Kurama, use Quick Attack to dodge, Naruto quickly said as Kurama in a blur ducked underneath the flying bone. Now Marowak, Brick Break. Marowak then appeared in front of Kurama, shocking him, before getting uppercut as it went sailing up, only to be hit in the back of the head by the spinning bone as it got sent reeling into the ground. Kurama, oh no. Are you okay, pal? Naruto asked as his fox Pokemon shakily stood up and gave a affirmative cry as it gave a hardened look at Marowak. I told you this wouldn't be like your other battles, because my Pokemon will bring their all, Astra said. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated you, Astra, because you sure have grown since back in the day, Naruto said with an excited tone. We all have, Naruto, and I'll show you how much now. Marowak, go in and use Bone Club. Marowak gave a large cry before charging in with its bone held high. Now Kurama hit head on with Flame Charge. Kurama also gave a large cry before sprinting towards Marowak covered in flames as the two drew closer, with the attacks picking up more and more momentum until Marowak stopped in his tracks, confusing Naruto. Now Marowak, slam your bone into the ground and use Stone Edge, Astra said, unleashing his plan as Marowak slammed its bone into the ground, throwing up rocks, but also sending giant pillars at the charging fox Pokemon. Quick, Kurama, dodge it, Naruto said as Kurama, still covered in flames, jumped from side to side trying to dodge each pillar until the last one came and he jumped to the side only to come face to face with Marowak as Astra got up, smirk with Naruto having wide eyes. Now Bone Club. Quick, counter it with Iron Tail, Kurama. The two Pokemon then clashed with Marowak's bone and Kurama's metal tail, with the two causing a small explosion that threw the two back as they each landed in front of their trainers, badly hurt, but each feeling alright enough to stand up. Good job, Marowak, now let's finish this. Go in and use Thunder Punch. Marowak jumped up before flying straight towards Kurama, its fist lighting up with thunder. Don't let him get close, Dark Pulse. Kurama then raises its head as it fired a beam of dark energy that collided with Marowak's fist as the attack didn't stop its momentum, but slowed it down to where it looked like Marowak wasn't gonna win. Don't give up, Marowak, use Boomerang. Suddenly, before the attack could break through, he threw his bone as it spun fast towards Kurama, who couldn't dodge since its attack connected with Marowak, sending it screaming away just as the bone collided with Kurama and the two were sent flying back, landing in front of their trainers, each with swirls in their eyes. Both Pokemon are unable to battle, thus this round is a draw, Shin spoke, having not expected that. You did good, bud, get some rest, Naruto said as he returned Kurama back to its Pokeball. Marowak, I am so proud of you. You got the job done, Astra said to his fallen Pokemon. I got a day Astra are of everyone on this boat your first one to have given me something of a real challenge, Naruto said. Don't flatter me just yet, we still got Pokemon left and I think this one you'll have some difficulty with. Astra then sent out his next Pokemon, one which surprised Naruto as he raised his Poke Watch. Goodra Dragon, the dragon Pokemon in the evolved form of Sliggoo. This very friendly dragon-type Pokemon will hug its beloved trainer, leaving that trainer covered in sticky slime. You're surprised by my second Pokemon, Astra said as he saw the wide eyes of his opponent. Yeah, I mean it's not every day you get to meet such a strong and rare Pokemon, especially here in Kanto, though I thought only the older Uzumaki had one, Naruto said as he thought of a strategy for this match. Well, Goodra here has been my companion for a while now. In fact, if you had seen my junior finals match you would have seen Sliggoo evolve and win me the tournament, Astra said. Well, I guess this changes my plans just a bit. Blaze heat things up. Naruto then sent out his other trusty fire Pokemon Charmeleon. So you're gonna throw another fire Pokemon at me? Pretty risky considering fire isn't so effective on dragons, Astra said with a challenging smirk. Well, as you should have realized by now, I am full of surprises, Naruto said with a confident smile. Well then, let's see how confident. Goodra Dragon Pulse. Goodra then fires a burst of blue fire that took the shape of a dragon and flew straight towards Blaze. I don't think so. Blaze Dragon Rage. Blaze then blew out a blur ball of fire that collided with the Dragon Pulse, causing a small explosion. Now Goodra move in and use Dragon Tail. Blaze counter with double kick. The two met head-on as Goodra tried to swipe at Blaze, who jumped up and hit him in the face with his foot, before going in for another only for it to be blocked by another flaming claw as the two jumped back, gaining some space. Huh, looks like your Pokemon is stronger than I originally thought. Guess all that battling yesterday made it stronger, Astra said. Yup, and it helped Blaze with dealing with foes who have a disadvantage now. Blaze, go use Fire Spin, Naruto said as Blaze swipes its tail at it as it burst out flames that hit Goodra, causing it to be surrounded in a swirl of fire. Goodra Quick Water Pulse, Astra said as Goodra created a ball of water that went hurling past the fire and at Blaze. Blaze dodge, Naruto quickly said, but the water came too quick as it hit Blaze, sending it flying back with it roaring in pain. Sorry, but my Goodra is faster and can take anything you dish out. Now go in and use Aqua Tail. Goodra then went running at still dazed Blaze as its tail was covered in water. Blaze counter with Fire Fang. Blaze then quickly lit its mouth with fire, before biting the oncoming tail as the two attack collided, causing an explosion that then created a small cloud of smoke as the two trainers waited for it to dissipate, and once it did, it showed both Pokemon still standing, though it showed that the two sustained heavy damage along with the two breathing heavily. Suddenly Goodra caught a Blaze as fire surrounded it and burned it as it roared in pain. Guess that actually worked, Naruto said with a smirk as he saw Goodra becoming burned. So your strategy was to burn my Pokemon? Bold move, but not good enough. Goodra Rain Dance. Suddenly his Pokemon gave a loud cry as the sky above became dark with gray clouds as rain started to fall, with Blaze looking up in confusion. Rain Dance, but why would this help? Questioned Naruto, only to widen his eyes when he realized Goodra's ability and looked at it as the rain poured down on it, making the fires around it disappear until it no longer bothered it. Hydration, a great ability whenever my opponent decides to inflict some kind of damage to Goodra, Astra said as Naruto narrowed his eyes, knowing now Blaze's fire attacks will deal less damage with the rain, but maybe he could use it to his advantage. Blaze, come back for now, Naruto said, returning his fire Pokemon. Now Bolt lighted up. Naruto then sends out his other electric type, who cried out once appearing on the field. So you choose him? MMMHHH. Well then, let's see how it does. Goodra Dragon Pulse. Goodra then fired its fire dragon, which raced towards Bolt. Quick Bolt dodge it with quick attack, then head straight for Goodra. Bolt nodded as it raced towards Goodra as a yellow blur jumping over the Dragon Pulse. Don't let him get close. Dragon Tail. Quick jump and use double kick. Bolt then quickly jumped over the glowing tail as he spun around before landing two hard kicks to Goodra's face as it recoiled from them. Don't let it stop you. Dragon Pulse. Goodra then unleashed its close-up attack. Thunderbolt. Quickly Bolt, Naruto said as Bolt jumped up and unleashed a large thunder-shaped bolt as the two attacks collided, sending the two back a bit. Goodra, are you okay? Astra asked his Pokemon, who nodded his head. Bolt, now Thunder. Then before the two could get their bearings, a large bolt of lightning struck down and hit Bolt, who cried out before firing it at Gudra, whose eyes widened, before being struck by the attack as a large plumes of smoke covered the battlefield. Gudra, Astra said as the smoke soon cleared, showing his dragon-type Pokemon on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Whoa, thank God that worked. I didn't know if that would work, but the rain helped, Naruto said as the rain above soon disappeared with Gudra going back to its Pokeball. You did good, buddy. Well, I gotta admit you're full of surprises, Naruto, but just know that this last Pokemon of mine will give it his all, Astra said holding up his last Pokeball. Wouldn't have it any other way, Naruto said with a smile. Good, now Typhlosion, stand by for battle. Astra then sent out his final Pokemon, which burst onto the field in a mighty roar with the flames on its back bursting to life. A Typhlosion, this might be tricky, Naruto said as he raised his Poke Watch. Typhlosion, fire, the volcano Pokemon. If its rage ever peaks, it becomes so hot that anything that touches it will instantly go up in flames. Now Typhlosion, let's show him everything we got. Use Flame Wheel. Typhlosion then started to sprint towards Bolt before jumping and curling into a ball as the flames on its back grew and covered it, making it look like a flaming tire. Quick Bolt, Thunderbolt. Bolt then launched a bolt of lightning at the oncoming Pokemon, only for it to do nothing as it kept on coming till it slammed into Bolt, sending him flying back, landing in a heap in front of Naruto, who had wide eyes as Bolt tried to get up only to fall back down, swirls in its eyes. Guess you didn't expect that to happen, Astra said with a smirk. Guess your Typhlosion is stronger than I thought, Naruto said. Me and Typhlosion have been together since my journey started, and right now we are here to bring you back, Astra said as Naruto glared a little before grabbing his last Pokeball. Alright Blaze, I am counting on you, Naruto said before sending out his final Pokemon, with Blaze giving a loud cry before flinching as the wounds were still present on it. Guess this match has been decided, one of the elders said, with the others agreeing with him as Naruto overheard them and tightened his fists, before closing his eyes and taking deep breaths to calm his inner anger. You know we just want to bring you back home, Naruto, Astra said with worry at seeing him angered. I know and I can understand, but for me I don't want to go home, not until I am ready, he said. Ready? Ready for what? Asked Astra as Naruto gave a small smirk. You'll see when the time is right. Blaze, you ready? Naruto asked his fire Pokemon, who gave a nod and char for approval. Guess I'll have to Typhlosion go in and use Shadow Claw. Astra's Pokemon then rushed in, its claws getting bigger and darker as if it was made of the shadow. Quick Blaze, Dragon Rage. Blaze then unleashed a large ball of blue fire which headed straight for Typhlosion. Tank it, Typhlosion, Astra said as his Pokemon ran straight into the attack as it exploded in contact, but it ran straight out of the smoke with a few scruffs as Blaze had wide eyes before being hit by the claw as it cried out in pain. Blaze, no, Naruto yelled. Typhlosion Flamethrower. His Pokemon then unleashed a huge torrent of flames that hit the downed Pokemon, who tumbled back while crying in pain as it rolled in front of Naruto, who looked down at his Pokemon in worry. Blaze, are you okay? Naruto spoke, worried for his Pokemon as he saw the injuries in it become worse. I think it's time for you to give up, Naruto. Your Pokemon is on its last legs and I don't want to further harm it, so please just give up and come home with us, Astra said. Naruto lowered his head as his Pokemon was struggling to get up, with those around them seeing the match were on the edge of their seats as Ren was looking at it with a curious gaze, finding the match different from others as he could feel the passion the two had, that each battled with the fire he has seen in every champion in each region, and that's what he still didn't understand. Naruto? Z asked from inside her Pokeball as Naruto looked up at Astra with eyes full of determination and a smile that showed his confidence. I know Blaze is hurt, but what you don't understand is that me and him have had a bond unlike any other. Both of us have to this point ran for away from our past, not looking back in fear of what may happen if we do, and a part of that is my fault, so for that I am sorry, Blaze, Naruto said as Blaze, finally on its feet, looked back at his trainer, taking in every word before turning and staring at him. Charmeleon. You know, I think you've been hanging around Samuel too much, Naruto said as Charmeleon gave a smile in return before turning back towards the battle. You and your Pokemon truly have a special bond. Fine then, I guess if you wanna continue then so be it, Astra said as Typhlosion gave a loud roar with its flames burning up. Blaze, let's show them our power. Naruto said as Blaze gave a loud cry with the flame on its tail burning much more as it gained something in its eyes. Go in Typhlosion and use Flame Wheel, Astra said as his Pokemon sprinted towards Blaze before jumping and started its roll towards Blaze. Blaze use Fire Spin and Ember combo, Naruto spoke surprised those as Blaze swung its tail before letting the flames fire out as small balls of fire came out of its mouth combining with the vortex of fire as the two combined to form a hail of fire that slammed into the flame wheel which stopped it in its track. Clever trick, but it won't stop Typhlosion now go and use more power, Astra said as his Pokemon gave a small growl with the flames around it becoming much stronger before the flames grew and it started to push the combined fire attacks. Hang in there Blaze, Naruto said as his Pokemon kept pouring more power, before the flame wheel picked up more speed and Blaze stopped firing its ember giving Typhlosion a chance to push through and slam into Blaze. Blaze. Nice try Naruto, but it's OV what? Astra said confident that he had won, but became shocked when he saw Blaze holding back the flame wheel as Typhlosion tried to run him back, but Blaze was holding on. Blaze hang in there you can do it. I believe you, don't give up. Blaze heard those words and the glint in its eyes started to grow before the fire on its tail began to grow bigger becoming a burning fire as its fire on its tail became hotter and began to surround its body as suddenly a bright flash of light surrounded it with the size of Blaze growing and changing. Oh no, Astra said with wide eyes as the light died down to show a new Pokemon standing in front of them. Char. Blaze you evolved into Charizard. Naruto said as he gave a big smile with Blaze now bigger and stronger gave a smirk back to Naruto before raising its fist as it looked like he was gonna go for a focus punch, but instead it lit up with electricity, before punching the flaming wheel taking Typhlosion out of it as he was sent flying back. Typhlosion are you okay? Astra asked his Pokemon who got up and gave a nod, but flinched as electricity flowed throughout his body showing it was paralyzed. Alright Blaze let's see what your new self can do. Naruto said as he raised his poke watch. Charizard, fire, flying, the flame Pokemon. Spits fire that is hot enough to melt boulders. Known to cause forest fires unintentionally. Naruto then looked at the move set for his Pokemon and couldn't help but give a small smirk as Typhlosion readied itself for more. Alright Typhlosion we will have to end this quick now use Flamethrower. Blaze counter with your own Flamethrower. The two then fires similar waves of fire that collided and created a large plunge of smoke to cover everyone's vision of the field. Shadow Claw, Dragon Claw. The two attacks then blew the smoke away as their two attacks collided before they jumped back and were in a duel of claws as they each tried to hit the other with their own move with Blaze having their advantage thanks to being able to fly, while Typhlosion was a bit faster. Quick Typhlosion jumped back and used Fire Blast. Typhlosion then dodged a Dragon Claw before jumping back and unleashing a large blast of fire. Counter with your own Fire Blast, Naruto said as Blaze fires his own as the two attacks exploded on contact creating smoke blocking Blaze from Astra and Typhlosion view. Now Blaze Dragon Rage, out of the smoke came a large blue fire that hit Typhlosion sending it flying back as it landed in front of Astra with it trying to get up. Typhlosion are you okay? Astra asked as Typhlosion shakily got up though he could see that it was on its last legs, but also that Blaze was as well. Seems as though both our Pokemon are on their last legs, Naruto said as he saw Blaze breathing heavily from using that last attack. Why don't we end this shall we? Astra said. We shall you ready Blaze? Naruto asked his trusty Pokemon who gave a smirk as Typhlosion gave a loud roar ready as well with Astra smiling at his Pokemon's resolve. Now Typhlosion go. You to Blaze show him our power. Blast Burn. The two then announced their Pokemon's strongest attacks as the two unleashed the strongest fire attacks. They knew as the ground around them heated up with the boat shaking as everyone around held on with the fire erupting out as they headed towards each other with the collision causing a massive explosion that blew everyone back with the competitors on the balcony being blown off their feet with the only two not affected being Naruto and Astra who held on as the large cloud of smoke covered the battlefield with the two watching with narrowed eyes waiting for it to disappear and the people around getting up to watch the aftermath. Which after 2 tense minutes finally showed as the smoke cleared showing both Pokemon having heavy scars and them breathing very heavily as the two gave each other determined stares with the breathes of everyone held in until with a confident smirk from Typhlosion did he finally fall to the ground with swirls in his eyes. Typhlosion is unable to battle and thus the winner of this battle goes to Naruto, Shin said odd in the battle. Yeah, good job Blaze, you won, Naruto said as he ran onto the field and went to hug him, but saw him falling so he quickly caught him before he fell as he saw him exhausted. You did a good job Typhlosion, I am so proud of you, Astra said as he returned his Pokemon to his Pokeball after he gave it a small smile. You know that was the best battle I've had, Naruto said as he helped Blaze up. Same here though, I am glad it was with you and your Pokemon, because I think I'll use this to help me gain experience for the Indigo League, Astra said as Naruto gave him a surprised look. You're participating in the Indigo League as well, asked Naruto. Yup, though I only have 2 badges, I'll get the rest before the time of the league, Astra said. Well then I hope to face you again in the Indigo League, Naruto said as he held his hand out with Astra shaking it with a large smile. Same here and I won't lose, Astra then walked off the battlefield to give the next challenger a chance of fighting. Hey Nurse Joy, you wouldn't mind healing poor Blaze here and the rest of my injured Pokemon? I am sure they could use the rest, Naruto said as he handed 2 Pokeballs to the nurse while quickly putting Blaze away and giving her his last injured Pokemon. I'll make sure they are fully healed and ready for you next battle, Nurse Joy said. No, let them take their rest for the day. I think they put their all for today and I don't want them to push themselves too much, Naruto said as he turned towards the battlefield. Are you sure, Naruto? Nurse Joy asked. Trust me when I say they need it, Naruto said before standing back onto the damaged battlefield only for it to shake and lower into the ground as another battlefield rose up, only this one being more grass than anything. So you're gonna go at it with different Pokemon, Naruto? Shin asked after seeing him return so quickly. Yup, I think my Pokemon have done enough for today, Naruto said. Well, if that's the case then not only will the field be changed, but also your next opponent, Shin said as he introduced the next opponent, one which Naruto knew all too well. Well, I really don't know how to beat that last match, but I'll try my best, Sydney said as she walked onto her side of the field. Sydney, if I had known I was facing you today maybe I would have saved Kurama for this, Naruto said as he knew Sydney was a grass-type trainer and loved grass types with a passion. Yeah, in fact I was just told I would be facing you today, Sydney said with a sweat drop. I guess we both get surprised today, but it doesn't mean I'm a go easy on you, Naruto said with a smirk. Huh, I guess we shall see, Sydney said as she took out one of her Pokeballs. Alright, you two, same rules apply to the last match with 3 Pokemon allowed and only until one side of Pokemon is all unable to battle will one be declared the winner, Shin said. Let's get started then, go Talia. Naruto then sent out his trusty bird Pokemon as it caught out ready for battle. So you think your flying types will help you, maybe in the past, but not now, go Victreebel. Sydney then sent out her Pokemon which screeched out ready for battle. Alright, if the 2 of you are ready, then let the second match begin. Now if the 2 of you are ready, let the second match begin, Shin said as he signaled the 2 to start. Victreebel, use Razor Leaf, Sydney called out as her Pokemon gave a loud cry and sent out sharp leaves at the flying bird. Talia, use Quick Attack to dodge, Naruto said as his Pokemon quickly started to blur around the leaves, dodging each one. Don't let up, keep using Razor Leaf. Now Talia dived down and hit her with a wing attack. Talia then swooped down, dodging the next wave of leaves before flying in a fast pace, hitting the grass Pokemon with her glowing wing as it cried out in pain, but held its ground. Good job Victreebel, now use Stockpile and follow it up with Energy Ball, Sydney called out as her Pokemon quickly glowed orange as if it was taking in energy, then opening its mouth fired small balls of green energy at Talia. Talia dodged them, Naruto spoke as she quickly flew around each oncoming green ball. Quick Victreebel, use Stockpile again. Victreebel then stopped firing its energy balls and once again gathered power. Now Talia quickly, before she's done taking an energy quick attack, Naruto said, taking the opportunity to hit her Pokemon. Victreebel, use Vine Whip to tie him up, Sydney said as Talia was about to collide with her Pokemon, but she just bended backwards as Talia flew above her and used the vines to wrap around her wings, stopping her from flying away. Talia, get out of there, Naruto responded urgently. Now Victreebel, Leaf Blade, Sydney said as the giant leaves on its sides become sharp before driving Talia towards her and spun around, giving Talia a very powerful cut that sent her flying back as she struggled to get up. Talia, are you okay? Naruto asked as she got up slowly but shook herself off and cried out, ready for more. Your Pokemon is strong, But let's set how strong now. Victreebel go in and use Leaf Blade. Victreebel screamed again before racing towards Talia. Talia quickly battled it out with Steel Wing. Talia then jumped up as her wings took on a sleek gray look and clashed with Victreebel as the two had a close-range battle as the two kept trying to hit the other with their own move as Talia used the blades as pads to jump up and clash with Victreebel's Leaf Blade. Now Victreebel stopped her with Vine Whip. Suddenly the long vine on its head whipped around and wrapped itself around Talia, which gave her a shock before she was spun around and then thrown up, before being slammed into the ground harshly. Talia, you got to break out of that vine, you speck. Talia quickly raises its beak as it lit up before rapidly hitting the vine as Victreebel screamed before the hold it had on her loosened and Talia burst out of it, flying up and above Victreebel. Don't let her get too far. Victreebel, use Razor Leaf. Break through it and use Steel Wing. Talia then once again had her wings turn metal as she dived towards Victreebel, breaking some of the leaves sent her way and hitting Victreebel head on as she screamed before being thrown back as it landed on its back with it shakily getting up. Guess your Pokemon on its last legs, Sydney, Naruto said with a smirk. That's what you think now. Victreebel, use Swallow. Suddenly green energy surrounded Victreebel as the orange ball inside of it spread out, turning into the green energy as the wounds it had around it disappeared. Oh, this ain't good, Naruto said. Yup, because now my Pokemon is much better prepared now. Victreebel, use Vine Whip, Sydney said as her Pokemon let out two vines from behind her. Talia used Quick Attack to dodge and get in close before using Peck. Talia then started to fly around the vines as they tried to grab onto her, but she avoided each attempt before ducking and getting in close as she started to rapidly peck at the grass Pokemon. Victreebel, strike her with Leaf Blade, Sydney quickly called out as her Pokemon used her sharp blades to try and shoo her away. Talia, fly away and use Steel Wing. Talia flew up, but didn't notice the vines behind it as they grabbed onto her, stopping it from moving. Got you now. Victreebel hit it with a Leaf Tornado. Suddenly her Pokemon let out a scream as leaves started to appear and circle around the trapped Talia as she cried out in pain. Talia, no, Naruto said as he saw his Pokemon get damaged pretty rough as it was let go from the Vine Whips, allowing it to be sent flying back in front of him as Talia landed with swirls in her eyes. Talia is unable to battle, Shin said as he saw the bird Pokemon knocked out. You did a good job, buddy, so take a long rest, Naruto said as he returned his female bird to her Pokeball. Ha, seems the advantage goes to be in this battle, Sydney said with a big smile. True, and I admit I did underestimate your Pokemon, but not anymore, not with your Victreebel and any other grass types you have. Now King, let's go. Naruto then sent out his trusty Poison Pin Pokemon. So you wanna come at me like that? Fine then. Victreebel returned for now. Sydney then returned her Pokemon, surprising Naruto, wondering what she has planned. Now Exeggutor come support. She then sent out a two-legged Pokemon with faces shaped in a coconut as it danced around in glee. A Exeggutor, huh? So type advantage you wanna throw at me? Naruto lifted his Poke Watch. Exeggutor, Grass, Psychic, the coconut Pokemon. Legends has it on rare occasions, one of its heads will drop off and continue as an Execute. Sure, type advantage may not have worked with the others, but I am pretty sure it will work for me, Sydney said, though Naruto could tell she was trying to convince herself it will work. If you say so, but let's see how that turns out, Naruto said as King tensed up ready for anything. We shall now. Exeggutor, use Psychock, Sydney said as her Pokemon unleashed a purple wave that went flying towards King. King, quick dodge it with Dig, Naruto said as his Pokemon quickly dig itself underground, dodging the effective move. I don't think that'll work with me. Exeggutor, use Wood Hammer. Suddenly her Pokemon stopped moving before slamming its heads into the ground, causing it to break apart, before slamming it again as the whole ground popped up and King was driven out of its hiding spot. Now confusion. Suddenly her Pokemon sent a small purple wave that hit King, sending it tumbling into a uprooted slab of rock. King, quick, you gotta get up, Naruto said as his Pokemon shakily got up, having taken a massive hit. Now go in and use Wood Hammer. King, counter with Drill Run. The two Pokemon rushed towards each other as one had its heads glowing with green energy, the other was spinning in a circle as his horn grew bigger, with the two colliding in the middle, causing a big explosion that shook the whole ship as the two Pokemon jumped out of it, each breathing heavily, with King still injured from the last attack and Exeggutor having been hit with the after effects of Wood Hammer. You good, Exeggutor? Sydney asked as her Pokemon responded with a quick call of its name. King, you still good to battle? Naruto asked his Pokemon, who gave a smile back and a small cry of its name. Alright then, let's get into it with focus energy. I don't think so. Exeggutor, use Leaf Storm, Sydney called out as her Pokemon waved its head as leaves circled around it before heading towards King. King, quickly dodge it, Naruto quickly said as his Pokemon jumped away behind a slab of rock with the storm passing by, but another one came hitting the slab, destroying it, but no King behind it. What the, where did he go? Sydney asked as she and her Pokemon looked around trying to find King, not noticing the ground beneath them cracking as Naruto smirked. Now King used Smart Strike. Suddenly the ground underneath Exeggutor broke apart as King hit him with his long horn that sent it skidding back. Quick before it recovers, use Headbutt. Exeggutor then jumped towards King, who couldn't dodge it in time and was sent flying back. King, recover and use Poison Sting. King flipped in mid-air before letting out small needles that sailed towards Exeggutor, hitting it in its many faces as it cried out in pain. Exeggutor, don't let him have the upper hand, use Psyshock. Exeggutor quickly shook its head of anything and fired a wave of purple energy. King used Double Kick to send that slab of the arena floor at him, Naruto said as King jumped towards a broken slab of the ground and kicked it up and towards the attack as it blocked it, but sent shards of earth everywhere. Exeggutor, hold steady and use Synthesis, Sydney called out as her Pokemon cried out with green energy flowing around it and going into him, healing any injuries it had. King, don't let it heal, go in by using the slabs of rock and use Smart Strike, Naruto called out as his Pokemon jumped up to the falling rocks, using them as launch pads to get to Exeggutor faster, as Sydney saw that Exeggutor wouldn't be done healing in time and realized that she had to act fast and knew what she was about to do would be risky, and as King jumped off the last slab towards Exeggutor with its horn glowing, Sydney acted. Exeggutor, sorry, but use Self-Destruct, she said, shocking Naruto. King, dodge. But Naruto knew it was too late as Exeggutor shined bright before exploding in a loud boom as smoke blew everywhere, with King being sent flying and landing in a heap as both it and Exeggutor had swirls in their eyes. Both Pokemon are unable to battle, Shin said as he got up from where he was blown back. You know, that was a smart move. You knew your Pokemon wouldn't be done healing, so you decided that if your Pokemon was going down, mine would go with it, Naruto said as he picked up his injured Pokemon. It was risky, because I didn't know if you would take the bait. Luckily your goal to end the match quickly was in my corner, Sydney said as Naruto gave her a small smile. Well, I'll give you that, though now that I have a disadvantage with one more Pokemon, you should know I won't be holding back along with Samuel. Naruto then sent out his trusty grass Pokemon, who cried out ready for battle. So you're gonna beat me with my own type? Well then, that gives me more motivation not to lose. Leavanny, I need your assistance. Sydney then sent out her special Hug-type Pokemon as it danced onto the field. Seems little old Sawaddle evolved, Naruto said with a smile as he raised his Poke Watch. Leavanny, Bug, Grass, the nurturing Pokemon. Upon finding a small Pokemon, it weaves clothing for it from leaves, using its cutters on its arms and sticky silk. Yup, and Leavanny has been there for me and my Pokemon whenever we felt down, though in battle that's a completely different mindset, Sydney said as her Pokemon immediately became serious, getting into a battle stance. Well, even with her having type advantage, Samuel can still handle it, Naruto said as his Pokemon cried out ready for battle. Fine then, Leavanny, go in and use Leaf Blade. Her Pokemon then sprinted towards Samuel. Samuel, stop her with Razor Leaf. Samuel then unleashed a hail of sharp leaves at the oncoming Leavanny. Cut through them, Leavanny. Her Pokemon took it head on and cut up each and every single one of them with her move as she was upon Samuel, hitting him directly as he cried out in pain, being sent backwards. Samuel, you okay? Naruto asked as Samuel shook its head before jumping back into the action. Strong little one, now Leavanny, go in and hit it with another Leaf Blade. Her Pokemon quickly followed through as it went racing once again towards Samuel. Samuel, when she gets in close, use Vine Whip, Naruto said as Samuel nodded, quickly picking up speed and sending out his vines once the two were inches apart. Block them with your blades, Sydney said, but had wide eyes when the vines didn't go for her Pokemon and instead slammed into the ground as Samuel flew up in the air. Now Body Slam. Samuel then slammed itself into Leavanny's face as the two crashed into the ground. Leavanny, get him off you and use Poison Jab. Leavanny tried to throw him off, but the vines came out of Samuel wrapping around Leavanny, stopping it from falling off. Nice try. but you won't be getting rid of Samuel easily, said Naruto. I don't think so. Leavanny used Slash to get rid of him. Leavanny then started to hit the seed Pokemon. Samuel you spied, Naruto said as Samuel had a white aura around it with the slash marks dealing damage, but Samuel holding on. Leavanny you got to get him off you, Naruto said worried for the attack. Keep holding on to Leavanny Samuel, Naruto said as he kept getting hit with slash with Sydney trying to think of something, before it hit her. Leavanny used Bug Bite, her Pokemon then stopped using slash and bit into Samuel causing him to cry out in pain, but Naruto noticed the aura around him, become red. Now Samuel jump off and unleash your power, Naruto said as Samuel smirked before pushing off and firing off the pent-up energy hitting Leavanny up close as it cried out in pain as it slid back. Leavanny are you okay? Sydney asked worried for her Pokemon. Now Samuel Razor Leaf, meet him head-on with X Scissor. Samuel then unleashed Sharp Leafs at the oncoming Pokemon who took them head-on as her crossed arms glowed bright green, before jumping up and above the leaves heading straight for Samuel. Samuel jumped back and used Leech Seed, Naruto called out just as Leavanny was about to strike Samuel who jumped back and fired 2 seeds from his big one that wrapped around Leavanny who couldn't dodge thus was trapped and shocked in red power as small green light went towards Bulbasaur. Leavanny used Leaf Blade to break out, but she soon saw that the vines were too tight and couldn't allow her to move along with having her energy being taken from her. Now Samuel end this with Body Slam, Naruto called out with Sydney knowing that her Pokemon wouldn't survive the attack and so with quick thinking she decided to at least use the last moments to help in the future. Quick Leavanny used Sunny Day, Leavanny then gave a loud shout, before being hit by Samuel as she crashed into a slab of rock slumping down onto the ground. Leavanny is unable to battle. Sunny Day why call that move out, Naruto asked. Oh you'll see later on, but Leavanny did great and I am proud of you. Now Victreebel finished what she started, Sydney then sent out her last Pokemon who gave a loud scream though the wounds from the beginning match could be seen. So it's down to our last Pokemon though both don't seem to be in tip-top shape, Naruto said with a small smirk. Then let us see who comes out on top, Sydney said. Samuel Razor Leaf, Naruto called out as his Pokemon unleashed waves of sharp leaves as Sydney gave a small smirk. Checkmate, Victreebel Leaf Blade. Suddenly in a blur Victreebel was spinning rapidly cutting up the leaves, before hitting Samuel sending him flying back. What the? Naruto said surprised by the sudden speed of Victreebel. Victreebel's ability is chlorophyll which makes it faster during strong sunlight, Sydney said as the sunny day above them shined brightly. Guess we have the speed advantage against us, but that won't stop us, Samuel Leech Seed, Samuel then fires seeds at the flycatcher. Victreebel dodge it and get in close, before using Energy Ball, Sydney called out as her Pokemon once again dodged the seeds easily, before appearing in front of Samuel with a ball of energy already made. Samuel quick use Vine Whip, Samuel then unleashed its vines wrapping around Victreebel stopping it from escaping, but took the full force of the Energy Ball. That won't stop us use Poison Jab. We won't give up that easily Samuel hold on and charge it up, Naruto called out confusing Sydney, before her eyes widen at seeing the fast-moving orbs of light going into Samuel's big seed. Victreebel get out of his grasp now, Sydney said with worry as her Pokemon unleashed multiple poison jabs. Keeping charging up Samuel, but let's try bide with it, Naruto said as the white aura appeared with it tanking each and every hit. Damn you won't stop us Victreebel let's counter him with your own Solar Beam, suddenly the loud Pokemon gave a loud yell with it gathering energy for its attack. Samuel throw him back and fire, Naruto said noticing the aura was red and he was ready to fire. Don't let him fire, Sydney yelled as Victreebel was thrown back hitting a slab of the field, before firing her attack, but Samuel also fires its own attack expect this one was mixed with Bide. Go Solar Bide Beam. The two attacks collided struggling for dominance as each Pokemon held their own trying to overpower the other. But thanks to Samuel having mixed another move with it and Victreebel not fully powering up the move did Samuel overpower and hit Victreebel with the full power as it screamed out, before an explosion occurred blowing everyone slightly back as their vision was blocked, but only for a few seconds as soon it disappeared showing Samuel standing, but heavily damaged and Victreebel on the ground knocked out. Victreebel is unable to battle and therefore the winner is Naruto, Shin said declaring the match to end. Good job Vic you showed them didn't you? Sydney said, returning her Pokemon. Samuel, you did it. Yeah, Naruto said as he ran to hug the small little seed Pokemon as it turned around smiling before it suddenly shined brightly, shocking Naruto as he stopped in his tracks, watching as Samuel's size and shape changed before the light died down, revealing a new Pokemon as his Poke Watch dinged. Ivysaur, Grass Poison, the seed Pokemon. When the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. Ivysaur. Ha. Yeah, but I know, I am so proud, Naruto said, hugging his newly evolved Pokemon. Now come on, let's go get you and the others healed, Naruto said as he helped him up. Naruto, wait, a voice said as Naruto stopped in his tracks, before turning around and staring at the person who spoke to him with his eyes narrowing at who it was. Shizune, I didn't think you were in this boat, Naruto spoke, not at all happy to see one of his godmother's students, especially this one. Listen Naruto, I know you're not happy with the deal, but please don't fight it, we only want you home, she said as she soon realized from all the battles Naruto has been through that her chances of beating him were slim. If I stop fighting now, all my Pokemon who have given their all to lead up to this moment will be for naught, and I don't plan to go down easily. So Shizune, when we battle you better pull out all the stops, because I sure will, Naruto said as he had one Pokemon he didn't want to use, but for her he would. Please Naruto, if this is for that one time I didn't believe you, I am sorry, Shizune said with tears in her eyes. No, though that does play a huge part in it, but the main reason is that the time I ask for the one person I see as a friend and you betray me, so yeah, my trust issues kinda stem from you and a lot of others, Naruto said as he gave Nurse Joy Samuel. Naruto, in sorry, Shizune said with tears threatening to burst. Shin, start the match, Naruto said, shocking Shin a little. Wait, but your Pokemon, Shizune said, a little shocked he wanted to battle so soon. Trust me, you're not the battling type, Shizune, you trained to be a doctor and breeder. So if you think I am gonna go easy on you, you're sadly mistaken, Naruto said as the battlefield suddenly started to change as the destroyed grass field was replaced by a water field as a part of the field had pads for non-water types. Please Naruto, I don't wanna do this, she said. Then I won't be going home, Naruto said as a Pokeball teleported into his hand. Fine Naruto, to ensure you're brought home I will give you my all. Togekiss, let's do this, Shizune then sent out a flying polka-dotted white flyer. Shizune, if that is the best then you underestimate me, Naruto then sent out his next Pokemon as a huge shadow covered the field with it roaring onto the battlefield. GG Gyarados, but why him? Shizune asked, worried for her Pokemon. You'll see, Naruto said with the utmost confidence. Well then, if you two are ready, then let the battle begin, Shin spoke, worried for the outcome. Alright Togekiss, fly up and knock it out of the sky with Aqua Tail, Naruto said, no emotion as Gyarados waves its tail, which was covered in water, before smashing it into Togekiss as it was sent crashing into the water. Togekiss, yelled Shizune, worries shown on her face for her Pokemon. Now thunder, Gyarados roared as clouds roared above, before a bolt of lightning struck it and the dazed Togekiss, with the water not helping as it and it being sent flying next to Shizune, knocked out. Damn, Togekiss is unable to battle, Shin said, kinda shocked at the quick defeat, with the elders all having wide eyes. Is that really the best you have, Shizune? If that is, then you're not gonna be able to bring me back at all, Naruto said, not at all shocked that he basically KO'd the opponent's Pokemon with 2 moves. I will bring you back. Go Mr. Mime. Shizune then sent out her next Pokemon, one that looked more like a weird clown than anything, as Naruto sighed almost in disappointment. Shizune, I know this ain't your best, and if you won't give me your all, then I'll just end this. Gyarados Hydro Pump, Naruto called out as his Pokemon sent out a torrent of water. Mime Quick Barrier, her Pokemon then held up its hands as a purple shield appeared, but it did little to help as the Hydro Pump broke through and sent the Pokemon sailing back to land as it struggled to get up. So it survived the first hit, doesn't matter, Gyarados ended with Bite, Naruto said, having sounded done with the match. No, we won't let you Mime use Psywave, Shizune said, a little scared as her Pokemon looked at her for a split second, before firing a purple wave of energy. But it didn't make Gyarados flinch, who continued on and chopped down on Mr. Mike, who cried out in pain, before being sent crashing into the water and emerging out of it with swirls in her eyes. Mr. Mime is unable to battle, Shin said, shocked once again along with the rest of the audience. Naruto didn't show this much ferocity in our match, Astra said, standing alongside Isaac and Sydney with Ren and Tanner in front of them. He didn't even use Gyarados against your guys, Ren said. But why? I mean, if he had such a strong Pokemon, why keep it hidden from all of us and not sweep us with it? Sydney asked, confused on why he wouldn't use such a strong Pokemon against them. Because he saw something in us, Astra said, getting the others' attention. What do you mean by that, Astra? Sydney asked. When me and him battled, I felt something. A feeling I've only felt once, and that was during my Sinnoh League battle where I faced this young lady who not only showed some impressive moves, but made me get into the battle like no one before until today when I faced him and he showed me that same fire in his eyes. Those eyes were in him for each of your battles, not with the others because he knew they were not worth his time, and that why he only used his prime Pokemon. But with Gyarados he only brings it out when either the fire in someone is corrupted or he himself has the personal issue, Astra said, with the others looking at him with curious wide eyes. So we are being tested to see if we are what worthy? Tanner asked. Maybe. Guess we'll find out after this match is over, which will be soon, Astra said as everyone focused back in the match as Shizune was having a nervous fit. Please Naruto, I don't want to battle anymore, she said. Then quiet, walk away and I and my Pokemon may get the rest we need, Naruto said. But then you'll go on and be one step closer to leaving us, she said. So you don't believe anyone on this ship can stop me? Naruto asked. No, not that's it's just that, but Shizune was blabbering the rest of her sentence, not even knowing what to say. Shizune, just send out your last Pokemon, Naruto said as Shizune shakily grabbed her last Pokeball before throwing it out, as it turned out to be a Pokemon Naruto knew all too well. Articuno. I didn't know you had one, Naruto said, shocked since only Tsunade had one. I passed my exams and so I was given one to partner with. We've been together a long time and I want her to be the one to bring you back, Shizune said as she looked up at Naruto staring into his angered eyes. Well then, if that's true, then you're proving my point that you don't want to battle, and I am pretty sure you weren't even in the tournament to begin with, Naruto said as he suspected from viewing the board only seeing a few names, and if he saw Shizune's name he would have said something to her. Though judging by her giving him a small glare she tightened her hands. Articuno used hyper voice. Suddenly her Pokemon took a deep breath and let out a loud cry that caused Gyarados anger instead of pain as it roared into the sky. Before, without Naruto telling it to, shot a hydro pump taking out Articuno, who slammed into her trainer as the two fell off the stage and onto the ground, with Shizune finally having it as her tears fell as she held her now unconscious Pokemon. Articuno is unable to battle and thus the winner of this match is Naruto, Shin said as it was basically another one-sided fight for Naruto. Like I said Shizune, if you didn't come at me with your best, then you never would have beaten me. Of course even if you did come at me with your best I would still win, Naruto said, not with arrogance, but with a voice of full confidence that he could beat Shizune. He then walked off before returning his Pokemon as Shizune looked down to the ground, not bothering to look at the elders who had made her basically replace one of the contenders in order to somehow bring Naruto to his sense and come willingly or beat him. But with his dominance over her she knew the elders have wasted their time, with most of them having already left before she even sent out her final Pokemon. Naruto in the meantime was heading to the lower decks to find Nurse Joy and see how his Pokemon were doing, but stopped when he heard footsteps approaching and turned around to find Ren, Tanner, Astra, and Sydney coming up to him. How can I help you for? Naruto asked with a bit of curiosity. We wanted to ask what that whole mess out there was with Shizune-sama, Sydney asked with Naruto tensing a little bit, which didn't go unnoticed by the four. That would be a matter to discuss with her and not me. Now if you excuse me I have to go check on my Pokemon, Naruto said before turning around and walking to his destination. Why did you take it easy on me? Astra spoke up, causing Naruto to stop in his tracks and the other three to slightly glare at him for staring out the obvious. I don't know what you mean, Naruto spoke, sounding genuine in not knowing what he was asking. You know what I mean, Naruto. You used Gyarados, a Pokemon that was obviously stronger then your other Pokemon you used. In fact you used it to sweep Shizune-san, someone who was trained by one of the 3 Kalos Knights, Astra said, sounding angered by each word as he realized during the match that Naruto could have beaten him and Sydney cleanly if he used Gyarados, but he didn't. Was it because they were not strong enough, not worthy to face his true power? Why use Gyarados against her, but not me, Naruto? I thought you said I was a good enough opponent, Sydney said, also saddened that he used such a powerhouse against someone else. But not her, though deep in her mind she okay with that. Because I felt it wasn't needed, he said, silencing them of their thoughts. What do you mean not needed? Tanner asked. You three I fought showed something that everyone at this tournament didn't. A bond. The three in question looked at him confused while Ren looked on curious at what he meant. A bond? Tanner asked. A bond with your Pokemon, one that far surpasses anyone on this ship. In fact, when I fought you three, I not only chose the Pokemon I wanted to face against you, because I saw you as weak, but because I acknowledged you. Your bonds, your determination to beat me to prove you were different, and in the end you succeeded. That's why I didn't use Gyarados, because just one-shot Pokemon is not fun, nor is it fair to the trainer and Pokemon who have journeyed far together to GE where they are. I did it for the benefit of all of us, Naruto said as the three looked down pondering his words. So where does that put me? A voice said behind them as the four turned around with Naruto looking behind them to find Isaac looking straight into his eyes with the same ones he had during their battle as Naruto gave a small smile. I don't need to tell you what you already know. I mean, you have the Mega Stone and your bond with your Pokemon is the key, so me telling you that your fight was worthy of me showing my bonds further, Naruto said. Huh. I guess you're right, though if it was a full battle I think the outcome would have been different, Isaac said. You're right, I would have used more than Gyarados to battle you, Naruto said as the two laughed a little with the four onlookers looking between the two. I know you're competing in the Indigo League and so am I. So you better make it far, because I want to make my win over you spectacular, Isaac said, before the two stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds with Isaac taking his leave. I look forward to it, Naruto silently said. What about me? Ren asked since he hadn't faced the Uzumaki. You're a mystery right now, Ren, though in our battle even if it be brief I will learn all I can from it with just a look, Naruto said before heading off, leaving the four to ponder some more on his words all the while preparing for the next set of matcha to go. Naruto, Ren yelled, causing him to turn around and stare at the older trainer. You better give me your all, because I'll show you the bonds I have with my Pokemon, he said as for that brief moment Naruto saw it in his eyes, the bond between humans and Pokemon. Well, let us hope then, he said with a small smile as he continued his journey away and to prepare for the coming battles. Now Kurama, end this with Flame Charge, Naruto yelled as his fox Pokemon cried out before charging in, covered in flames as it crashed into the awaiting opponent's Pokemon, causing it to cry out in pain and land in a heap in front of its trainer. Arcane is unable to battle the winner of this match as Naruto, Shin said as everyone clapped with today's battles finally being down with as Naruto once again beat the set people today as the number of opponents was dropping with only 10 being left as the elders all became worried now. That was a good battle and I enjoyed our match, Naruto said shaking his opponent's hand. Really? Thanks, I thought I did pretty bad, his opponent said. No, why would you think that? I mean, you made me use more than one search Pokemon, Naruto said. But that was after 2 of my search Pokemon were done with, he said a little sad. Hey, don't be down, you gave a great match and that is all anyone will see, okay, Naruto said as his opponent smiled, nodding his head as the two left the field with everyone else as today's battles had concluded, with Naruto heading to the nurse's quarters to find Blaze and Talia hanging around with Ursaring and other Pokemon. Seems like all of you are having fun, Naruto said, causing all his Pokemon to run towards him as he laughed at all their lovely attempts to hug him or lick him. I see today's battles are done for today, Nurse Joy said walking up. See, I told you Kurama and Leo could handle the rest, Naruto said as he handed his 2 search Pokemon's Pokeballs to Joy so she could heal them. Yes, I know, but sometimes you and your search Pokemon push themselves too far, she said with a sigh as she walked away. So Naruto, the competition is almost over and the other Uzumaki are becoming worried, Z said as she came out of the Pokeball once it was clear. Yeah, I know, but they swore as an Uzumaki and I know they wouldn't go back on it. Also, the rest of you be prepared, tomorrow the ship docks on one of the Sevy Islands, Naruto spoke out loud, causing all his search Pokemon to cry out in agreement. Why are we stopping there? Asked Z. Well, since the boat got turned into a big tournament we haven't really gotten a proper cruise and some of the guests are unhappy, so they decided to stop at one of the Sevy Islands so that some of the people can be settled down and so that the trainers can get some rest, Naruto said. Well, at least that gives most of them some time to relax since they have been working hard, Z said. That's why I am looking forward to it, Naruto said before walking towards Ursaring and his pals. So how you've been, Ursaring? Naruto asked the bear search Pokemon, who gave him a smile and started to tell him about everything, with Z looking on with a smile as Blaze walked up to her. "What is it, Blaze?" she asked as he started to tell her something that made her become angered as she looked at Naruto and Ursaring having a good time and decided to deal with the problem herself. "That's good, Ursaring, at least you're doing better than before," Naruto said as Ursaring looked down, being remembered of his previous trainer. "Naruto, your search Pokemon are all better," Nurse Joy said, walking back with both Pokemon riding on the cart as they cried out before jumping into his arms as he smiled at their happy natures, before taking their Pokeballs back. "Attention all passengers, we will be arriving at Sevy Islands shortly." "So Nurse Joy, what will you be doing while all of us are exploring?" Naruto asked the nurse. "Well, I'll be visiting my sisters here in the Sevy Islands, as it has been a while since I last saw them," she said. "That's great, but you wouldn't happen to know a great place for me and my search Pokemon to go and relax at?" Naruto asked. "Well, there is a small town in one of the islands, though I forgot which one, but this map should help you." Nurse Joy then handed him a small map that others were given. "Thanks, Nurse Joy," Naruto said, before returning all of his search Pokemon, but stopped when he saw some people taking Ursaring and the other Pokemon outside. "Hey, what are you doing with them?" Naruto asked the men. "Well, there is a place on one of the islands where a couple lives and houses a daycare, and they have accepted to take care of the search Pokemon," one of the men said. "Which island?" asked Naruto. "I think the fifth one," the same man said as the Pokemon looked at them with worry and Naruto saw Ursaring growling at them. "Hey, let me take them," Naruto said, knowing that Ursaring was about to lash out. "Listen kid, we would love to, but we were told. Let them, Sean. Naruto has spent the most time with these search Pokemon and it would be appropriate to let him be the ones to get them to their home," Shin said, walking up to the group. "Sir, but the elders," he said. "Let me worry about them now, go get the rest of the ship sweat and enjoy your time here," Shin said, with Sean nodding and walking away, telling the others to get to the rest of the ship. "Thanks Shin, you didn't have to do that," said Naruto. "I did it for them and because they trust you." Shin looked at each of the search Pokemon, all talking with each other as if they were friends. "Where will you be going, Shin?" asked Naruto. "I think I am going to visit some old friends on," Shin said before walking away. "Huh, wonder what friends?" Naruto wondered before getting the other search Pokemon into their Pokeballs and heading to one of the Sevy Islands. Sevy Islands 4. "Well guys, it looks like this is our stop," Naruto said as he got a ride over to the fourth island and stopped in front of a large house with a backyard that had many Pokemon wandering around. "Ah, you must be the young gentleman with the search Pokemon," an old man with gray hair that had slight black hairs and was having a small Eevee walk beside him. "Yes, my name is Naruto, nice to meet you," he introduced himself to the old man. "Good to meet you, Naruto, you can call me Nando," the old man introduced himself. "Well Nando, I am here with the hurt and abandoned search Pokemon that were confiscated from one of the trainers," Naruto said as Nando nodded, though had gloom look. "I see it is not easy for Pokemon who have been abused in a way. It hurts them not just physically, but mentally as well," Nando said as he looked at all the search Pokemon who were being guided by one of the assistants of the daycare. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked, curious at his words, though he had a bunch of what he was saying. "Pokemon are like us, living, breathing creatures, but the thing that separates us is of course what we do with our power. For them it's to be free, and for us it's our show of dominance. Sometimes it's to others and most of the times it's to their search Pokemon," he said as he saw the way Ursaring was being hesitate with the boys, but he saw his wife come up to it and give it some berries before giving it a gentle smile that calmed him down and allowed him to keep going. "Yeah, I've seen firsthand what the attitudes of some trainers can be like for their search Pokemon," Naruto said as the images of both Zack and Obito came to mind. "And what about you, youngling? What do your Pokemon say about you?" Nando said with a smirk. "Why don't you ask them?" Naruto then released his search Pokemon, all of whom quickly stretched to get the feeling back into them as Kurama and Bolt were the first to jump into Naruto's arms as he laughed at their playfulness with the others trying to show their love. "Haha, it would seem all your Pokemon truly love and respect you," Nando said. "I always see the love they have and it brightens my heart to see their smile each day. I am sure the search Pokemon here give you the same smile each day," Naruto said as the old man laughed. "Well, they do get rough with me sometimes," he said. "Nando, A sudden yell got the two's attention along with the search Pokemon as they looked to see a man with brown hair with slight gray in it dressed in a simple white t-shirt and blue slim pants ran up to them as he took a moment to breath. "What's wrong, Henry?" Nando asked the game corner owner. "It's Annie. She hasn't come back from her play date with Marcus and some thugs came in demanding to give up my place or else my daughter will be hurt," he said with fear and worry in his voice as the two looked at his with sadness. "Easy there, Henry. Tell me, where is your daughter?" Nando asked. "She went with Marcus to 2 Island to see about the rumored ghosts that live there," Henry said. "What kind of thugs were harassing you, Henry?" Naruto asked. "I don't know. They came in and gave me a scare, but they had uniforms on with the symbol R on their front shirt," Henry said to the unknown kid, but he saw his eyes immediately narrow as his face showed anger and he thought he saw his eyes turn red. "Team Rocket always trying to get others to submit to them," Naruto in anger said as his search Pokemon also became angered. "Calm down, my boy. If you go head first at them in anger you will surely be defeated. Right now we must first find Annie," Nando said as he started to walk towards the docks. "Wait, old man, I think you should stay. I can handle it from here," Naruto said, though Nando gave him a sly smirk. "Just because I am old doesn't mean I am useless. I have a boat by the docks. We can take it to the island and find our way to her," Nando spoke as he continued his journey. "Let me come to. I have to make sure she's okay and I believe I am now where she might be," Henry spoke up as he followed after them with Naruto returning his search Pokemon. "Where on the island did she go?" Naruto asked. "Well, Annie has always taken a fond liking to the ghost in the forest and so she always goes to the one place she knows they will be hiding," Henry said as they arrived at the dock and Nando led them to a speedboat, one which Naruto saw was named the Raging Gator. "Come on boys, we don't have a moment to waste," Nando said with the two jumping on just as the rope holding it close was pulled in and they sped off. 2 Island. "How long do we have to wait till the boss is back?" a Team Rocket grunt said as him and 4 others were sitting around on rocks as they each were doing their own thing. "Don't know. He had to. Don't know. He just said to hold down the fort till he got whatever he had to get," another grunt said before. Shut it, girl, or you'll regret it." One of the grunts near the giant tree then threw a small rock, nearly hitting a small little girl who was tied up and gagged as she glared at the grunts before showing worried eyes to the boy next to her who had a gash on his forehead and was unconscious. "Take it easy, she's just a kid," another grunt said, not liking how they were treating the kid. "Yeah, well, if you haven't heard lately, we have been getting our asses handed to us by a kid." "Yeah, I heard about that. Zabuza and Haku fought him and were defeated, weren't they?" "I don't know, but if I ever see that kid, he'd best be running." "Oh, should I?" Suddenly the 5 grunts turned around in surprise as a blonde-haired kid stood in front of the freed girl and her friend as Nando and Henry helped them up. "Hey, who the hell are you?" one of the grunts said. "Doesn't matter, he freed the kid and he's messing with us," another one said as the others took out their Pokeballs. "I don't think so, Bolt Thunderbolt." Suddenly lightning came from the bushes and struck the grunts, who each cried out in pain before falling down knocked out. "Well, that takes care of that," Naruto said before turning towards the 2 hostages. "Are you okay, Annie?" Henry asked, his daughter, relief in his voice. "Yeah, but Marcus, he got injured trying to defend me and Ghost," Annie said with pain in her voice at seeing her friend in such a state. "Ghost?" Naruto with confused said. "Ghost is my friend who I usually come and play with, but when I did find him he was caught by this bad man and when I tried to stop them Marcus had to come in and save me, but they beat him," Annie said with tears as she looked at her injured friend. "It's okay, my dear, well, get him to a hospital, but right now Naruto," Nando said looking at the blonde trainer. "I know you'll see where they are, but you get them to safety," Naruto said before running off with the others, quickly calling Officer Jenny. Somewhere on the island, the sound of rattling and the moaning of pain could be heard on the main dirt road as 3 black vehicles moved along the mountainside heading to the top where their mission lied, as a man sat in the passenger side with a smug look on his face with his purple hair up in a bun as he gave a smirk to the captured ghost search Pokemon, who all were injured in some way, as one search Pokemon was up and tending to them and glared at the Team Rocker admin, who just smiled back. "Sir, we are approaching the destination," the driver said as the 3 vehicles stopped in front of what seemed like a set of steps that led up to the top of the mountain as all the grunts got out and the leader smiled. "Finally. Quick, let the purple one out," the leader said. "But petrol, sir, what if it tries to escape?" one of the grunts said. Oh, it want not unless it wants its friends to suffer, Petrol said before the grunts opened the cage and out stepped the purple ghost search Pokemon as it glared at all the grunts, but showed hatred to the leader. Oh, stop that unless you want your friends to feel more pain. Suddenly he pressed a button on a remote he had as the cage lit up with electricity and all the injured search Pokemon cried out in pain as the Gengar looked at them crying out, before he stopped with the ghost type relenting. Good, now come time is of the essence, Petrol said as they made their way up the stairs. Sir, what about us? One of the grunts asked. Stay here and guard them and make sure no one interrupts us, Petrol said, handing one of the grunts the remote. As he headed up the stairs, did a pair of eyes watch him ascend, before staring at the grunt with the remote control as they glared at him. Easy Naruto, we must come up with a plan, Z said, appearing beside him. I know, but I feel so helpless, he said as he watched those injured search Pokemon suffer. Do not fret, we will help them, but right now I need you to focus, Z said. Fine, but how do we go about this? Naruto asked. First we have to take them control away from that grunt, then we have to get those search Pokemon to safety, Z said. I already called Officer Jenny, so we should have this handled before she arrives, Naruto said as he grabbed some of his Pokeballs. How you sure you don't want me to help? Z asked. No, if they see you, then they will get more greedy and try to hunt me down. Try to get them to be disorganized while we try and surprise them from behind, Naruto said as Z nodded and the two went into action. While up on the top of the stairs, Petrol arrived and gave a sinister smirk as he looked at the monument in front of him in the shape of one of the legendary birds of Kanto with a certain small item below it. Ah, the Mega Stone we have been searching for at long last, he said as he made his way to it. CCCRRRRRRR. Suddenly from the skies above a huge blast of fire came down, blocking the path to the stone as Petrol looked on with slight anger as the flames took a shape and dispersed, showing a large bird with its wingspan blowing the hot air it was producing as the flames on its body became even hotter as the legendary Moltres gave a cry of war. Well, this wasn't unexpected, but I was hoping you would not be here so this could go be a lot easier. Sigh, guess the hard way it is, Petrol said as he gave a sly smirk before looking to one of the grunts holding a strange machine. Yes sir. He then walked over to the ghost type and put the collar around its arm as it had a small gem on it. Now let's see if my machine works, Petrol said as he held up a strange ping-pong device that was gray and a screen showing strange data along with another small gem at the top. The fire bird looked at the captured Gengar with pity before glaring at the man who was obviously in control before expelling flames from its mouth. But the Gengar appeared in front of the man and used Protect, blocking the flames as it looked exhausted just holding up the shield. Oh, feeling tired? Well, better get a quick rest, because the fun is just beginning. Suddenly he pressed a button as the machine lit up along with the stone as the machine on Gengar also lit up as energy started to come forth and connect before Gengar flinched in pain from the machine and suddenly he flowed and changed, having no longer two legs as they combined into a single one along with his hands not being some time of fire with a thing atop his forehead and his color becoming white showing it had mega evolved. Now the fun starts, Petrol said with glee. Back down below the grunts were wondering what all the commotion was up top as their distraction gave Z the perfect opportunity to hit a few of them with Thunderbolt, knocking them out as the rest looked back in surprise as the man with the control was about to press one of the buttons, but got lifted up into the air as the remote was stolen and he was turned around staring into the eyes of a pissed off Blaze. With the others noticing the search Pokemon, but not reacting fast enough before King and Kurama each spend in an either used Flame Charge or Drill Run to take them out, with Z seeing most of them already down moved in and used Dual Chop to break the bars and free the trapped search Pokemon. Good job guys, Naruto said before an explosion caught their attention as he looked up and saw fire everywhere on top and without thinking started to run up. Naruto, wait, Z said as she ran after him, telling the other Pokemon to stay and watch over the injured ones. Naruto was speeding up the steps in a blur as he saw the leader of these grunts take Gengar up with him and was wondering what he was doing if it involved Moltres, and as he made it to the top his eyes widened in horror as he came across the burned battlefield with what he assumed to be the burned bodies of Team Rocket in the corner. GGG General Gar. Naruto's attention was drawn towards the center where he saw the injured Gengar looking badly hurt as it was barely conscious, and he ran towards it seeing it flinch upon hearing running, but stopped from doing anything dangerous once having a look at his face seeing it was only a kid. It's okay, I am here to help, Naruto said as he pulled out some hyper potions and wrappings. Where do you think you're going? Naruto then looked behind him to see Petrol, having looked like he had taken a lot of the burns as half his uniform was gone and the machine he had was destroyed as he stumbled to Naruto. It's over Petrol, now give up and surrender, you're barely alive as it is, Naruto spoke, wondering how he was still standing. Oh no my boy, you see that Gengar is special, not only did it survive my test, but it proved my theory, he said in a crazed sorts. Really, and what crazy theory is that? Naruto asked, preparing one of his Pokeballs. Well my boy, that Mega Evolution can not only be forced, but harnessed, he said almost in glee, with Naruto having wide eyes. Impossible, only with the bonds you have with your search Pokemon can true Mega Evolution be obtained, Naruto said, standing up and giving him a fierce glare. Yes, while it doesn't quite have the full power one Mega Evolution should, I believe with some work it might become just as powerful, he said as he looked at the injured Gengar with glee, but gained an annoyed look when Naruto blocked his view. You gonna have to get past me, Naruto said. Well, that won't be hard. I'll just get rid of you and take that Gengar back to HQ in Celadon City, he said as he grabbed a large taser behind him, with Naruto going for one of his Pokeballs, but stopped upon seeing something forming behind Petrol. Sure, I might not scare you, but I am pretty sure the big fire bird behind you might, Naruto said with a smile as Petrol gave confused look. What in the blazes are you talking about, Boa? Suddenly he turned around, not being able to finish his sentence as Moltres blew a torrent of flames at him, with Naruto quickly looking away, only hearing his screams as he put his body over Gengar to protect him. Then when the flames stopped did he turn around, not seeing any sign of Petrol, only ashes, and suddenly his focus went to the fire bird, which looked at him with an intense stare, before in a yellow blur Z appeared in front of him, paws ready to defend her trainer and friend. Easy Z, I don't think he's gonna hurt us, Naruto said as he walked in front of her, with Z still tense, ready for anything Moltres might pull. Naruto walked towards the fire bird, who kept its intense stare with him as he walked closer, but didn't show any hint of attacking, before Naruto was right in front of it as the fire bird lowered its head, staring into Naruto right into his deepest parts, almost as if it was viewing his life through his eyes. Naruto then noticed that on its wings was a slight mark, and without hesitation he raised his hand to try and see how damaged it was, but the bird moved it away as it glared at him. It's okay, I only wanna help, Naruto said as Z was about to move in, but a wave from Naruto stopped her as he moved closer, with the fire bird starting at him as he held the wing, which made Moltres flinch, but didn't back away as Naruto grabbed a hyper potion and sprayed it on, making Moltres flinch at the slight pain. But it went away quickly as Naruto went to wrap some bandages on it, only to realize the flames would burn it. Thank you, young on, a voice spoke in his mind, made Naruto jump a little and look around, before his gaze settled on Moltres, who stared at him with a peaceful look. No need to thank me, I was just wanting to make sure your wound wouldn't become infected, Naruto said. Do not worry, my wounds would heal with time, but for my friend over there. Moltres then stared at the still hurt Gengar as it moved over to him, with Z stepping aside as Naruto walked up next to him. What are you doing? He asked. Healing my friend, Moltres said as suddenly it flapped its wings and the flames on it spread around Gengar before spreading onto him, as Gengar shook a little, with Naruto about to go in, but was stopped by Z, who pointed at his wounds, which started to heal as the two had wide eyes. Your flames, they healed him, Naruto said with awe. My flames, for which I live and breathe by, are both carnage and hope. Just as Ho-Oh brings about peace, I shall bring clarity, and my friend here was done damage by the very goons who try to steal the treasure they do not know the power of, Moltres spoke as Naruto looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean, what treasure? He asked. The treasure here which was given to me by other more powerful search Pokemon, Moltres then hinted at the gem which floated above the panel. A Mega Stone. But which search Pokemon could this belong to? Naruto asked as he walked towards the altar. One you shall meet in due time, Naruto Uzumaki, Moltres said, shocking Naruto. How do you know who I am? He asked. You do not know this, but your journey has been watched not only by me, but by others, and has allowed us to see you and know that your life was not easy for one so young, and as that maybe we have chosen you to be our one, Moltres said. Our one? What do you mean by that, Moltres? Naruto asked. When the time comes you may battle me, and if you should win I will be under your guidance, Moltres said, shocking Naruto, but making Z wonder something. So what if he loses? Z asked. That will be for me to decide when the time comes, but for now take this stone young Naruto and carry it for protection as you have done for all your search Pokemon. Moltres then used the flames to lift the stone and hand it to Naruto, who looked down at the Mega Stone. "Thank you, Moltres. I promise to guard it with my life," he said with so much conviction it shocked Z a little. "Yes, I know, and for when O paths may cross again I shall be waiting on," Moltres said before flying up into the sky, being nothing more than a red dot. "Well, that was sure interesting," Z spoke as she gave Naruto a smirk. "Huh, maybe this cruise wasn't so bad," Naruto said before they heard footsteps, and Z quickly went inside his Pokeball as Officer Jenny and a couple officers came up only to widen their eyes at the carnage. "Dear me, what happened?" she asked. "That, my dear Officer Jenny, is a story for later, because right now this Gengar needs treatment," Naruto said as he came up to them with Gengar around his shoulders, who might have been healed of the wounds, but he could tell that he was exhausted and needed rest. "All right, follow me. We were able to arrest the rest of the goons thanks to your search Pokemon's help," Jenny said as Naruto smiled at his search Pokemon's handy job. 5 days later, after the whole Team Rocket fiasco, did the Uzumaki decide to pull up sail a few days early, though they did thank Naruto for saving the Pokemon and stopping Team Rocket, as Naruto was of course questioned by the police, and though they were a bit skeptical, let him go as he did save someone. As for Annie and Marcus, they were able to both recover, with Marcus waking up a few hours after being saved and thanking the young trainer, with Naruto being shy at the praise, though he did enjoy the nice company WITB Henry and his family, as he was also allowed to try his game corner for free anytime. Though when the time came for him to go, there were a few saddened faces, one specifically being Annie. "Do you have to go, brother Naru?" Annie said as she had grown quiet attached to Naruto, with the two hanging out nearly all the time he was here. "Unfortunately I have to get back, but don't worry, I'll stop by to visit," Naruto said with a big smile as Annie gave a small smile and gave the older boy a huge hug, as Naruto was taken aback by it before hugging her back. "Thanks again, kid, I owe you a lot," Henry said as he shook his hand. "Always ready to help anyone in need, Henry," Naruto said. "Well, my boy, I guess this is where we part ways," Nando said as Naruto gave the old man a sad smile, as he had gotten to know the old man and his wife being nice folk. "Take care, old man, and I'll come by to check on Ursaring and the others," Naruto said with Nando nodding his head. As Naruto was going to grab his pack, it suddenly floated up as Naruto jumped in fright, but gained a tick mark once a smiling and laughing ghost appeared, laughing at his jokes. With Naruto giving a ghost type a small smile and laugh, as both he and Annie had gone to make sure Ghost was okay and that the other search Pokemon were all doing well, though Ghost took a liking to him and followed him around, always prancing him, which angered him at first, but realized he was just like him at a young age, so he just laughed at each attempt, always enjoying his antics. "Ha, I'll miss you to Ghost," Naruto said as he petted the ghost type, who gave a big smile, and as he went to grab his bag the ghost type pulled back, with him looking at Ghost with a raised eyebrow, before the ghost type let out its large tongue, which held two things which shocked Naruto, as one was the Mega Stone for Gengar and the other was a new Pokeball he bought. It was black all around, with the center having a gold trim and the top showing a red circle. "I think he wants to go with you," Henry said with a smile. But what about your friends Gengar and Annie?" Naruto said, turning towards the smiling girl. "It was actually mine and the other ghost's idea, because we know how dangerous that stone is and Ghost wouldn't want to get rid of it, so we thought it best if he traveled with you and got stronger to protect not only us, but everyone," Annie said as Naruto stared at her, smiling really big as he to let a smile out. "Well then, Ghost, what do you say, wanna join the team?" Naruto asked him, with Ghost giving a big smile and tapping the luxury ball as it opened up and sucked him in, with it shaking 3 times before clicking. "Guess our journey is about to become a little more wild," Z said from inside her Pokeball. "That it is," Naruto thought as he sent his final farewell before boarding the ship as his journey continues. "Now Blaze, use Thunder Punch." Naruto watched as his Pokemon roared into the air, dodging the Mega Punch before landing a devastating electric punch to the charging Prime Ape, who had wide eyes, being shocked before falling down, swirls in its eyes. "Primeape is unable to battle and therefore the winner of the match goes to Naruto," Shin said as he sighed, knowing that was the final battle for today. "Good job, Blaze, you did amazing today," Naruto said as his fire type nuzzled into him for affection, before clapping caught his attention and he turned serious as he turned towards the elders, with one of them walking up to him. "Good job, young Namikaze, so far you have been able to defeat every trainer on board, surprising not only them, but us as well," the elder said as he stared at Naruto with his keen eyes. Thanks, but to be honest it was all my Pokemon's doing, Naruto said smiling at his Charizard who hummed at the praise. Be that as it may, you still have one challenge left, the elder then waved his hand as a certain red head came up to stand next to the elder. So Ren, you're my final challenge, Naruto said. Yeah, who would have thought the young kid I knew back then would turn into such a fierce trainer, Ren said showing his smile ready for the challenge. Sometimes I can surprise, but you remember the deal old man, if I win you forget about me and tell no one, not even my parents, Naruto said with clear distrust. Ah yes, and if you should lose, your journey to the Kalos region shall be swift, he said with a challenging smile. Guess I'll see you tomorrow then. Naruto with the same challenging smirk walked away with Blaze to get healed and some good rest. Up above in the stands as people were talking and conversing, one person was just glaring with a hate-filled stare as he looked at the retreating form of Naruto gripping the metal bars before letting go and walking off to sulk in his room. Zack Uzumaki, now former, was angry and filled with nothing but anger, rage, and a sense of vengeance on the lost Namikaze, one who ruined his life and had taken the one thing that made him who he is. He would pay dearly, and oh would he make it so, as he gained an evil smile before locking his door and making sure everything was secure, before grabbing a small disc from under his bed as he pressed a button and a light lit up showing static before it cleared up and a person was seen on the other side. You were right, Ren and Namikaze will face each other tomorrow as the final match, Zack said. As I suspected, the Uzumaki were always arrogant and thinking they could end him with one of their top elites is laughable. The voice distorted was male, but had a dark tone to his voice. Yes, they are the elders more than anyone, Zack said, always viewing everybody as weak till this man showed up and showed his power. Yes, now you know the plan, the man said. Yes, cause a small problem with the engines, thus stalling them and forcing them to stay rooted in the middle of nowhere, allowing you and your team to come and ambush them, Zack said. Yes, and my team is prepared for all their Pokemon as they gave away most of their aces during it, the man said. Then can I be a part of your team? Zack asked with hope. If all goes according to plan, you may just be Team Rocket material, the man said, coming slightly into the light showing the large red R on his shirt. And my revenge on Namikaze will be all so sweet, Zack said as he ended transmission before going to prepare for tomorrow's events. Next morning, Naruto once again opened his eyes as he had the light of the morning sun peering through, with him sitting up and stretching as he looked around as all his Pokemon laying down all fast asleep after their big supper last night, which put a smile on his face as he looked at Z, who was sleeping on one of the beams with Kurama sleeping on Blaze's stomach, as they looked like father and son, as he got up and made his way to the bathroom, making sure not to disturb the sleeping Pokemon. Though once he exited from his long shower he found all his Pokemon up and moving about, with Z being the one to make sure they were all clean and ready. You didn't have to do that, Z, Naruto said. Ah, but this is our last day on this cruise and I wouldn't want you worrying much if everyone wasn't ready, Z said. So you think I'll win today? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. If you keep calm and don't try to push you and the others too much, yeah, I think you have a chance, she said as Naruto laughed before grabbing his clothes to change into. After they were all ready, Z returned back into her Pokeball as he took his Pokemon to the dining room where everyone was already there and eating, but most of them stopped and stared at him as he walked to the buffet and started to grab himself and his other Pokemon some food, but as he sat down at his table did others join him, ones he knew all too well. How are you doing this fine morning, Naruto? Sydney said with a big smile. I am doing quite well, though. Why are you guys here with me? Naruto asked. Well, since it's the last day of this cruise battle and we will be returning most of the trainers and people back home, we thought we'd hang with you, Tanner said. What, you don't believe Ren will beat me and drag me home? Naruto said, curious at their thoughts. Well, we can't determine the outcome of a battle until its final moments, and you have shown that very well, Astra said, causing Naruto to smile a little. Besides, don't think I'll go easy on you, because we're family, Ren said, walking up to them. Wouldn't want it any other way. Upper deck. Alright people, this is the last battle of this tournament in which the challenger Ren Uzumaki vs Naruto will take place, and unlike the other ones which have been 3-on-3, this one will be a full 6-on-6 battle, with the winner being crowned when the other has no more Pokemon to substitute. Shin said, knowing this would be unlike any of the other battles, as he could tell the two were going to enjoy this way too much and the ship might not be able to handle it. I hope you give me your all, Ren, Naruto said as he stood in his side Pokeball in hand. Oh, trust me, you'll get my best. Marowak go. Ren then sent out his Pokemon, which was a small brown lizard with small little claws and a large club that it swung around, but the main feature was the skull on its face, giving it a menacing vibe. So Marowak, alright then, let's show them what we got, Leo. Naruto then sent out his trusty water turtle, who cried out ready for battle. Gonna go at me with type advantage, Ren said, tasing an eyebrow. You can say that, but also Leo wanted more action, Naruto said as the two prepared. If both trainers are ready, let the match begin. Leo use water gun. Blow through it with Iron Head. The two Pokemon then thrusted their attacks, with Leo shooting a stream of water as Marowak rushed in with its bone head, taking a metallic look, smashing right through the attack, before smashing into Leo, who went sailing back. Leo, you okay? Naruto asked his Pokemon, who quickly jumped up and gave a thumbs up to him as he smiled back. Marowak, don't let him recover, move in and use Bone Club. Marowak then rushed in again as Leo started to duck and weave with each swing on that mighty club as Marowak kept pressing on. Leo, quick Euro Ball. Then Leo pulled all his appendages into his shell before spinning at a fast rate, blocking the next club as Marowak was thrown back a little, but that small moment of hesitation allowed Leo to go in and strike, sending Marowak tumbling back. Marowak, you okay? Ren asked as his Pokemon jumped back up, looking angered as he gave a smile. Good, now go in and use Brick Break. His Pokemon then rushed in, hand glowing. Leo meet him head on with Euro Ball. Once again his Pokemon spun rapidly, flying towards the Marowak as the two clashed, but Leo got pushed back, before Marowak used its club to send Leo flying. Now use Smackdown. Marowak then materialized a large stone in its palm before throwing it and hitting it with its club as it smashed into Leo, who stopped its Euro Ball only to cry in pain from the rock being thrown. Leo, no. Now use Flamethrower. Marowak then unleashed a torrent of flames at the falling water type. Leo used Rapid Spin to block the flames. Naruto then watched as his Pokemon once again went inside its shell before spinning rapidly, only this time not taking on a metal shine as it smashed into the flames, rushing through them thanks to the fall's momentum. Marowak, don't let up. Now Leo use Headbutt. Naruto waited till he saw Marowak flinch before calling the move as the ground type stopped releasing flames, only for Leo to rush in and smash its head into him, sending him flying back as he struggled to get up. Marowak, come on, get up, bud. Leo now use Water Pulse. Leo opened its mouth as a ball of water concentrated there before he fired it as it hurled in the air before colliding with the downed Marowak, who had wide eyes before being hit as it was sent flying back, landing in front of its trainer, swirls in its eyes. Marowak is unable to battle, Shin said. Alright, we got the first win, Leo, Naruto said, jumping with joy as his water Pokemon jumped into his arms happily, with Ren returning his Pokemon. Good job, Marowak, you did good. I gotta say, Naruto, your Pokemon are something else. Maybe I should have battled you sooner, Ren said. Then we wouldn't be having the stakes as high as they are, Naruto said, setting his Pokemon down. True. But right now those stakes are far from my mind, as this battle is all I care about. Now let's take this into the air. Ren then sent out his next Pokemon, which was out, swooped down and raced past Naruto, who looked up as the flying bird hovered in the air behind him before going and landing in front of its trainer as Naruto raised his Pokewatch. Swellow, normal, flying, the swallow Pokemon and the evolved form of Tylo. Swellow flies high above our heads, making arcs as it flies. This Pokemon dives at a steep angle as soon as it spots its prey. The hapless prey is tightly grasped by the Swellow's clawed feet, preventing escape. So you're gonna try to get me from the air, I see, Naruto said, looking into Ren's determined eyes. Yup, and my buddy Swellow here has helped me throughout my journey, including in Hoenn, Ren said as he gave his bird a large smile. Well, guess if it's an air battle you want, it's one you'll get. Leo, take some rest for now. Talia, let's wing it. Naruto returned his Squirtle before sending out his own flying bird, which cried out ready to battle as Swellow flew up, meeting it up in the air as the two had a stare down. So it's an air battle, huh? Well then let's see which of us has the better flying type, Ren said as he and Naruto gave each other challenging smirks just as their birds. Now Talia, move in and use Steel Wing. Meet him head on with your own Steel Wing. The two birds then spun around before flying at each other, their wings taking a metallic shine as they clashed against each other, before circling around and clashing once again as they showed that both their moves were basically even. Swellow, quick back off and use Double Team. Talia don't let purse with quick attack, Naruto told his Pokemon, who in a blur flew towards his fellow bird, but was not quick enough as multiple Swellow appeared as Talia flew through one. Now use Air Slash. All the Swellow then raised their wings, which started to form blue orbs of wind before they threw it at the single Talia. Double team. Now Talia then move around with quick attack. Talia caught its name before multiple of her appeared, and she started to fly around in quick motion, with some of them being dispelled with the Air Slash. Damn, guess we're gonna have to do this up close. Swellow go move in and use wing attack. Swellow then started to fly around the air, going through each Talia, before its eyes met one specific one, and Swellow charged right at her. Talia meet him head on with wing attack. The two birds clashed once again, showing that they were once again even. Now Swellow use Air Slash and get in close with quick attack and use pluck. His bird then created another ball of wind before hurling it and moving in a blur towards Talia with its beak extending in white energy. Talia used detect and counter with peck. Naruto called out as his bird had its eyes turn red before ducking the Air Slash and having its own beak grow before starting a battle of beaks with Swellow as the two tried to take the other out. Don't underestimate my Swellow, because he'll show you why he's fierce, Ren said as Swellow increased its speed, almost being a blur as Talia started to revive more damage than it could deal. Talia quick used detect. Once again Talia had red in her eyes before dodging the attacks as she suddenly got above Swellow and slammed it to the ground with its metallic wings. Swellow, you okay? As his Pokemon nodded. Quick before it gets up, Talia used Steel Wing, Naruto said as he saw his chance, and so did Talia as she dived down, wings metallic as she flew towards Swellow with Ren smirking. Now Swellow use Reversal, he called out as Naruto widened his eyes. Talia quick detect, Naruto said. But Talia had no red eye glow as her and his eyes widened, realizing they overused it, and thus she flew right into Swellow, who used his legs to grab onto her wings and spun her around, before slamming her into the ground hard as she cried out in pain, and Swellow flew up. Now time to end this, Swellow, brave bird. Swellow then flew higher before being enveloped in a blue fire as it came flying down and heading straight for Talia, who tried to get up with Naruto looking on, worried, thinking of something before an idea popped into his head just as Swellow was about to collide with Talia. Quick Talia mirror move. Suddenly her eyes snapped open as she ducked under the burning bird and used her legs to grab onto Swellow, surprising him and Ren, who had wide eyes, before he was hit with reversal. SWELLOW. Now mirror move once more. Talia then become engulfed in fire, only this one was gold to match with her fur as she dived down and collided with the still dazed Swellow, causing a massive explosion. Swellow is unable to battle, Shin said after seeing Swellow on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Never day, it's over till the final move is made, and Talia showed you firsthand how that's true, Naruto said as Talia cried out, agreeing with her trainer. You know, I expected much, but at least we gave you a run for your money, Ren said with a big smile as he returned his Pokemon. Talia can sure agree with that, but for now she's gonna take a rest. Naruto then returned his bird upon seeing the after effects of Brave Bird. Well then, who will you use in her place then? Ren questioned. Bolt, light things up. Naruto then sent out his lightning Pokemon. Ha! Should have guessed he is one of your strongest, but I am enlightened you decided to use him against me, Ren said with a small smirk. Like I said before, you have something in you I rarely see in people, so I am giving you something more in return, Naruto said. Then I'll give my all as well. Manetric, go. Ren then sent out his Pokemon, which was on all fours as electricity bounced off it with the fur around its head, front paws, and back yellow and shining on the light. A Manetric, haven't seen one of those in a while. Naruto then raised his Poke Watch. Manetric, electric, the discharge Pokemon. Manetric is constantly discharging electricity from its mane. The sparks sometimes ignited forest fires. When it enters a battlefield, this Pokemon creates thunderclouds. Naruto found that last info curious as he looked at the growling wolf who bowled into the sky as the sound of thunder could be heard, with some clouds becoming darker and denser. With Bolt growling as well, knowing this will be an interesting match for him. Well then, let us see who has the superior electric type, Ren said. Does it always have to be a competition? Because we both know I will win this. Again, Naruto said, knowing he had a huge advantage with beating two of his Pokemon, but didn't fully believe he had one as he felt something was different with his Manetric. We shall see now. Manetric quick attack. Ren said as his Pokemon then blurred away heading straight for Bolt. Bolt, meet him head on with your own quick attack. The two clashed in the middle as they jumped away only to clash once again. Manectric Thunder Fang. Bolt quick double kick. Manectric then opened its mouth as electricity coursed through it only for a kick to the face to shut it up as another one send it tumbling back. Don't let him recover. Bolt used Spin Missile. Bolt quickly turned around and fired small white needles. Flamethrower now Manectric. Ren called out as his Pokemon quickly found its footing and fired a stream of fire burning the pin missile and heading straight for Bolt, who jumped out of the way, but got a slight singe on its side as it flinched. Bolt, you okay? Naruto asked as his Pokemon nodded, shaking off the attack. Don't forget about us. Quick attack. Manectric then slammed into Bolt as it cried out in pain. Bolt, no. Don't let up. Use Thunder Fang. Manectric then rushed at Bolt with its fangs lighting up. Quick. Bolt used Discharge. Bolt then released lightning from its body as it struck Manectric, but it didn't stop him as he kept running at Bolt, making Naruto's eyes widen before Manectric bit Bolt, causing him to howl more as he kicked Manectric away before retreating back to gain some distance. Nice try, Naruto. But thanks to Manectric's ability Lightning Rod, he absorbs all lightning attacks into him and raises his powers, Ren said as blue energy courses through Manectric. Well then, I guess me using Bolt against you is a bad idea, Naruto said as Bolt tried to stand up only for it to flinch as electricity courses around it. Seems it's been paralyzed as well, Ren said with a big smile as Naruto sighed, knowing it was a 1 in 10 chance that would happen. Bolt, return for now. I am going to try something, Naruto said as he returned his Pokemon, knowing he would be sad about not helping him, but right now he needed someone whose moves wouldn't help Manectric. Good call though. I thought you would let your Pokemon continue fighting, Ren asked. True, I would've, but at this moment Bolt will be getting more damaged and I don't want that to happen, so your Pokemon will have to deal with King. Naruto then sent out his Poison Pin Pokemon as he roared out, ready for battle. Ha! I knew you would bring him out. Manectric, return for now. Ren then returned his Pokemon as Naruto grew curious. Who you sending out now? Naruto asked as Ren just smirked. Nidoqueen, stand by. Ren then sent out his large blue Pokemon that looked almost like King, only blue, bigger, and with an attitude as Nidoqueen looked down at King with a sneer, making King growl in anger. Calm, King, just because she's bigger doesn't mean we can't take her, Naruto said. Oh, you'll see how tough my Nidoqueen can be now. Go in and use Thunder Punch, Ren said as his Pokemon quickly charged at King. Quick, King, dig, Naruto said as his Pokemon started to go underground, dodging the oncoming attack. Sorry, but that strategy won't work on me. Nidoqueen, use Earth Power. Nidoqueen stopped in her charge as she raised her fist and slammed it into the ground as power surged through it and King was flung up screaming in pain. King, now Thunder Punch. Ren then watched as Nidoqueen smashed her lightning-covered fist into King, sending it flying back. King, you okay? Naruto said as he saw his Pokemon stand up with some effort, but nodded back an okay. We ain't done yet, Nidoqueen surf. His Pokemon then started to ride a giant wave of water as it headed straight for King. King, go straight through it with Drill Run. King then started to spin rapidly as he flew in and smashed the wave apart as Nidoqueen had wide eyes before crashing into the ground. Nidoqueen, quick, get up. Now Smart Strike. King then used the momentum to propel himself towards Nidoqueen, hitting her directly in the chest with his metal horn. Grab him and use Seismic Toss. Nidoqueen then opened its eyes as she bear hugged King, before jumping up and throwing King down as he slammed into the ground. King, you gotta get up and use Drill Run. Nidoqueen, stop him with Mega Kick. Nidoqueen then used the momentum to slam on top of King, who was about to jump up, but was stomped into the ground as dust was everywhere as it disappeared just as it came, with Nidoqueen standing over a barely conscious King who was struggling to get up. King, Naruto yelled, worry in his voice as he saw that his Pokemon was on his last legs. I think it's time to end. Nidoqueen, use Thunder Punch, Ren said as he also saw that his Pokemon was not gonna be able to last. Nidoqueen then raised her fist as it lit up with lightning before going in for the finishing blow. King, watch out, Naruto yelled as his Pokemon just stood there before it looked up and jumped, dodging the punch as Nidoqueen had wide eyes, before King raised his horn, which started to spin and grow just as he struck Nidoqueen on the head, who roared in pain for a few seconds and falling over with swirls in her eyes. What the? Ren has wide eyes at what just happened along with everybody including Naruto, before his Poke Watch dinged as he looked down at it. New move learned. Horn drill. Horn drill. King, you learned a new move, that's awesome. Naruto with so much excitement said as King looked over smiling, before it fell down as Naruto got scared and rushed over seeing it was unconscious. It would seem both Pokemon are unable to battle. Shin said nothing, King was fast asleep. You did good, King, I am so proud of you, get a good long rest. Naruto returned his Pokemon knowing he had done enough. Good job, Nidoqueen, you did, we just didn't expect that from him, Ren said as he returned his Pokemon, before looking at Naruto. I got a day, your Pokemon really pull off some impress moves in mid-battle, especially your King. Ren was impressed by his Pokemon as that was the second time he had seen it either use an unexpected move or show off its capability. What can I say, they get it from the best, Naruto said, taking the compliment to his head a little too much. Don't start getting cocky on me yet, because the fun is getting heated up. Ren then sent out his next Pokemon as it smashed its massive hands into the ground, shaking the ship a little. Darmanitan. Whoa, that's one wild Pokemon, Naruto said, raising his poke watch. Darmanitan, fire, standard form, the blazing Pokemon. Its infernal fire burns at 2500 F, making enough power that it can destroy a dump truck with one punch. You better not go easy against Dar here, because he's got one bad attitude problem, Ren said as his Pokemon pounded the ground, agreeing with his trainer. Oh, trust me, I won't. Now Leo, stand by. Naruto then sent out his blue turtle once again as it called out its name, ready for battle. I knew you'd use him. Darmanitan, use flame charge, Ren said as his Pokemon quickly started to charge in, body ablaze. Put him out with water gun. Leo then shot off a stream of water. Quick dodge. Darmanitan started to jump around, still on fire as he kept jumping around the blast of water. Don't think you can keep this up forever, Leo, water pulse. Oh, we don't plan to now. Darmanitan, use hammer arm on the ground, Ren called out as his Pokemon stopped and races its fist, which flowed white, growing a little before slamming them into the already broken ground as rocks blocked the water pulse. Quick, Leo, jump up and use water gun, Naruto said as his Pokemon quickly used the rocks for leverage and jumped up, only to come face to face with Darmanitan, shocking both him and Naruto. Can't get is that easily now, brick break. Darmanitan then slammed its glowing hand into Leo, sending him crashing into the ground. Now go in and use flame charge. Leo, quick, use Euro ball, Naruto said as Leo quickly started to spin just as the flaming Pokemon slammed into him, sending his shell flying back, before he stopped himself. Now shoot water gun into the smoke. Leo then started to spray water into the smoke, hoping to hit Darmanitan. Sorry, but can't hit what you can't see now. Darmanitan, use hammer arm. Suddenly from below Leo, Darmanitan came out and smashed its fist into him, sending him flying back. Leo. Now flame charge. Darmanitan then rushes towards Leo, who couldn't do nothing mid-flight, so he was slammed into as he went crashing into the ground, swirls in his eyes. Leo is unable to battle, Shin said, seeing that the battle was kinda one-sided. Told you my Darmanitan was wild, Ren said. Yeah, I guess I should have thought less on it. Good job, Leo, you gave it your best, Naruto said, knowing his Pokemon felt bad for losing a clear advantage. He's smart, using flame charge right after hammer arm to basically negate the effects of it. Naruto found it smart on his part and understood why he was as strong as he was today. So you ready for another round, Naruto? Ren said, giving a smirk. You might have knocked out another of my Pokemon, but you're still down by one, Naruto said. Oh, don't worry, I'll catch up, Ren said, confident in his words. Well, see now, Talia, let's go. Naruto then sent out his bird Pokemon once again as she cried out, ready for battle. So sending out her again? Thought you would send out someone fresh, Ren said. Yeah, but I thought maybe that last battle wore down your Darmanitan, Naruto said with a small smirk. Oh, you think? Well then why don't we show him? Darmanitan, use flame charge. Talia, fly up, Naruto said as Talia flew up a little bit, dodging Darmanitan jumping up and trying to hit Talia. You can't stay up there forever, Ren said. He's right, Talia can't keep flying, because it'll drain her, and Darmanitan can't just sit still waiting for her, Naruto thought. If you want make a move, then I will use flamethrower. His Pokemon then let loose a torrent of fire as Talia quickly evaded. I guess if you wanna do it that way, Talia, go in with double team and use wing attack. Talia then dived down, multiplying herself as Darmanitan couldn't figure out which one was real and so was hit from behind, before another hit sent him flying back. Darmanitan, you okay? Ren said worry as his Pokemon jumped up looking just as fine. Talia now used Double Team again, but go in with Steel Wing. Talia did the same thing again, only this time her wings became steel as Darmanitan looked around as all the Talia flew around him. Don't worry, now use Gyro Ball. Darmanitan then started to spin around rapidly as all the clone Talia tried to hit him, but only one bounced off as she cried out in pain. Talia, no. Now Smackdown. Darmanitan then stopped as rocks formed around him, before they combined and were sent flying, hitting Talia, who crashed into the ground. Talia, quick, get up, Naruto said, but Talia was too dazed from the attack. Now Flame Charge. Darmanitan then rushed in, fire ablaze, smashing into Talia in a blur, sending her flying back with swirls in her eyes. Talia is unable to battle, Shin called out. Sorry, but even if you hit us from the air we still have a counter, Ren said. Sorry Talia, I thought it would work, but good try. Guess I am going to have to rethink some things, or I can wing it. Kurama, let's go. Naruto then sent out his trusty fox Pokemon, who growled at his opponent. Curse. I thought you would have gone with Blaze or maybe Uza, Ren asked, finding it weird he wouldn't send out one of his stronger Pokemon after having two of his go down. Trust me, Kurama and me can handle it, Naruto said as his fox nodded. Well, if you say so. Flame Charge. Kurama, meet him head on with your own Flame Charge. The two Pokemon then raced towards each other, both ablaze with flames as they clashed, being thrown back at equal force, but Kurama, being the smaller of the two, was thrown farther back as they both got back up and continued their clash. Now Darmanitan, use Hammer Arm. Block it with Fire Blast. The two attacks collided, with Darmanitan being sent back as it tried to shake the feeling out, only for it to grunt as Kurama came speeding out, hitting him with a Flame Charge. Darmanitan, quick, grab it and use Seismic Toss. Darmanitan then used the momentum to bear hug Kurama, before jumping up. Kurama, confuse Ray. Kurama then opened its mouth as small gold lights circled around them, with Darmanitan looking at them confused, before his eyes became confused as he let go of Kurama, finding everything was not right. Darmanitan, snap out of it. Ren with wide eyes knew his Pokemon was in trouble. Now use Iron Tail to send him packing. Kurama then spun around before hitting Darmanitan in the head as he went sailing down, crashing into the ground as he gave a small whine. Darmanitan, you okay? Ren then saw his Pokemon get up slowly, having been free of the confusion. Now Kurama, Flame Charge, Naruto said as Kurama used the momentum to go diving towards Darmanitan, who only had time to look up as he crashed into him, sending him even further into the ground as Kurama jumped out of it with a smirk as Darmanitan tried to get up, only to fall back down with swirls in his eyes. Darmanitan is unable to battle, Shin said. Guess the odds are now in my favor, Naruto said with a smirk. Oh, trust me, they won't be for long. Now let's boom. Suddenly Ren was caught off as a massive explosion rocketed the ship, causing everyone to turn towards the back where smoke could be seen. What was that? One of the elders spoke. Captain, what just happened? Shin called on a radio. Sir, a massive explosion just occurred in the engine room. We don't know what happened, but the entire port side is gone, wafted as pouring in, and we are trying our best to seal it, responded the captain. And the engine? Shin asked. The engine is gone, sir. We can't repair it, and right now we are sitting ducks here, the captain responded as Shin looked down, with the elders looking on in worry. Well, I think it's time to make our appearance. Suddenly a loud echo was heard as everyone, including Pokemon, covered their ears at the horrible sound. Now, was that really necessary, Zack? I mean, they're family. A voice, one full of arrogance and mockery, as out of the darkness that was the main hall came a man with a blonde hair tied into a ponytail, with some of it blocking out his left eye while the other one had a strange device on it. His attire was all black with a white overcoat with the letter R on it, signaling that he was Team Rocket. Team Rocket, what are you doing here? Shin said, obvious hate in his voice. Why, what does it look like? I am here to steal all of your valuable Pokemon. The blonde man snapped his fingers as more grunts appeared all over the place as their Pokemon, which consisted of Ekans, Rattata, and Zubat, stopped the trainers from doing anything. You won't get away with this, Kurama hyper voice. Suddenly Kurama was hit by a loud sound which sent him flying back into Naruto's arms, who had wide eyes as he looked at the top deck, only to glare with hate at who it was. Don't think you'll get out this unharmed. You'll pay for taking everything from me, Zack said as he now wore a Team Rocket logo on his shirt with the hat. Zack, how could you to your own family? One of the elders said with disdain as everyone else glared at him. Oh, stop that shit. We were never family and we aren't anymore now that I have been banished, so consider this payback. Louder Yu's hyper voice. Zack's new Pokemon, which was given to him by Team Rocket, jumped down ready to unleash its move, but a torrent of flames stopped him as Naruto and Kurama stood in front of the elders, shocking them. Interesting, why protect the very people who plan to bring you back, the blonde man said. They might not be the most kind people, but if there's one thing I know, it's that hurting others, especially family, is intolerable, so if you wanna hurt them you have to get past me and Kurama, Naruto said as Kurama growled at them. RRRRRR. Fine, I'll destroy you and your weak Pokemon, Zack said, but a wave from the blonde man stopped him. No, that wasn't the mission, we need him and his Pokemon unharmed. So your little revenge may need to wait, the blonde man said. Deidara, you promised I could end him, Zack said with anger as his fist tightened. Oh, you will, but not at this moment. Now young Naruto, you will have to come with us, the now named Deidara said as he extended his hand. Like hell I will, Naruto said. Oh, but you must unless you want these people to suffer. Deidara then pointed to the upper part as Naruto saw Tanner, Sydney, and Astra each looking at the grunts who had their Pokemon ready a move just in case. Damn that bastard, Naruto thought as he tried to figure out a way to help them, but saw no opportunity except to surrender. Naruto, let me help, Z said from inside her ball. No, it's too risky and I can't risk you being caught by them, Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes and looked down to see Kurama growling obvious anger in his eyes. So what will it be, Naruto? Deidara asked, already preparing for the answer, but before he could get one he got a call from one of his grunts. Sir, do you copy? We are reading a massive storm heading for you. What does that have to do with us? This storm is nothing, it won't even hit till we are long gone, Deidara said, angered that he was told such useless info. Sir, this storm is not unlike any other, it's moving at a fast rate of speed and heading straight for the ship, the grunt said, sounding worried as Deidara raised an eyebrow. Oh really, and enlighten me how long till it arrives, Deidara asked as Naruto looked above him, getting wide eyes as those who saw also looked back and grew intensely worried. Sir, it's right on top of us, the grunt said as Deidara finally looked up when the light was gone and his eyes widened upon seeing the massive storm clouds. But instead of rain it was hail, which confused him until he started to feel pain from it along with the other Pokemon since they weren't ice types. What the hell did this hail come from? Deidara asked no one in particular as the trainers looked at them in confusion and at the sky, finding the hail was only hitting them fast and hard, but not them, though Naruto took this moment to do something. Kurama, go use flamethrower. Kurama then unleashed his torrent of flames, sending Lavender flying back and into a bunch of grunts, freeing some of the trainers who then took out their Pokemon as they started to fight back. Damn, Zack, get a hold of them and you three stop that kid, Deidara said as three of his grunts then sent their Pokemon to handle him. Kurama, get ready, Naruto said as he knew Kurama was tired from the battle and he could use his other Pokemon, but he doubted they would let him switch out. You better be prepared, kid. Suddenly a blue beam came down and hit the three grunts as their Pokemon looked on shocked, before they became encased in ice. What the hell? Naruto asked as he looked up, along with others, only for their eyes to widen as a blue heavenly bird with hail slowly descending from it hovered over the ship. Is that Articuno? All of you capture it, Deidara said, shocked that one of the three legendary birds was here and decided to forget about Naruto. Air. Suddenly Articuno shot an ice beam at some of the Pokemon, freezing them as it dived down, scooping up Naruto, who cried out in shock as he was taken further and further up until they got past the clouds and into the clear sky, where Naruto stopped struggling and looked around in confusion before he looked up at his only lifeline from falling. Why did you do that? Naruto asked, confused on why Articuno would save him. Because, young child, just as Moltres found an interest in you, I have also seen something in you that separates you from the other humans, Articuno spoke in an angelic voice. Oh really, is it my witty personality? Naruto said with a smile. Ha! You sure are fascinating one. I have come to help you defeat this band of misfits, then when all is said and done will our paths forever be intertwined, and that I wait for your eventual return to my domain, Articuno said as she then tossed him up as he yelled out, scared for his life, before he landed on the back of Articuno, who gave him a mischievous smirk. Who would have thought legendary Pokemon could prank somebody? Naruto said as he laughed at it before they dived down, passing by the clouds and entering back into the hail as he saw Team Rocket and the Uzumaki with some of the trainers battling it out as he gave a small smirk. Let's help them out, go in and use Ice Beam. Articuno nodded before diving in quick and letting out a blur beam of energy that surprised the grunts who couldn't do anything as their Pokemon were hit, sending them flying back while some were frozen. Stop that bird, Deidara said, annoyance clearing showing. Say, can you use Aurora Veil? Naruto asked as Articuno smirked before flapping its wings as white barrier energy surrounded her before disappearing. Does that answer your question, young one? Articuno said. Oh yeah, now let's get them, Naruto said as Articuno raced down, hitting some Pokemon that were trying to put number Kurama, but they were blown back by Articuno's steel wing. Damn you, Naruto, get down here, you coward, Zack said, but he was stopped as Kurama jumped in front of him with a small smirk as Zack started to sweat a little, backing up. Hey Kurama, use Confuse Ray, Naruto yelled out as Kurama once again sent balls of light that circled around him, before he fell down confused on the situation. Sir, we got police boats and choppers heading to our position, one grunt said through the radio as Deidara tightened his grip on it, realizing this was a losing effort. Damn kids always becoming trouble. Retreat. Everybody fall back, Deidara said as he turned around, passing by a still confused Zack as all the other grunts ran away, leaving the poor banished Uzumaki to suffer while the others jumped off, landing on boats below as he made it to the edge, being the last one. He was stopped as he looked up to find Articuno and Naruto glaring at him. Where do you think you're going? Naruto asked as Articuno was about to freeze him. I think you should be worrying about the people on board, Deidara said as he revealed a switch before pressing the button, causing another explosion that gave him enough time to jump down on the boat as it started to ride off, with Articuno looking ready to pursue. No, we have to help them calm the fires and make sure this ship doesn't sink, Naruto said as the ice bird nodded before flying over to the fire raging on the back with man trying to put it out. I think I have the right move for this, Articuno said as Naruto nodded as she cried out, with the hail suddenly stopping and being replaced with water as they landed around the ship, calming the raging fire enough that the others were able to put it out. Good job, Articuno, Naruto said as it smiled back, happy to help. 2 days later. It has been 2 days since the incident at sea, with the police asking everyone about the details and the crew explaining that a bomb had been planted to stop all engines, thus making them easy targets for Team Rocket to attack, and if it wasn't for Naruto they would have had all their Pokemon stolen. Zack himself was now being arrested and was to have a trial in Kalos for his crimes against not only Pokemon, but his fellow family, with the elders being the ones with the final say. As for Naruto himself, after his help and Articuno's, he had been resting a few days in a hotel back Vermilion City along with some other trainers, all paid by the Uzumaki, though he was told to wait a while as they had to discuss with what to do with him as his battle with Ren had not been decided. So for the past hour he had been waiting near a conference room as the elders, Shin, and Ren discussed what to do, and the reason he hadn't already left is because he didn't feel like being chased by the Uzumaki and finding out who he associated with. Naruto, you may come in now, Shin said as he opened the door, allowing Naruto to get up and enter, to find everyone sitting down looking at him with some looking disgruntled as he raised an eyebrow. So what did you all decide would happen to me? Naruto asked, ready for any possibility. We as the elders of the Uzumaki have always been a key factor into the polices that go on in our clan and family. With it being raising the age of starting trainers to where they should start, or if they should be allowed a starter at a young age, and that has been the law, though with recent times things have changed, especially within the Leaf Village, the main elder said. Now the Uzumaki are training side by side with those from different clans and civilians, thus we now are a changed clan. But upon your sudden leave it caused some problems that we still are recovering from, and though we wish for you to return, we realize that your growth would not have been possible if you did not journey on your own, another elder said as Naruto had wide knowing what they were implying. Naruto, the elders have agreed to leave you be and have your location be kept secret until the time is right, Shin said. And when would that time be? Naruto asked. In a few years your siblings will reach of age to pick a starter and start their journey in Kalos, from which both your mother and father have chosen. It is in that time frame where we will tell them of crossing paths with you, but know that we have respected your decision to travel. They might feel differently, the main elder spoke. There is no need to tell them, as by the time they turn of age I will be in Kalos, Naruto Spike said, shocking all those in the room. What do you mean you'll be in Kalos? Asked another elder. My journey to become the best will not only take me through Kanto, but through Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova. Those places each have a league of their own, and so I plan to go to each one to participate in each league so that I myself will grow in both mind and body. And when I finally reach Kalos, I'll be sure to show you and my parents along with all those that looked down on me what they missed out on," Naruto said with such determination it shocked a majority of them, but Shin just smiled at him. "Well then Naruto, you better become strong for all of us," Shin said shaking his hand. "We await then your return to Kalos, young Namikaze," the main elder said. "Uzumaki. What?" the elder asked. "Uzumaki. If I am to grow I need to let go of some of the hate or else it will cloud me, so for now just Uzumaki, because it'll show you what a true one really is," Naruto said as he walked out of the room, once again shocking the audience as Shin smirked, waiting for the day he would return and show them what they missed out on. Later on in the day, Naruto was walking through the city heading to his next destination, which would happen to be Saffron City, where not only his next gym badge was, but also an old friend he hadn't seen in a while. Though as he was about to enter the forest did he hear someone calling his name and a set of footsteps as he turned around to raise an eyebrow at seeing Sydney running towards him carrying a big box as she stopped in front of him taking in deep breaths. "Sydney, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked as he knew that the Uzumaki were scheduled to fly back home now that their ship was destroyed. "Well, I wanted to come and say bye, but you had already left, so I had to rush over here to come get you," she said, finally getting her breath back. "And you had to run all the way just to do that? I mean, you couldn't have called," Naruto said. "Well, you never gave me your number, so that was going to be a little hard," she said as Naruto's sweat dropped realizing that. "Well, might as well give it to you while you're here." Naruto then took her phone before typing in his number as Sydney blushed kinda embarrassed. "Say, what's with the box?" Naruto asked, realizing she was carrying that. "Oh yeah, this was a gift for you from Shin, saying it was better with you," she said as Naruto gained a raised eyebrow before opening the box and getting wide eyes as he saw it was a large capsule as inside was an egg blue in color with slight waves. "But I didn't win the tournament," Naruto said. "Yeah, but he thought it'd be best if whatever hatched out of it go to you," she said, also curious as to why he gave it to him and what would hatch from it. "Ha, that old man. Tell him thanks and Sydney, may our paths cross again," Naruto said, hugging her as she hugged back, sad they won't get to see each other for a long time. "Be safe, little one," Sydney said as she departed, heading back with the others. "I think this trip of ours might have helped you more than you think," Z said from within the Pokeball. "Yeah, you're right, and here I thought that would be impossible," Naruto laughed before looking at the egg and setting it inside his bag, before heading off to continue his journey as the egg wiggled a little, almost as if it was happy to be traveling. Naruto was once again up in the morning, as he had always been a morning person, seeing as the day isn't long, so he quickly went into work mode as he had arrived in Celadon just yesterday, checking into the Pokemon Center, before allowing all his Pokemon to heal as they had been training in the forest for a while now. Though it was well worth it as he saw major improvements with some of his Pokemon, with others working on certain moves that they had been able to pick up on during the crew's battles. With Kurama trying to know Hex, though it was a slow process as he was a fire type, but Ghost had given her tips even if he himself didn't know the move. He still felt like helping the Fox Pokemon, though he did laugh a little at his failed attempts. Leo, after his loss to Darmanitan, he felt saddened he couldn't pull the win even with him being a water type, though he had tried to cheer him up by saying he couldn't have expected the Blaze Pokemon to be so strong. With Leo still feeling saddened, but cheering up when Blaze gave him words of encouragement, saying not every battle is a win, with Leo finding his words to be helpful as he tried to work on more water moves. Blaze has surprisingly been the one to help Samuel the most with training, as Naruto found out that Samuel felt like he was being left behind by the 3 starters and wanted to further his own power, with Blaze being all too keen to help as he has been helping him improve his speed, knowing that his evolution had slowed him down and if he evolved again his speed would only drop more. Bolt had also been trying to increase his speed, with Z also helping him as he was the only other electric type on the team that could help, and they also decided to learn moves beside electric in case they ran into more Pokemon with the same ability as Manectric. Naruto himself had been helping Talia and King the most, as he along with Uza had trained the two to evade much more, with Talia becoming faster and more keen in dodging moves, with King still having a long way to go. But during the training Naruto could sense something in King that he had been noticing more and more lately, with it growing more and more inside him, Though it left him confused, he never let the question of whether it was a sign of maybe King was ready to evolve, though he would leave that up to his Pokemon if he so chooses to. Now we find Naruto sitting in one of the booths inside a food court next to the Pokemon Center that was connected by a small door, as many trainers were either eating or having small talk, as he himself was just sitting enjoying the food along with his Pokemon. But as King was eating, he suddenly stopped and sniffed the air and turned its head, looking in the opposite direction, seeing someone walking over, as he growled at the person coming, grabbing the attention of Naruto and his other Pokemon. "What's the matter, King?" Naruto asked as he tried to calm him down. "Well, look what the Magikarp dragged in," a voice full of arrogance and one Naruto knew all too well, as he glared at Obito standing in front of him with so much arrogance and big-headedness he could have fallen over. "Obito, I thought I smelt rat." Naruto spat out his disdain as he now realized why King was upset, and it was because of his previous trainer in front of him, the reason he had a scar on his face and mental trauma that took some time for him to even feel better. "I am surprised you made it all the way here with such a weakling," Obito said as he sneered at the small poison Pokemon who glared at him. "Don't be talking so high and mighty unless you wanna end up with another hole in your body," Naruto said as he glared at him. "Listen, don't be talking all high and mighty just because you beat me. Besides, it's kinda unfair when you have such a rare Pokemon," Obito said, his eyes showing his greed. "And you should be wary unless you want to end up like your Pokemon," Naruto said as he took a big chance at using Z against him. But he was angry at the time and thus exposed Z to a stranger, a very bad stranger. "Don't worry, my Pokemon are different from before and you won't be walking away with the win," Obito said, pulling out one of his Pokemon. "If all you want is a battle, then forget about it, you're not worth my time," Naruto said as he stood up about to walk off, as Obito glared at him, before a smirk appeared on his face. "You know, it would be a shame if somebody knew you were carrying around such a rare Pokemon." His words stopped Naruto as he looked over his shoulder at the smirking Obito. "A lot of people would be up to battle you or try and take your Pokemon. People like Team Rocket." Suddenly he has his breath taken away as Naruto was upon him, lifting him up by his shirt. "You really are petty, almost like a baby who didn't get what he wanted. But I guess that's common for Uchiha," Naruto said as Obito looked on in fear as Naruto's eyes turned red. "I think he's had enough, Naruto," a feminine voice spoke as Naruto dropped the scared Uchiha as he turned around, as his red eyes were gone and in place were his normal color ones as they stared into sky blue eyes. "Sabrina, it's good to see you again," Naruto said as a small smile appeared on his face. "You as well, Naruto. I felt your presence the moment you arrived in town and wanted to come surprise you, and what do I come to find but the Uchiha from yesterday coming to bother you." Sabrina, the Saffron City Gym leader, spoke with an air of happiness, but became dark when she spoke about Obito, who was still recovering from the small scare Naruto gave him. "Ah, I see you know him," Naruto said. "Yes. He came in yesterday to challenge me, and even before the battle started I knew he wasn't ready to face me," Sabrina said, laughing at the memory of the battle. "Shut up, you witch, I would have won if you hadn't used your physic powers," Obito said, but cowered in fear when red and pink eyes stared back at him, both in rage. "I'd watch what you say or you'll be feeling something far worse than what I did to you yesterday," Sabrina said as her voice got deeper and an aura formed around her. "I'd listen to her, Uchiha. The last person who got her this mad, well, let's just say it didn't go so well for him," Naruto said, remembering the time when a brave trainer tried to get into Sabrina's pants and of course he received a very awful scar for his troubles. "Screw both of you," Obito said as he ran away, though his thoughts were still on Naruto and his Pokemon Z. "I'll beat you, Naruto, and when I do, that Pokemon will be all mine and no one else's." Obito ran away and out of the Pokemon Center as both Naruto and Sabrina returned to normal. "So I take it he angered you in your battle?" Naruto asked as Sabrina sighed, massaging her head. "You have no idea. His Pokemon were strong, I'll give him that, but they charged in recklessly and one of them he thought would win got KO'd and he got angered at it. So when he was about to send his last Pokemon I stopped him and told him to leave, that his will as a trainer was not strong and he should never have become one if that's how he treats his Pokemon," Sabrina said, still angered over it. "It's okay, Sabrina, I know that battle reminded you of back then, but that is the past," Naruto said, giving her a hug as she returned it while also sporting a small blush. "So what brings you back to Saffron, Naruto?" Sabrina asked. "Well, Sabrina, I came for 2 reasons, with one of them standing before me," Naruto said, giving her a big smile as she turned a big red. Naruto, don't say such things, she said, giving him a small punch on the arm as he laughed. Another is because of course to request from you a Pokemon battle, Naruto said as Sabrina looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a slight smirk. Also, I would assume all these Pokemon are yours and not Professor Oak's, Sabrina said as she got down and started to pet some of them. Yeah, I actually started not too long ago, though I would have came sooner. I had to deal with some family drama. Naruto sat back down in his seat with Sabrina leaning next to him. I see, and how did it go? She asked. As well as you expect, Naruto said. Well, I don't wanna pry for more info as the day is still young and I know you wanna get to battling, especially this little one. Sabrina then started to play with Bolt, who purred at her touch. True, but I assume you're ready for me then, he asked. Naruto, I am a gym leader, so I am always ready, Sabrina said with a smirk. Then let me finish this meal real quick and we will meet you there, Naruto said with Sabrina nodding her head and heading out to go wait for his arrival. So have you decided who will battle her? Z telepathically asked. You'll have to wait and see, Naruto said before continuing to eat. Saffron Gym. Welcome Naruto to the Saffron City Gym. I of course am Sabrina, the gym leader. Sabrina floated down from the sky as her eyes glowed pink with a pink glow surrounding her as she landed on the opposite side of the battlefield with Naruto walking to his position. I thought you were one for less dramatic entrances, Sabrina. Naruto found her little show funny, though he was proud of how much more control she had over her psychic powers. Still remembering the first day he met her and how she used her powers on him. Flashback. 2 years earlier, Naruto was walking through the forest trying to see if he could find any Pokemon to hang with him while Professor Oak talked with the Silphco people, though what they were discussing he did not know, but whatever they were he didn't find interesting enough to stay and listen to, so after asking the old man he was outside in the forest trying to find any Pokemon, though luckily Z was with him to protect against dangerous Pokemon. Though as he kept walking he suddenly heard something, and as he followed the sound he noticed it was crying, and he popped his head from bushes to find a girl not that much older than himself sitting underneath a tree holding onto a small little doll as tears streamed down her eyes. Naruto, the ever-caring person, walked towards her with she not knowing that he was there. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked as she jumped surprised at his presence. Who are you? She asked as she clutched the doll closer. My name is Naruto, I live in Pallet Town and am visiting here with my gramps. Now the real question I have for you is, why are you sitting all alone out here alone crying? Naruto asked as she looked down, not looking him in the eye as Naruto grew worried for her. It's okay if you don't wanna talk about it. I am a stranger, so. No, it's fine, it's just that most kids ignore me or are afraid of me, she said. Afraid? Why would they be afraid of you? Asked Naruto, with the girl not saying anything and only tasing her hands as the doll in her lap floated up with Naruto looking on with wide eyes, before she returned it back into her lap. I will go so a freak like me doesn't bother you, she said, but as she got up to walk away Naruto stopped her with a hand to the shoulder. Why would I be afraid of that? You have psychic powers, that's so cool, Naruto said with a big smile as the girl blushed. Wait, you're not afraid? She asked, surprised. No, and whatever you were told, these powers aren't a curse, they are something more. Something that makes you unique, and I think that's pretty cool, Naruto said as the girl looked down not believing this is real, before getting a hug from the boy as she hugged him back, letting out a few tears, but not of sadness, but of happiness. Sabrina. What? He asked. Sabrina is my name and I am the daughter of the Saffron City Gym leader, she introduced herself. Well Sabrina, how would you like to become friends? Naruto said as on that day would he change Sabrina's life forever. Present day. Ever since then the two have always kept close contact, with Naruto always sparing and free time to come and visit, though it was rare as he had his duties as the old monk's assistant, and Sabrina had been chosen to become the next gym leader as she showed great promise in not only battling, but personality, as she no longer was shy and prone to outburst from her powers. As she learned to better control them and put them to use to make herself more feared and to train with her Pokemon. As far as Naruto knew, most of the challengers she had could not beat her and thus were forced to try their luck with the other gym next door, a fighting gym that was built a while ago as they tried to take over, but she forced them back. Placing her gym as the top in Saffron, though she offered a truce and allowed those trainers who were unable to beat her a chance to earn another badge, the Fighting Marsh badge, which the Pokemon League accepted and thus allowed trainers to work harder to beating her or risk not competing in the Pokemon League. "So Naruto, are you ready for our battle?" Sabrina asked as she pulled out one of her Pokeballs on her waist. "Oh, I was born ready, Sabrina-chan, but what are the rules?" he asked, though he already guessed what they were. "We will have a 3-on-3 battle with only you yourself having the honor of switching out Pokemon. The winner will be determined after all of one side of Pokemon is unable to battle," Sabrina said, giving a smile towards him. "Well then, shall we then?" Naruto said, holding up one of his Pokeballs. "We shall. Go Venomoth." Sabrina sent out a big moth-like Pokemon with its wings flapping around and its big eyes staring right at him. "Going right at me with Venomoth, are we then? Let's take this in the air. Talia, let's go." Naruto then sent out his trusty flying type, who gave a mighty call of its name. "Huh, not gonna come at me with Z, are you, Naruto?" Sabrina asked, already knowing about his legendary Pokemon thanks to the two have a close bond. "I have my reasons for not using her. Plus she's kinda sleeping right now," Naruto said as he sweat dropped hearing his Pokemon sleeping in her Pokeball. "Well then, let's wake her with our battle. Venomoth, use Psywave," Sabrina called out as her Pokemon fired a wave of purple and pink light with Talia flying around trying to dodge the attack. "Quick, Talia, use Double Team." Talia then started to multiple as the wave of psychic energy hit one of the copies. "Oh no, you don't." Venomoth, use Gust. Then follow it up with Sliver Wind. Venomoth then started to flap its wings, creating a vast burst of wind that dispersed the rest of the copies, with the real Talia struggling with the wind before Venomoth sent out particles of green that once mixed with the gust amplified its power that sent Talia falling down. "Talia, are you okay?" Naruto asked as his Pokemon quickly got up, shaking its feathers before giving a pity to confirm it was ready for more. "Your search Pokemon is quite strong, but let's see how much." Venomoth, use Psywave. Venomoth then unleashed the same energy. "Quick, Talia, use Quick Attack to dodge and get in close with Double Team." Talia quickly flew up in a burst of speed, dodging the wave of energy, and started to dive towards Venomoth with multiple copies of herself appearing. "Quick, Venomoth, stop them with Psywave," Sabrina quickly called out as Venomoth fires its energy, taking out a majority of the Pidgeotos, but one dodged it and rushed towards the Venomoth using Quick Attack. "Now Wing Attack, Talia." Naruto watched as her wings lit up before she smashed them into Venomoth, who went sailing down. "Venomoth, steady yourself," Sabrina called out as Venomoth quickly righted itself before falling down, but wasn't prepared for the next thing. "Steel Wing now, Talia." Then from above Venomoth, Talia hit it again, sending it falling back down as it growled a little trying to get up. "Venomoth, you have to get up and use Confusion." Talia, Steel Wing. Then with Venomoth looking up as its eyes glowed, did it view Talia speeding right past it as an explosion occurred, and when the smoke disappeared, Venomoth was seen on the ground with swirls in its eyes. "It would seem Venomoth is unable to battle," Naruto said as he gave a small smirk, with Talia landing on his shoulder with him petting his Pokemon. "Good job, girl, you got yourself another gym win." Naruto gave his bird Pokemon a scratch behind the ear as it gave a small purr in enjoyment as Sabrina returned her Pokemon. "You did great, Venomoth, I am proud of you, and well, get them next time. I gotta say, Naruto, your Pokemon is well trained. Venomoth isn't one to go down so easily," Sabrina said with happiness in knowing her Pokemon got a good challenge for once. "What can I say, me and my Pokemon like to break past our barriers, and thus we surprise some of our opponents that way," he said with a big smile. "Yes, but let us see how good. Now Slowbro, let's go." Sabrina then sent out her next Pokemon, which got Naruto to raise an eyebrow, never seeing this Pokemon from Sabrina, and so he raised his Pokewatch. Slowbro, Water, Pyshik, the Hermit Crab search Pokemon. The shelter that is latched onto Slowpoke's tail is said to feed on the host's leftover scraps. "When did you get a Slowbro?" Naruto asked, curious when she got one. "A while back when me and Dad were in Fuchsia City, when I encountered a Slowpoke by the beach and it took a liking to me, so when I decided to catch it, did a shelter attached to its tail and thus evolved," Sabrina said, giving a quick response to how she caught her Slowbro. "Well then, I guess I am going to have to bring someone else out." "What do you think, Talia, wanna let someone else have a go?" Naruto asked her as she nodded before settling down on his shoulder. "Alright then, let's get some action in Bolt." Naruto then sent out his trusty Eevushin, who came a mighty cry, before stopping and staring at Sabrina. "All little Eevee evolved," Sabrina said with a smile and odd face as Bolt had met Sabrina back then before it had evolved, thus it was shocked that he was battling her. Jolteon. Bolt gave a happy smile as it went to greet Sabrina, but Slowbro stopped him as he quickly realized he was in a battle, and though he was sad not to greet Sabrina after so long, but got serious as it was a gym battle and would not let his trainer down. Don't worry Bolt, you'll get to catch up later, but right now let's win. Naruto gave a smirk knowing he could do this. We shall see now. Slowbro use Water Pulse. Sabrina then watched as her Pokemon unleashed a ball of water that flew straight at Bolt. Bolt used Quick Attack to dodge and get in close before using Bite. Bolt then started to run zigzag as Slowbro tried to hit him, before appearing above him, jaws ready to bite down on him. Quick Slowbro use Iron Defense. Just as Bolt came down to bite him, did his body gain a gray aura before he chomped down and retreated, feeling he bit down on a metal plate. Bolt, quick, get back. Don't let him use Psychic to pull him in, and use Brick Break. Sabrina called out as Slowbro had its eyes glow before a wave of energy hit Bolt, causing him to float up, before sailing towards him as he raised his glowing hand, slamming it into Bolt, who grunted in pain as he was sent flying. Bolt, quick, use Thunderbolt. Bolt used the moment to send a large lightning bolt towards Slowbro. Use Shadow Ball. Slowbro unleashed a ball of dark energy that collided and cancelled out the Thunderbolt, causing smoke to block their view of Bolt. Where did he go? She thought, with Slowbro looking on, also wondering. Now use Pin Missile. R of the smoke white needles came sailing down. Iron Defense quickly. Sabrina acted quickly as Sabrina's Pokemon had a gray aura around it with the attack bouncing off. Now use the moment to hit it with a double kick. Bolt landed in front of Slowbro before spinning around and slamming its two paws into hit as it went sailing back. Use. Slowbro use Rest. Sabrina said as Naruto raised an eyebrow, watching as her Pokemon sat down, closing its eyes as it fell asleep, but the injuries it had started to heal up. Why would she do that if it leave her Pokemon vulnerable? Guess I'll take it. Bolt move in and use Discharge. Naruto watched as Bolt ran forward, sparks of electricity coming off him, ready to unleash his move. Now Slowbro use Sleep Talk. Sabrina called out as Naruto widened his eyes. Bolt, quick, use Quick Attack to move out of the way. Bolt then stopped its charge and blurred away, but Slowbro just got up and waved its hand as purple energy surrounded Bolt, lifting him up as Slowbro used Psychic to slam him up and down, before sending him flying back as Bolt tried to get up, but fell back down with swirls in his eyes. Bolt is unable to battle and this round goes to me. Sabrina gave a wink as Slowbro suddenly opened its eyes, looking around confused on what was happening. You did great Bolt, well, try next time. Naruto then returned his Pokemon back as he looked at Sabrina with a smirk. You're just as great a trainer as last time. He was surprised by her Pokemon's strength, as the last time he saw her was nearly 8 months ago, and back then he hadn't seen her with a Slowbro, so she must be trained it to its peak. Thank you, Naruto, but if you think complimenting me will get you a badge, well, you're sadly mistaken, Sabrina said, trying to hide her blush as she took the compliment to heart. Don't worry, I think I got someone who will help me get the win. Now Ghost, let's go. Naruto then sent out his newest Pokemon, who danced around the field, ending in a silly pose with its tongue out as Sabrina looked at the Pokemon a little shocked. A Gengar, I didn't know you had one, Sabrina said. Well, I always come with surprises, and Ghost is a new addition recently, but he's been training hard for this match, so let's show them our strength. Naruto and Ghost both have large smiles. Well, let us see them. Slowbro use Shadow Ball. Sabrina called out as her search Pokemon launched a dark ball of energy at Ghost. Ghost used Shadow Ball to counter and move in with Shadow Claw. Naruto watched as his Pokemon sent out the same attack as Slowbro, causing the two attacks to cancel out, before Ghost came rushing and hitting Slowbro directly with his dark extended claws as Slowbro cried out in pain. Slowbro, are you okay? Sabrina asked as her Pokemon shook its head before nodding, ready for more. Ghost used Lick. Then suddenly Ghost appeared from the shadows of Slowbro before using its long tongue to drag it across Slowbro's body, causing it to jump back disgusted. Don't let it get to you. Slowbro use Psychic. Sabrina called out, but got confused when Slowbro didn't move. Slowbro, what's wrong? Suddenly her eyes widened when seeing sparks around Slowbro, showing it was paralyzed. Now Ghost end this with Shadow Ball. Ghost then created 2 dark balls of energy before sending them towards Slowbro, who couldn't dodge it and took the full force of the attacks as it cried out, falling over with swirls in its eyes. Seems like another win for me, Naruto said as Ghost jumped around, happy for its first win. Slowbro, we did good. Alright Naruto, it would seem you forced me to pull out the big guns. Sabrina then sent out her final Pokemon, who was a yellow and brown Pokemon that floated above the ground in a mediation as 2 spoons were in each of its hands as its long mustache floated with it. Seems like Alakazam has grown stronger since the last time I saw him, Naruto said as Ghost stopped jumping looking at the new Pokemon in curiosity. We knew that you would become a trainer soon, so we wanted to make your match with us exciting, and Alakazam has been training hard with me, Sabrina said as her Pokemon opened its eyes giving a mighty Kazam ready for battle. Then let's make this fun, shall we? Ghost used Shadow Claw. Ghost then rushed in with her large claws. Alakazam used Psycho Cut. The 2 Pokemon met in the middle, one with claws and the other with a blade of pure psychic energy. Ghost used Fall Back and used Shadow Ball. Alakazam counter with Energy Ball. The 2 attacks, one of purple energy and another a green ball of energy, as the 2 collided causing smoke, but it was blown away when the 2 Pokemon once again met in the middle, Claw versus Blade of Energy. Ghost keep going in with Shadow Claw. Don't let him hit you, Alakazam. The 2 kept having a back and forth, each trying to overpower the other, with Ghost trying to overpower Alakazam with his strength. Now Ghost Lick. Alakazam used Teleport. Her Pokemon then disappeared before Ghost's long tongue could get him as he appeared above Ghost. Ghost above you, Naruto called out. Alakazam Shock Wave now. Sabrina watched as Alakazam unleashed a wave of lightning that hit Ghost as he was sent down to one knee. Ghost, you okay? His Pokemon gave a nod, but he saw him flinch when sparks of electricity showed he was paralyzed somewhat. Ghost Quick Dark Pulse. Ghost concentrates its hands together as a dark energy surged between them, before unleashing it towards the floating search Pokemon. Alakazam Teleport. Again he disappeared only to reappear behind Ghost. Now Fire Punch Ghost. Then in the next instance Ghost stopped his attack and spun around with his fist lighting up in flames. Counter with Thunder Punch, Sabrina said as the 2 Pokemon each went in fists colliding, causing another power struggle. Now Ghost Fire and Ice Combo Punch, Naruto said, shocking Sabrina as Ghost led up in his attack, causing Alakazam to stumble forward only to get hit in the chin with an Ice Punch and slammed back down with a Fire Punch. Push him back with Psychic, Sabrina quickly called out as Alakazam had his eyes glow blue before pushing forward his hands, sending Ghost flying back a little bit. Don't let up, Ghost use Dark Pulse. Alakazam stop him with Shadow Ball. The 2 attacks launched at the same time as they collided, with the 2 each trying to overpower the other as more power was put into them, but Ghost struggled a little with his body still having the sparks on him, but his eyes looked at Naruto, who had a big smile, and that face made him gain 1-2 as he saw his trainer's resolve and trust in him, that it gave him that push he needed. So it gave one last cry before its attack took over Alakazam's, who grew wide eyes before being consumed by the attack as an explosion sent him flying back in front of his trainer. Alakazam, Sabrina yelled, seeing her knocked out Pokemon. Ghost, you did it, Naruto yelled as he raced onto the field, giving his Pokemon a big hug as he started to lick him, causing the 2 to laugh as Talia flew over Ghost, congratulating him on his win. You did great, Alakazam, and we sure gave him a tough challenge. Sabrina then returned her Pokemon as she walked on over to Naruto. That was a great battle, Sabrina, I thought you had us right there, Naruto said as he got up with Ghost and Talia back in their Pokeballs. Well, you showed something else, and to think you were once that little kid who always wanted to see Kadabara, Sabrina said. All of us grow up, Sabrina, and we become a different person, sometimes better than before, Naruto said as he gave her a small smile. Well, here is your prize for beating me, Naruto, the Marsh Badge. Sabrina then handed Naruto a small coin-like badge. Sweet, I got the Marsh Badge. Naruto did a quick pose as he looked down at his 4th gym badge, already halfway done with getting his badges. So Naruto, what do you plan to do now that you have the Marsh Badge? Sabrina asked, curious on what Naruto planned to do. To be honest, I don't know. I did plan on staying here in Saffron City for a little bit, before heading towards the next gym, though which one I am not sure as of yet, Naruto said as he had to look at his map to see which one would be closer. Well, since you got time, would you like to go out to eat? Sabrina asked. Oh, Sabrina-chan, you asking me on a date? Teased Naruto as Sabrina looked away, blushing up a storm. Shut up, you idiot, and just accept the offering, she said, lightly punching his shoulder as he laughed. All right, but where do you want to eat? Naruto asked as Sabrina smirked and dragged Naruto to one of her favorite saffron restaurants. Few hours later, Man, I am stuffed, Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair after having a full-course meal. Maybe you should work on your eating habits, Sabrina asked as she sweat dropped at seeing so many plates, but found Naruto eating even more fascinating that she hadn't even gotten done with her first plate. Well, I have been told I am a big eater, Naruto said with a small laugh. That's an understatement, Z said as she had tried to teach him about his eating habits, but it resulted in him just eating more. So Naruto, how hard your journey been so far? I see that your Pokemon have all grown up strong and carefree almost like you, Sabrina said. Well, you could say that. I mean, me and them have been working hard in trying to make sure we don't fall behind, and others have been shown to really want to excel in battling, Naruto said as he thought of all his Pokemon, knowing each of them wanted to become the best in the group, but in the end they all cared for one another as a family. Ha! Still the same old Naruto. Though I am glad you hadn't changed, it makes you unique, she said, finding Naruto's personality to be one of kind to her. I mean, battling has always been something I found fun and exciting, though over the years seeing trainers with their serious expressions, it just makes me wonder if they just put a smile on that field, it would maybe allow their Pokemon to also smile, and when those bonds are formed in battle you can almost guarantee your victory. Naruto held up one of his Pokeballs, knowing that his bonds with each of his Pokemon were special and he would cherish them throughout time. Naruto, you always have been interesting, and since that day so long ago you have held a special place in my heart, Sabrina thought as she blushed at the thought of the two together. Luckily Naruto didn't notice as he was still recovering from the food. The two paid for their meals and both decided to take a small walk around the city, enjoying the night lights as Sabrina was smiling throughout all of Naruto's little actions as he told her of his adventures and what he has been doing, such as traveling to different regions and seeing all kinds of Pokemon. Though through it all she always stared into his eyes, those ocean blue eyes that she just got lost in, and as she was staring at them she wasn't paying attention when somebody came running into her as she fell down and shook her head of the daze she was in. Whoa, what? Sorry, I should have been paying attention, Sabrina asked as Naruto helped her up. Sabrina, the voice yelled as the person got up and hugged the girl as Sabrina realized who it was. Sasha, what are you doing out here? I thought you were at Sylph Cove for a meeting, Sabrina asked as she wondered why her friend was here. No, that's the thing, the meeting was a trap and now all the employees are being held hostage, Sasha spoke in a rush, worried for her coworkers. Whoa, miss, but you gotta clam down and tell us who has taken you hostage, Naruto asked. There she is. The three turned around to see 4 Team Rocket grunts running towards them. Team Rocket, Sabrina said with disgust. What are they doing here? Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes and made sure Sasha was behind them. Alright kids, step aside unless you wanna start trouble, one of the grunts said as he along with the others took out their Pokeballs. Sorry, but trouble has already started. Now Bolt, let's go. Naruto then sent out his Jolteon, who growled at the group. If that's what you want, let's get him, another grunt said as they each threw out their Pokemon, which were all Zubat. Bolt, use Thunderbolt. Zubat, quick dodge it and use Leech Life, one of the grunts said as all the Zubats started to fly around the bolt of lightning, with one being hit, but the others coming in to attack Bolt. Quick Kadabra, go and use Psychic. Sabrina then sent out her Pokemon, who used his powers to stop the Zubat as then struggled to move. Thanks Sabrina, now Bolt use Discharge, Naruto said as his Pokemon unleashed a jolt of electricity which knocked out all the Zubat. No, Zubat. Suddenly the grunts were lifted up and slammed back down before being shocked by Bolt as they were knocked out. That should keep them down for a while, Naruto said. Thank you both, I am grateful, Sasha said, sighing now that her captors were unconscious. Sasha, tell us why Team Rocket were chasing you and why they have Sylph Co employees hostages, Sabrina asked. It's awful, in fact Team Rocket has the whole building on lockdown. I managed to escape thanks to some of the other employees, but it would seem they have been planning this for a while. All the entrances and communications have been cut, along with some of our employees turning out to be Team Rocket spies, Sasha said, still shocked at the outcomes of today. Sasha, tell us why Team Rocket has your building, Naruto asked with a memory of what those grunts at the Pokemon Tower were saying. I am not sure if it's because of our new project that most of our workers have been hard at making, Sasha said. What project? Naruto asked. Project X Master. It's the creation of a Pokeball specifically made for the capture of legendaries. In fact, it's a byproduct of the Master Ball, Sasha said, shocking the two. Wait, they were making Pokeballs to capture legendary Pokemon, Sabrina said in confusion. Why would they do such a thing? Asked Naruto, as it made no sense since organizations like Team Rocket would find it very resourceful and less hassle in catching legendaries. I don't know, but apparently the boss asked for it to be made. Though now we know why. Our boss has been held prison and was forced to make his best scientist to make it, not knowing that they were being played, she said with tears. That would explain a lot, but why not ask for more production of the Master Ball? Naruto asked, since if it was a byproduct of the perfect Pokeball, then why didn't they ask to make that one? The Master Ball is a special kind of ball and thus it would take longer to make even one, and resourced we just don't have, Sasha said. And this new Pokeball is easier to make, Sabrina coming to the same conclusion as Naruto spoke. Yes, fact we can make dozens for the first batch, though its working mechanic needs time to process and so far they only have a few of them made. But if we don't stop them they will make enough to not only capture all legendaries, but also other powerful Pokemon, Sasha said as she looked down worried for the Pokemon and her coworkers. Naruto, we have to help her, Sabrina said. No Sabrina, you help her, I am going to stop them, Naruto said as he turned around ready to head to the Silphco building. Wait Naruto, you can't go in alone, it's suicide, Sabrina said as she stopped him by putting a hand on his shoulder. They have guards all over the building to, Sasha warned her. Then that means I have to be sneaky, Naruto with a smirk turned towards them. Listen guys, we can't just sit here and wait for someone else to handle this. If we don't stop them now, who knows how many they could make and get away with. I am not gonna let them do as they please, not anymore. He turned away this time, the two not stopping him as he ran towards the building. You think he'll be fine? Sasha asked, worried for the boy. It's Naruto, I know he'll be fine, and right now if we wanna help we have to get Officer Jenny as quickly as we can, Sabrina said as she told her Kadabra to use his psychic and drag the unconscious grunts to the police station as they ran to it. Don't get into too much trouble Naruto. Thanks for watching.